Transforming skills into spells is something that many races have to go through. Thousands of methods lead to the same goal. This is the way to go in the end. Maybe the starting point of the process is not the same, but the end point is almost the same for everyone. It's like a grade, no matter what it was called before, all kinds of names. After the super god is the true god, which is the unified name of all races in the big world. Spell planet. Planetary spells. Sorcery stellar. Stellar spells. Antares knows very well that most people have the most magic planets, and their number of magic planets is also limited. No matter who is growing up, he may be able to master many skills, but it is impossible to convert all skills into spells. Many super gods only have 3 or 5 magic planets. If they can transform 10 magic planets, it is already rare. As for the magic star, there may not even be one. Stellar spells are the patent of geniuses. But the stars of a genius's technique are generally only 2 or 3 stars. Antares doesn't know what the big world looks like now. In its memory, being able to have 2 magic stars can be called a genius. The 5 magic stars are the arrogance of heaven. Like Lin Moyu, it can be seen that he will have a dozen or even 20 magic stars. Multi-star spells will also appear. This kind of thing can no longer be described as Tianjiao. In Antares' memory, none of the evildoers in the big world have such a thing. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it a monster. If one day, when all the spells of the brat become star-level spells, I don't know what kind of grand event it will be. Antares thought in his heart, with anticipation in his eyes. It's just that when I think of the suppression of the big world runes, I can't help feeling a little worried. I want to tell you, brat, don't be too proud. There are many dangers in the big world, and if you are too arrogant, you will be in danger. Lin Moyu didn't think about these things. He didn't know what those invincible powerhouses in the big world were like. It's too far away from me, and I don't have the right to think about it. Lin Moyu is very clear about what he has to do now. Keep your feet on the ground and take every step steadily. With his efforts, the skill star core left his birthplace and changed to a more comfortable place. With the injection of soul energy, the skill star core began to emit a dazzling luster, which was more radiant than when it was in the skill space. In the soul world, the stars are burning, and the light falls on this newcomer. The starlight jumped a few times, as if saying hello. Antares has been waiting for a long time, waiting for Lin Moyu's soul power to be exhausted. It is easy to do it. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, the long-awaited voice sounded, "Do it." The fog billowed for a while, Antares' head was raised high, and then fell heavily. It actually used its own head as a hammer, and hit Lin Moyu directly. While smashing it, he said, "How about it? The killing method I have newly researched is amazing." Antares' head is bigger than hundreds of Lin Moyu's combined, and I don't know how much it weighs. Anyway, every time it is pressed, Lin Moyu must hang up once. There is no accident. The undead skills were activated again and again, until 4 times later, purple light appeared. Antares also stopped at this moment, waiting for the second time. In Lin Moyu's continuous death, after 3 rounds, the skill star core was finally fed. As the level increases, the soul power becomes stronger and stronger. Before, it took nearly 4 rounds to feed a skill star core. Now 3 rounds are enough. Lin Moyu felt that if he was promoted to another level, he might die for 2 rounds. Antares came to Lin Moyu's soul world as if returning to his own home, staring at the burning skill star core. Boom! Accompanied by an extremely gorgeous explosion, the magic star was born gorgeously from the flames. The small black spots in the flame disappeared quickly after appearing for half a second. Antares fell into the feeling again. Lin Moyu didn't know what it saw, but it must have seen something useful anyway. This kind of deep-level thing, I still can't touch it. Lin Moyu thought that he had just grown up and discovered that there are many secrets in this world. The past of history is buried, and I keep exploring with curiosity. I finally understood what happened in this era, and even came into contact with things from the previous era. But after reaching a higher level, he discovered that there is actually a big world, and the secrets in the big world are many times greater than his own small world. There are too many secrets waiting to be discovered by yourself. In the process of getting along with Antares, a lot of information has been obtained. I have some superficial understanding of the big world. At the same time, Lin Moyu has also discovered that Antares doesn't know much about the big world. The Dragon Clan seems to be too powerful, they don't value those external things, and they don't want to use their brains to understand. They believe in power more, and if there is any problem, it can be solved with one punch. Although all races believe in power, the human race should not be as extreme as the dragon race. This new spell star formed in front of his eyes, leaping out of the flames. The flame was silvery white, and Lin Moyu sensed the faint breath of law, which was the breath of the law of immortality. Then it continued to rotate, and it didn't form a whole body, but flew straight towards the magic spell star. Originally, in the soul world, there was a pair of double star spells composed of Bone Fangs and Bone Prison. Now they welcome new members. The three magic stars attract each other, and through the wonderful connection, a strange picture of three stars revolving around each other is formed. Three-star spell. Lin Moyu murmured aloud. He had long been prepared for the ability to form a three-star spell. But when the three-star spell was really formed, he was still a little excited. I don't know what skill it is. Lin Moyu couldn't wait to check it out. Skeleton armor, fusion 100% summon bones from the undead world to form armor. The defense of the armor depends on the level of the soul, and the armor can also be used on others. 1. It turned out to be the bone armor skill, but now that I think about it, it has been a long time since I used it. Since the strength has become stronger and stronger, especially after mastering the undead skills, combined with the comprehensive new talent, basically no longer pay attention to defense issues. Especially in the face of powerful opponents, the defensive power of the skeleton armor is somewhat dwarfed by comparison. Even with a talent bonus, a defense of hundreds of thousands of points is not enough. Especially after using the power-gathering skill, his own physique has far exceeded the defense brought by the bone armor. This skill is gradually no longer used. Now it has been transformed into a star-level spell, and it has also formed a three-star spell with Bone Fang and Bone Prison. I don't know how much it has been enhanced. Man oh how, the defense depends on the level of the soul, but how strong the specific defense is not clear. Hey, three-star spell, not bad. Antares' voice sounded. This guy woke up from the comprehension of the little black spot. Lin Moyu asked, is there any game this time? It's SOSO, it's impossible to get something every time, after all, that thing is a bit high-end. Antares said modestly. Lin Moyu knew from its appearance that there must be nothing to gain. But if you earn something, you must show it off with this guy's character. Lin Moyu didn't expose it. It's okay, there are more than a dozen chances, you should take a look. Antares also looked at the three stars that were rotating each other. Did you see that there is no clothes? What? Lin Moyu was puzzled and didn't understand what it was referring to. Antares said, look at the center of the three stars, what's there? Center point? Lin Moyu looked carefully, and the perception of the soul was much sharper than the naked eye. Gradually, he saw something unusual. At the heart of Samsung, something unusual seems to be growing. These things, like gas, give Lin Moyu the feeling of being born in the world. Antares said, the benefit of the multi-star spell is not only that the power of the spell will be greatly improved. Because they come from the same source, have the same nature, and even the same law. During the operation of multi-star spells, this nature will be expanded. What you see now is the embodiment of the law of immortality, through which you can easily comprehend the law of immortality. Then, by mastering the law of immortality, the power of the technique can be further enhanced. The double star technique is just to make the use of the technique more flexible. Starting from 3 stars, every time 1 star is added, the power of the spell will be greatly improved. Now that the 3-star spell has been formed, it stands to reason that the power of the spell should be improved. Unexpectedly, the benefits brought by the 3-star technique are not limited to this. The 3 stars are connected with each other, and in their central position the law of immortality that was originally wandering in nothingness began to be concentrated. Realized laws are naturally much easier to comprehend than invisible and intangible ones. The reason why the laws of the first echelon and the second echelon are so difficult to understand is because they are invisible and intangible. There are countless strong people in the big world, and there are countless people with high talents in 017. There are still not many who may comprehend the law of the second echelon. You can see how difficult it is. Lin Moyu didn't know which echelon the law of immortality belonged to. But it looks like it shouldn't be too weak. Antares said, "It doesn't take a day or two to comprehend the law. Let's try the power of the spell now. The 3-star spell should be much stronger than before." Good. In the outside world, Antares once again became the best experimental subject. Lin Moyu first cast Bone Prison on it, and with the white light, Bone Fangs burst out and hit Antares. At the same time, Lin Moyu himself also flashed a white light, and a layer of white and transparent armor appeared. 3-star technique linkage. When he uses any of them, he will cast skeleton armor on himself, which is easier than before when he needs to use it by himself. However, Lin Moyu can also control it and not use skeleton armor on himself, and the 3-star linkage is not mandatory, and he, the master, can control it by himself. Feeling the attack power of the spell, Antares said in a low voice, "Yes, it has indeed improved. Now the attack power of this spell has almost reached the level of 9B. Acti, before, this skill was enough to instantly kill existences below level 90, and it could also cause damage to those above level 90. If you want to deal with those above level 93, it's a bit reluctant. Now it is enough to deal with those above level 93, and the power has increased by a large level, at least 10 times more." The improvement was huge, far exceeding Lin Moyu's expectation. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with this, thinking of the bone armor on his body. "Try attacking me." Without saying a word, Antares sprayed Lin Moyu with a dragon's breath. The dragon's breath carries the law of the element of fire, causing extremely limited damage to Lin Moyu. It is better to use it as an experiment. The skeleton armor emerged, shining brightly. Then a breath of law appeared, locking on Antares instantly. A bone prison appears on Antares, and bone fangs erupt at the same time. During this time, Lin Moyu did nothing. This all happens passively. Lin Moyu was stunned, and Antares was also stunned. Antares tried several times in disbelief, but the result was the same. As long as it attacks Lin Moyu, it will activate skeleton armor and at the same time trigger the linkage mechanism of 3-star spells. Bone Prison and Bone Fangs will counterattack simultaneously. As for the power, it depends on the strength of your attack. The stronger Antares' attack is, the stronger the counterattack will be. "Hey, you've turned into a hedgehog." Antares was amazed. Now Lin Moyu has really become an untouchable hedgehog. As long as he attacks it, it will immediately attract a counterattack. Lin Moyu was also very surprised. 3-star magic can still play like this? But how strong is the defense of the bone armor? Please give me more strength. Don't make me look down on you. Antares snorted, "You wait for me." Antares no longer used elemental attacks, but purely used his own power to form a palm and slap Lin Moyu. The skeletal armor gleamed, blocking Antares' attack and counterattacking at the same time. Antares didn't pay attention to the bone armor's counterattack at all, and continued to strengthen the attack. Lin Moyu discovered that when the skeleton armor fights back, it will also trigger the linkage mechanism of the 3-star spell to reset and refresh itself. That said, bone armor can almost always be at its strongest. Will not be shattered by continuous attacks. But in this way, it put a huge pressure on his mental strength. Every counterattack, depending on the strength of the counterattack, will consume a lot of mental power. Fortunately, there is a comprehensive connection talent. Lin Moyu is basically not worried about the problem of mental exhaustion. My innate skills and skills are really interlocking. Just looking at one just feels that it is very powerful and powerful. But when they are combined with each other, it almost forms an unsolvable mechanism. With a soft sound, the skeleton armor finally shattered. Lin Moyu asked, "How is it?" Antares said, "I used pure strength to reach level 96 to break your armor." The defense limit of the skeleton armor is determined according to the level of the soul, but because of the existence of 3-star magic, this defense limit has been raised. Increased from level 94 to level 95. That is to say, it can completely resist the attack of level 95 without any damage. After this test, I already have a number in my heart. Lin Moyu said sincerely, "Thank you." Antares shook his head. "We don't need to say thank you, just say thank you and we'll see each other." Lin Moyu chuckled, "There are still many things to trouble you. There are still more than a dozen skill star cores waiting to be moved in the skill space, and there are still a lot of skills waiting for Antares to cooperate with the experiment. And, you need Antares to kill yourself." Without Antares, Lin Moyu knew that it would be impossible for him to create a magic star. The military medal has its own half and Antares' half. Antares laughed and said, "I also want to see how strong a monster full of spell stars can be in the end." Lin Moyu nodded, "You will see." In the dragon world, the Dragon Emperor is no longer angry. The Imperial City is being expanded, and tens of millions of dragons are still focused outside the Imperial City. Although the dragons that Lin Moyu killed were nothing, for the tens of millions of dragons, they were just a drop in the bucket. But the face of the Dragon Clan has been completely swollen. The news of the Dragon Clan is not as well informed as that of the Abyssal Demons. They are not clear about it. Just a few days ago, the Abyssal Demons were also patronized by Lin Moyu, and several royal cities were also slaughtered. The demons escaped in a hurry and scattered all over the world, only to avoid even greater damage. The blood pool of the Ancestor Dragon is opened, all Dragon Kings, and Fan. With the Dragon Emperor's order, a blood column shot straight into the sky in the center of the Dragon Clan Imperial City. A strong smell of blood permeates, enveloping the whole field. The people of the Dragon Clan heard dragon chants one after another, and there were countless phantoms of giant dragons roaring in the blood column. The Ancestor Dragon blood pool was opened, and the remaining 23 Dragon Kings in the Dragon Clan all entered the blood pool. The dragon groaned and roared continuously. The Dragon Clan also exploded from this. The Ancestral Dragon blood pool is open. It has been more than 200 years since the last time the Ancestral Blood Dragon pool was opened. After more than 200 years of accumulation, the Ancestral Dragon blood pool has finally been opened again, and our Dragon Clan will surely be able to produce a large number of powerful creatures. Everyone in the Dragon Clan was very excited, and their eyes were full of envy. The Ancestral Dragon blood pond has an unusual status in their hearts. In their view, as long as they enter the Ancestral Dragon blood pool, they can become stronger and change sharply. Ordinary Dragon Kings can at least become medium Dragon Kings. And the middle Dragon King is very likely to evolve into a Dragon King. The name Ancestral Dragon blood pond looks powerful, but in the eyes of Antares, it is just a fart. In fact, the Dragon Emperor himself also knows that the Ancestral Dragon blood pond is not so magical at all. Of course, he was referring to the Ancestral Dragon blood pool here, not the one in the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor built it according to his own guess based on the Ancestral Dragon blood pool in the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan. Dragons are good at formations, so they set up a large formation in the Imperial City. Let the strong men of the Dragon Clan of all ages enter the grand formation before they die, and gather the essence of flesh and blood and all their life strength. In the end, it condensed into a pool of blood. This blood pool contains the power of the blood of the Dragon Clan, which can allow the blood of the Dragon Clan to evolve. But it also knows that no matter how the hybrid dragon evolves, it is impossible to evolve into a giant dragon. It is the limit for the mixed blood dragon to evolve to this level. If you want to go one step further and become a real giant dragon, you need to enter the real dragon pool to be useful. As for going one step further, becoming a dragon, that's something you can't even dream of. This time Lin Moyu not only slapped the Dragon Clan hard on the face, but also killed several Dragon Kings of the Dragon Clan. Originally, there should be more than 40 Dragon Kings in the Dragon Clan, 4 of which are high-level Dragon Kings. Now there is only one high-level Dragon King left, and the middle and low-level Dragon Kings are only in their early 20s. Nearly half of the Dragon Emperors died on Lin Moyu. For the Dragon Clan, the loss of high-end combat power is extremely dangerous. If the Abyssal Demons come to attack at this time, the Dragon Clan may repeat the tragedy of thousands of years ago. So the Dragon Emperor ordered to open the Ancestral Dragon Pool and advance to allow the Dragon Kings to improve their strength. Even if the number cannot be increased, at least the individual combat power must be increased. If there are a few more high-level Dragon Kings, it will be a completely different situation. At least there is no need to worry about the sudden attack of the Abyss Demon. As for Lin Moyu, the Dragon Emperor has ordered the Dragon Clan to hide in the Imperial City. Moreover, an unprecedented defensive formation was arranged in the Imperial City. Enough to block the undead army for a while. It is impossible for Lin Moyu to break them one by one again. The Dragon world is too closed, and the news is not well informed. If they knew what Lin Moyu had done in the Abyss, they would definitely disperse all the dragons, making it impossible to gather in one place again. Zulonki continues to boil, fresh and soaring to the sky. The sound of the dragon roar became more and more intense, and the power of the Dragon King who entered it increased sharply. 2 Dragon Kings flew out of the Ancestral Dragon Pool, and their bodies were billowing with laws. When I entered, I was still a middle-level Dragon King, but in less than a day, I had already become a high-level Dragon King, and I knew how to drive the law. After becoming a high-level Dragon King, it is meaningless to stay in the Ancestral Dragon Pool, and the power will not increase anymore. The Dragon Emperor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that there were 2 more high-ranking Dragon Kings. The power in the Ancestral Dragon Pool is continuously weakening, a large amount of blood power is absorbed by the Dragon Kings, and the Dragon Kings are getting stronger and stronger. The accumulation of more than 200 years was consumed in just over a day. Of the 23 Dragon Kings, 2 of them have entered the advanced stage, 11 have become middle class, and the strength of the other 10 has also greatly improved. Although the number has decreased by nearly half, the overall strength has not declined much. Standing 100 miles away, Lin Moyu looked at the Imperial City covered in blood. The formation has been activated to protect the Imperial City. The formation not only covered the Imperial City, but also covered the several kilometers outside the Imperial City. I haven't been here for a few days, but the Dragon Clan's movements are quite fast. It seems that they don't know the news from the other side of the Abyss at all. Lin Moyu looked at the densely packed dragons in the Imperial City and sneered. If I knew, I'm afraid I would have escaped by now. And Teres is right, these hybrid dragons are indeed not smart enough. Lin Moyu looked down at his left shoulder. The purple sergeant badge was extremely dazzling. Especially the 6 purple stars on the badge exudes dignity. 6-star general, the human race has not seen a 6-star general for many years. Doing the math, it should have been nearly 700 years ago. At the beginning, Jiang Yi fought fiercely with 50 demons alone, and almost fell to the ground. At that time, he won the title of 6-star God General. After that there is no more. Di Huang left. Lin Moyu is enough to be called the number 1 human race in terms of status and combat power. Even if Di Huang is still there, he can't say that he can be stronger than Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu observed for a while, the undead wings fluttered and flew forward. The power of the soul flows, and Lin Moyu turns from extremely quiet to extremely dynamic. 0. Ask for flowers. The whole person is like lightning, and has appeared outside the Imperial City Law in the blink of an eye. Formation reacted immediately and sounded the alarm. The next second, the Dragon Clan people saw Lin Moyu. All of them were frightened. Lin Moyu, he's back again. How dare this guy come? How could he be so courageous? Lord Dragon Emperor, kill him. Warriors of the Dragon Clan, copy the guy. Kill this B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Kill him first, then enter the human race, and wipe out all the human race. The appearance of Lin Moyu, like the god of death, spread fear to the dragon world. Some people in the dragon clan are timid, and when they are frightened by Lin Moyu, their whole bodies go limp. But there are also more dragons, angry and holy days. In the center of the imperial city, the aura of the dragon emperor soared into the sky, and the dragon emperor flew towards Lin Moyu, roaring in his mouth, "Lin Moyu, you are courting death." 0. The formation beads in its hands glistened. Although the dragon emperor was angry, he knew that it was really difficult to kill Lin Moyu. Even with the formation beads, Lin Yu seemed to have a way to escape. However, it is impossible for Lin Moyu to act unscrupulously in the dragon clan. Lin Moyu turned a blind eye to these people, and the same to the dragon emperor. Taking advantage of the fact that the array beads hadn't worked, he casually pointed at the sky. Spell, Undead Gaze. Lin Moyu's gaze became extremely cold, with neither killing intent nor vitality. It was like looking at a bunch of dead dragons. In the Imperial City, there are tens of thousands of dragons, so you can push me to level 86. And Terry said that after level 86, the method of killing enemies and upgrading will be abandoned. Now Lin Moyu has just reached level 83, and for the remaining 3 levels, Lin Moyu plans to finish the promotion here in one go. An Imperial City, tens of millions of dragons, and more than 20 Dragon Kings are enough. The sky darkened, and the undead world floated in the sky. Accompanied by the silver-white undead flame, the dragon world suddenly turned silver, and there was a touch of grayness in the silver. The sky was pulled apart like a giant curtain, and then a huge eye with a height of 100,000 meters emerged. What kind of skill is this? It's terrifying. How can there be such a terrifying skill? Everyone, don't be afraid. It may be fancy but not useful. We have formation protection. The moment the Dragon Emperor saw the eyes, his heart skipped a beat. It had a bad premonition, and immediately activated the formation beads. The space became viscous, making it difficult for everyone to move. Lin Moyu was also affected and couldn't move, but he didn't seem to care. The voice of the soul sounded, "Dragon Emperor, you are the one who ruined the Dragon Clan for a long time." Soul resounds through heaven and earth. Dragons who can hear the voice of the soul are at least level 85. At this moment, they realized that something seemed to be wrong. The Dragon Emperor's face changed drastically, and he felt that he had done something wrong. At this moment, the entire Imperial City was shrouded in formations. In the formation, except for myself, everyone has difficulty moving, and the speed is hundreds or thousands of times slower than usual. It can be said that it is difficult to move. No, he was scaring me. As long as you kill him, even if you can't kill him, as long as you drive him away, nothing will happen. Yes, it must be. Just like the previous few times, as long as you drive him away, everything will be fine. Huanglong was full of thoughts in an instant. He was disturbed by Lin Moyu's soul voice, but he regained his firmness in an instant. After all, he is the Dragon Emperor. After all, he is a half-step super god-level powerhouse, and his will is not so easily shaken. It raised its giant axe and wanted to swing it towards Lin Moyu. At this time, the undead stared at 217 and launched it, and the first target fell on it. The Dragon Emperor let out a muffled snort, as if his soul had been pricked by a needle, and it hurt a little. The movement can't help but slow down. Soul attack. At this moment, his soul was terrified. That giant eye in the air turned out to be a soul attack. If it is a large-scale soul attack, if it is also this intensity. The kind of intensity that can make it even feel pain. Cold sweat gushed out, soaking the whole body in an instant. The Dragon Emperor looked down and saw that the inside and outside of the Imperial City were extremely quiet. The Dragon Clan, who were still clamoring before, fell to the ground one by one at this time. Their eyes were lifeless. Their bodies are intact, but their souls have been obliterated. The eyes of the undead have scanned the space outside the city, and are looking into the city. The space blockade of the formation has no effect on it. Under its watchful eyes, a large number of dragon people are dying silently. The Dragon Emperor couldn't believe how this skill could be so powerful. It suddenly thought of a possibility. Lin Moyu didn't use skills, but spells. It may even be a star-level spell. Only star-level spells can have such great power. Now there are two options before the Dragon Emperor. One is to kill Lin Moyu. Once Lin Moyu dies, the spell will end naturally. The second is the attack technique. Lin Moyu is now controlled by the formation, so he shouldn't be able to release it a second time. Moreover, such a large-scale technique cannot be released at will. Just like a mage's forbidden spell, it always takes time to prepare. Time does not wait for the Dragon Emperor, it made a decision in an instant. Since Lin Moyu dared to come, he must have the confidence to kill him. As long as Lin Moyu can delay for a while, this can cause giant damage to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor decided to break through the technique first, and then go back and kill Lin Moyu. It roared, rushed towards the Eye of the Undead at the fastest speed, and slammed the giant axe out. The power close to the super god level shredded the space, and the huge beam of light bombarded the eyes of the dead with the Law of Stone. The Eye of the Undead shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. The Dragon Emperor roared again, and once again slashed out two axes with all his strength. Under its attack, the undead eye exploded into pieces. The Dragon Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally over. But when it looked at Lin Moyu again, it was shrouded in chill again. Lin Moyu moved his fingers slightly. It looked like it was trembling slightly. The sky darkened again, and the undead world descended for the second time. On the other side of the Imperial City, an Eye of the Dead appeared again. The moment the Eyes of the Dead appeared, a large number of dragons died again. The Dragon Clan is now trapped in the formation, with nowhere to escape. The Dragon Emperor finally understood why Lin Moyu said that he killed the Dragon Clan. If it weren't for this formation, the Dragon Clan wouldn't have died so miserably. If you can't fight, at least you can escape. It is impossible for Lin Moyu to kill them all. Unlike now, there is nowhere to escape, but to wait for death. The Dragon Emperor rushed over like crazy, swung his huge axe with all his strength, and blasted out the eyes of the undead again. But the sky was still black, and the third Eye of the Dead appeared. This time it appeared on the other side of the Imperial City, and with its appearance, the Dragon Clan people fell down in pieces. The Eye of the Dead cannot be stopped without killing Lin Moyu. The Dragon Emperor was about to go crazy, and it rushed towards Lin Moyu. The Law of Stone broke out in full force, and the Dragon Emperor struck out the strongest blow in his life. Infinitely close to the super god level, the Dragon Emperor believes that even if the Demon Emperor is hit by himself, he will be seriously injured, or even die directly. Facing this blow, Lin Moyu should have fled. Just like the previous few times. But this time, he was disappointed. Lin Moyu didn't run away, and didn't even do anything, just took its blow abruptly. The Law of Stone broke out in an all-round way, and the power of the law crushed Lin Moyu back and forth. The terrifying power tore through the space, tearing it apart like rags. But Lin Moyu stood there motionless like a normal person. The Dragon Emperor saw a hint of sarcasm and indifference in Lin Moyu's eyes. There was a thump in his heart, and it was his blow that killed thousands of dragons. The Dragon Emperor didn't believe in evil, and swung two axes again. Lin Moyu remained silent. Element resistance, fusion 100% passive spells, self and summoned objects are immune to all elemental attacks, and the damage to all elemental laws is doubled. Cooperating with the talent of comprehensive increase, Lin Moyu's defense against the law of elements has been increased by a full 90 times. Coupled with the passive technique of damage transfer, it is also affected by the overall increased talent increase, and the damage is also reduced by 90 times. With the superposition of the two, Lin Moyu's damage to the elemental law has been reduced by a full 8,100 times. Not to mention that the Dragon Emperor is only an attack that is infinitely close to the super god level. Even if it is a real super god level attack, Lin Moyu can easily catch it without getting hurt. The Dragon Emperor's 3 attacks cost the lives of more than tens of thousands of Dragon Clan people. The dragon scales all over the Dragon Emperor's body were roaring. It knew it couldn't drag on any longer. Thousands of dragons are dying every second. The Dragon Emperor did not lose his mind. It immediately removed the formation, and at the same time roared, "Run away!" Accompanied by the voice of the Dragon Emperor, all the dragon people were dumbfounded. They think that they heard it wrong, and their emperor actually told them to run away. Especially many dragon clans in the city don't know what happened at all. But Lin Moyu has no intention of stopping. The undead army was dispatched collectively, including the Flame Lich, Thunder Lich, and Sharp Gold Lich. 3 halos instantly appeared under the feet of each member of the undead army. The halo contains the breath of law. As soon as the undead army appeared, they rushed to the front of the Imperial City at the fastest speed, directly attacking the formation. Under the action of the law of the golden element, the combat effectiveness of the undead army has been further improved. The 3 halos combined with the onslaught of the 0.1 undead army, the formation of the Imperial City was broken almost instantly. When the formation was shattered, the horror of the halo was fully revealed at this moment. The flames dance, the thunder and lightning roll, all with the breath of law, which can instantly kill all dragons below the god level. Even if it is a god level, it will be severely injured. Even Lin Moyu himself doesn't know the extent of the halo's influence. Anyway, the entire Imperial City is within the influence of the halo. For a while, the flames billowed, and countless dragons were burned to ashes by the flames. Thunder and lightning came out of thin air, and a large number of dragons fell. For a time, there were countless dragon casualties, far exceeding the number killed by the eyes of the undead. The Dragon Emperor saw it furiously. It withdrew the formation, but in the end it seemed like a group of devils had been released from hell. These monsters are so scary. It saw with its own eyes that a level 91 Dragon King was killed amidst flames and lightning. Despair filled the entire Dragon Clan Imperial City. Lin Moyu looked at the Dragon Emperor, and at the same time at the entire Dragon Clan. Whatever you choose is wrong. Lin Moyu's words are like the final sentence, the death penalty for the Dragon Clan. Apart from anger in the eyes of the Dragon Emperor, an emotion called fear emerged for the first time. The fear it creates for Lin Moyu, this human race man who is only level 83, just rose to level 84. He turned out to be the one who destroyed the Dragon Clan. Thousands of years ago, even in the face of the joint attack of demons and humans, the dragons only lost the space-time passage to the Yuan battlefield freely. At that time, the demon army also entered the dragon world, and the dragon paid a very heavy price. But in the end it stopped. And after thousands of years of recuperation, the Dragon Clan has become stronger, and they have also become stronger. Why now? He was forced to a dead end by a human race who was only level 84. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Dragon Emperor let out its signature roar. Unlike the demons, the dragons fled early in the morning. If you want to escape now, it's too late. There is no sympathy, let alone sympathy, in interracial wars. Lin Moyu didn't have any emotions, and just regarded the Dragon Clan as a monster, as a stepping stone for his own upgrade. Lin Moyu looked at the Dragon King, but he didn't attack the Dragon King. He knew 02, unless the Dragon Emperor couldn't bear to fight with him. If the Dragon Emperor wanted to escape, he would definitely not be able to stop him. You are the devil from the deepest level of hell. The Dragon Emperor roared wildly, as if it was the last anger. It held the dragon axe high, and sprayed blood with law on the dragon axe. The dragon axe erupted with an unprecedented bright light, and the formation on the axe was activated. A lazy voice came, "What's the matter?" The Dragon Emperor wailed, "My lord, the mission has failed, and the family is dead." Huh? The voice seemed a little serious. A projection appeared in the formation, and Lin Moyu saw a giant dragon. The whole body of the giant dragon in the projection has a blue and white stone-like color, and its scales are shining, as if they have been carefully polished, like a mirror. Lin Moyu understands that this giant dragon belongs to the stone element dragon, and has mastered the laws to a certain extent. Antares told himself about the internal composition of the Dragon Clan. Although it was only a few words, Lin Moyu also roughly analyzed some useful information from it. I have a certain understanding of the interior of the dragon clan. The dragon family is a general term, and its race can be regarded as the structure of a spider web. The core is headed by the Shenlong family, and besides the Shenlong is the Holy Dragon. The Holy Dragon is the second echelon of the dragon clan, and its number is higher than that of the Shenlong. In addition to the Holy Dragon, there is the third echelon, which is also the largest number of elemental dragons. The elemental dragons are divided into many branches according to the different elements they control. The last ones are those low-level mixed-blood dragons, who are not even recognized. They are just cannon fodder and have a low status. The mixed-blood dragon that invaded his own world is a subordinate of the stone elemental dragon. And the Dragon Emperor calls for help through the formation method, which is its superior leader, a giant dragon of the stone element. This is a real dragon, completely different from other mixed-blood dragons. Just a projection, Lin Moyu felt threatened. The elemental dragon has a strong ability to manipulate its own elements. The elemental dragons are the weakest, and they are all super god level after adulthood. Even if they don't practice, they can become stronger naturally by eating, and sleeping every day. Even though he is immune to elemental attacks and has 8,100 times damage reduction to elemental laws, Lin Moyu still dare not take it lightly. Amid vigilance, Silent Whisper did not stop killing. Every second, a large number of dragons are killed. The undead army cooperates with the eyes of the undead to form a unilateral massacre. The breath of the giant bone dragon ignited a silver-white immortal flame, sweeping across the entire imperial city. The Dragon Emperor quickly explained the situation here with the giant dragon projection. In just a few seconds of talking, tens of thousands of dragons died. This giant stone elemental dragon obviously didn't take the blood dragon's life or death seriously. Maybe for it, the mixed blood dragon is just cannon fodder. No matter how many dead it is not worth it to take a second look. Even it doesn't want to pay attention to the Dragon Emperor. Lin Moyu read a lot of messages from its eyes. After listening to the Dragon Emperor's report, it finally looked at Lin Moyu. Not too far away, he faced Lin Moyu across the array. At this moment, its eyes changed. Lin Moyu read its meaning. Although he killed a mixed-blood dragon, he also had a trace of dragon blood. It means that these hybrid dragons can be trampled to death, but others cannot. It has sharp eyes. You stop now, I will keep your family. The sound was like thunder, rolling out. There was arrogance in his words, and he didn't take Lin Moyu seriously. Lin Moyu has been dealing with existences like Antares all day long. To be honest, Lin Moyu doesn't regard it as a great existence like an elemental dragon. Among the dragon clan, the elemental dragon is only the third echelon, and its status is not very high. So what if he is stronger than himself now? If you are polite, the ending won't change either. Lin Moyu didn't speak, just looked at it, without saying a word. I'm really too lazy to talk, and I don't speculate more than half a sentence. How is it possible to stop by yourself? After a few seconds, the stone element dragon felt ignored. Court death. With a roar of anger, the dragon axe in the Dragon Emperor's hand flew up automatically. It manipulated the dragon axe directly through the array. The dragon axe showed its true power in its hands, which belonged to the power that a super god-level weapon should have. The law of stone elements exploded, and the space exploded. The debris space is not stable enough to withstand super god-level power. Die. The stone elemental dragon said contemptuously. The dragon axe swung towards Lin Moyu, and the stone elemental law roared towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu seemed to see countless huge boulders falling from the sky, rolling towards him from all directions, as if he wanted to grind himself into powder. Every boulder is composed of laws, glowing with blue light, and has a strong personal will. Super God level. 613 Lin Moyu whispered. He has seen super God level power countless times. When Antares killed him before, he used super God level power. Recently Lin Moyu has also seen the power of the true God level, with a powerful aura that can destroy the world. The level of attack in front of him is the super god level, far from the true god level. The law of stone elements also belongs to the category of elemental laws. The laws of the elemental class, plus only super god level attacks. Lin Moyu didn't panic at all, and didn't even bother to dodge. The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes suddenly, realizing that something was wrong. The attack landed on Lin Moyu, the law broke out completely, and countless boulder phantoms flashed, smashing into the space. In the area where Lin Moyu is located, the sky collapsed and the earth sank. With a radius of 1 kilometer turned into ruins, Lin Moyu is like an isolated island in the ruins, allowing the surging impact of laws. Although the island is small, it is extremely strong. Lin Moyu stood tall in the impact. With white light flashing on his body, Lin Moyu ignored the stone element measurement. This is impossible. The stone elemental dragon issued an unbelievable question. This tone is almost similar to that of the Dragon Emperor, exactly the same. Really not a family of dragons, do not enter a family. Impossible? It is. Amid doubts, the second wave of attacks struck again. The stone elemental dragon didn't believe that his attack would be ineffective, and quickly launched the second and third waves of attacks. At this moment, white light flashed on Lin Moyu's body, and a layer of armor emerged. Following Lin Moyu's idea, the skeleton armor was suddenly formed. Lin Moyu tried to lock the opponent with his soul, but because of the relationship between the array, the lock failed. But the opponent can lock himself, obviously it can be done, it can only be said that his soul is not strong enough. That being the case, then leave it to Shufa to lock it. 3-star technique, Bone Armor. The spells are linked, as long as you are attacked, the other 2 spells will automatically explode and lock the enemy automatically. The law of the stone element fell on the body again, and the bone armor shattered in response. It doesn't have a damage reduction of 8,100 times, and the highest bone armor can only block attacks of level 95. In the face of super god level attacks, it is naturally vulnerable. But what Lin Moyu wanted was not its defensive power, but the automatic counterattack ability driven by 3-star magic. The moment the skeleton armor was shattered, mental power was consumed rapidly. At level 84, a full 3.7 million mental power instantly bottomed out. But in less than 0.1 seconds, it was instantly replenished. The full connection is activated, and the spiritual power of all members of the undead army has become Lin Moyu's mental power warehouse. Use it however you want. The mental power was consumed, and Lin Moyu knew that the 3-star technique must launch a counterattack. And it felt a trace of law, penetrated the void from itself, projected along the formation, and found the target. The formation projection suddenly lit up, and the stone elemental dragon at the other end of the projection couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. You don't need to guess to know that the linkage of the 3-star spell has already fallen on it. Skeleton Prison and Skeleton Fangs spanned the space, forming a blow on it. It doesn't necessarily hurt it, but at least it can shock it. With Bone Prison and Bone Fangs triggered, Lin Moyu was once again covered with a layer of bone armor. As soon as the white bone armor appeared, it collapsed under the law of stone. Mental power continues to be consumed. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton armor reappeared, and then collapsed in an instant. The 3-star spell linkage mechanism is perfectly triggered, forming a cycle. As long as the opponent keeps attacking and Lin Moyu's mental power is not exhausted, the 3-star spell will not stop. Lin Moyu doesn't even need to worry about the whole process, it's all done automatically. Lin Moyu found that he really became a hedgehog. And Terry's was right. Although one's own attack can't hurt the opponent, at least it can make the opponent feel sick. Sure enough, the stone elemental dragon in the projection showed an angry expression. Its eyes are as uncomfortable as eating a pile of shit. Multi-star technique. Its vision is not comparable to that of the Dragon Emperor, and it recognized this multi-star spell at a glance. If it weren't for the multi-star spell, it would be impossible for Lin Moyu to attack it. With the sound, its attack finally stopped. Bone armor no longer takes hits, and no longer retaliates. The Dragon Emperor hadn't heard of the multi-star spell, so he didn't understand what happened. In its eyes, the giant stone elemental dragon on the upper layer of its head no longer attacked. Grown-ups. The Dragon Emperor watched more and more dragons being slaughtered, feeling extremely anxious. Shut up. The giant stone elemental dragon let out a heavy drink, scaring the Dragon Emperor so much that he dared not speak out. At this moment, the projection of the formation became several times larger, and the elemental dragon seemed to emerge from the formation of the forest. Lin Moyu's eyes tightened slightly. Does this guy want to come over? Then it saw a huge claw protruding from the formation. As soon as the claw left the formation, the surrounding space collapsed, revealing a dark and deep void. There are turbulent currents of energy flying in the void. Its power is too strong, and the debris space can't bear it at all. It came over with one claw, and it already caused the space to collapse. If its real body enters here, the entire fragment space will collapse. Fortunately, it also knew this. The real body didn't come in, only a paw came over. Lin Moyu felt that he was locked in, and a sense of danger emerged spontaneously. This claw can kill itself. Lin Moyu believes in his own feelings very much. There is no mistake. The undead wings are vibrating behind, ready to cut off the soul lock at any time. At this time, a dragon chant suddenly sounded in the air, "Go back." Antares' voice descended from the sky through the space with a majestic aura. The giant claw that had just protruded trembled violently and retracted at an astonishing speed. In that way, it was like a thief who was caught and revealed himself, shrunk as fast as he wanted. Grown-ups. The Dragon Emperor was stunned. What happened? It recognized that voice, which came from the most mysterious existence in the ancient battlefield. It's just that I didn't expect that this mysterious existence would be so strong. Aren't they all dragons? In its understanding, Antares is also a dragon. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be in this world? It is estimated that it is a super god level, and it is definitely not as good as his own high-ranking dragon. From the looks of it, that doesn't seem to be the case. The stone elemental dragon reappeared in the array projection, its eyes filled with horror. My lord, is this your world? It doesn't seem so sure, would like to confirm. Antares' voice sounded, you have no right to know. At this time, Antares' aura was even stronger, like a billowing thunder, surrounding the formation. The giant stone elemental dragon became even more frightened. Its whole body was trembling. This was the suppression from the bloodline. It was the suppression formed by the Upper Dragon clan, and it was difficult to resist. There is too much difference in level and strength between the two sides. The stone elemental dragon responded tremblingly, Cancer. The formation disappeared, and the dragon axe completely dimmed. The Dragon Emperor was stunned and stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. It was holding the giant dragon axe blankly, its whole body was trembling. No matter how stupid it is, it understands one thing at this moment. This invasion was doomed to fail from the very beginning. With Antares, no matter how weak the human race is, the final result will not change. It doesn't know why Antares is here. Why did I come to die? Antares seems to have been here a long time ago. As early as when it first became the Dragon Emperor, it received a warning from Antares. At that time, it knew that there was another existence in this world that it could not compete with. But Antares also told him at that time that as long as he didn't go to the human world, it wouldn't interfere. In fact, he should have understood at that time that Antares was protecting the human race, waiting for the rise of the human race, and destroying himself. I have always been the stepping stone of the human race, not only myself, but also all the dragon races, and this fragmented world is also. Why are you so stupid? Why didn't you understand it at first? The Dragon Emperor's annoyance is useless up to now. It stared blankly at the sky. Wang Hao, my lord, is there any other way for me to go? This sentence is speaking to Antares, and it knows that Antares can hear it. It wants to live, not to die. The demise of the Dragon Clan is doomed, and this fragmented world cannot escape the fate of being devoured. Dragon Clan has become a stepping stone for Lin Moyu. So it also abandoned the dragon clan at the last moment, just wanting to find a glimmer of life for itself. A few seconds later, Antares' voice sounded, "I'll give you a chance. Help me go to the deep space to find something. If I can bring it back, I will spare your life and send you to the big world." A ray of light fell from the sky and penetrated into the center of the Dragon Emperor's eyebrows. The Dragon Emperor immediately knew what dong he was looking for. He has been to the deep space many times. Although it is dangerous, there is always a way out. If you stay here, you are destined to die in the end. In order to survive, the Dragon Emperor finally decided to fight in the deep space. "My lord, I'm going to deep space." After it finished speaking, it turned and left. The background is slightly bleak. Lin Moyu didn't stop the Dragon Emperor. When the Dragon Emperor spoke before, it took several seconds for Antares to respond. During these few seconds, Antares was discussing with Lin Moyu. It did not make this decision alone. For the human race, the Dragon Emperor is certainly the biggest enemy, but as the Dragon Emperor, there are actually not many opportunities to make a move. When it first came, the human race was indeed a huge threat to the human race. At that time, their strength not only far surpassed the human race, but even surpassed the abyssal demons. The dragons attacked the human world several times and massacred the human race, causing the blood of the human race to flow into rivers. Tens of millions of people died under the dragon's butcher's knife. Later, under the leadership of Demon Emperor Lilian, the abyssal demon and the human race came to a silent cooperation. The human race tried their best to stop the Dragon Clan in the Yuan battlefield. But the abyssal demons drove straight in and broke into the dragon world. Although the Dragon Clan is strong, it is not enough to surpass the sum of the two clans. The Dragon Clan was stunned and lost all time and space passages to Yuan battlefield. In the ensuing millennium, the Dragon Clan did not actually have a deep hatred with the human clan, and at most they confronted human clan professionals in the ancient battlefield. But those were all small-scale battles, and each family won and lost. During this period, the Dragon Emperor held a high position and made very few shots. Although it is not like Lilian, it has never killed the human race, but it does not kill many. Lin Moyu knew this, so when Antares discussed with him, Lin Moyu also respected 070 Antares' decision. Antares' voice sounded slowly, "Use the waste, maybe there will be surprises." In deep space, there are many areas that are extremely dangerous. Even if it is a half-step super god like the Dragon Emperor, it is still close to death. Especially where Antares wants him to go, even more so. Antares knew that in all likelihood, this guy would never come back. Lin Moyu said, "Actually, if he wants to escape, I can't kill him. And I was also afraid that he would jump over the wall after the dog chased him. The result of this is very good." Lin Moyu did have such worries. If the Dragon Emperor wants to escape, there is really no way to stop it with his current ability. If the Dragon Emperor hides, then things will become troublesome. Without the burden of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Emperor can completely hide in the Yuan battlefield and intercept and kill the human race professionals. Once this is the case, in the Yuan battlefield, the situation of the human race will become extremely dangerous. At present, no one in the entire human race can contend against the Dragon King except himself. And Antares couldn't stop what the Dragon Emperor did on the Yuan battlefield. Antares has its own bottom line, and there are some limitations that Lin Moyu doesn't know. Its bottom line is to protect the human world, and the distant battlefield is not under its protection. By that time, Lin Moyu will also have a headache. So the current result is actually the best result. Lin Moyu chuckled, "This guy is so stupid, every choice is wrong." Antares said with disdain, "Miscellaneous blood dragon, how smart can you be?" In the Imperial City, the remaining dragon people saw that their emperor had left, and they had completely abandoned them. The entire Dragon Emperor fell into ashes and completely lost hope. Who would have thought that 1,000 years of silence and 1,000 years of recuperation would end up in exchange for such a result? Everything, because a Lin Moyu appeared in the human race. In the eyes of the Dragon Clan, Lin Moyu is a devil, a terrifying devil from the center of hell. Slaughtering tens of thousands of dragons by one person without even blinking his eyes is nothing if not a devil. You are a devil. The Dragon Clan will not let you go. The three high-ranking Dragon Kings rushed out of the Imperial City with a roar and the law of drumming, and came straight to Lin Moyu. They are making the last resistance. Lin Moyu ignored them, tapped his finger, and Thunder God blasted out. To kill the high-ranking Dragon King, Zhu Shenlei is still the best choice. The three high-level Dragon Kings are already the strongest power in the Dragon Clan except the Dragon King. Too bad they're all elemental laws. After smashing the bone armor, Lin Moyu couldn't be hurt at all. The linkage mechanism of the three-star technique was triggered again, and the skeleton prison suddenly appeared on the three Dragon Kings, followed by the skeleton fangs. The three-star spell does not require Lin Moyu to actively use it, it can be triggered automatically, which is very easy to use. The three high-ranking Dragon Kings were affected by the bone prison, and they were instantly stagnant in mid-air, unable to move for a while. White bones emerged from their bodies, forming a bondage and producing a paralyzing effect. They are struggling. The bone prison is not strong, it can only trap them for a second or two at most. The fangs of the skeleton exploded on their bodies, the dragon scales were broken, and blood flowed out, looking very embarrassed. The fangs of the skeleton can't seriously damage them, at most, they can cause some skin trauma. Although the technique is strong, it is still influenced by Lin Moyu himself. Whether it is one's own level or the level of the soul, the power of the spell is limited. Amidst the roar, Zhu Shenlei followed one after another. A series of three god-killing thunders exploded in the air and turned into a sea of thunder, engulfing the three high-ranking Dragon Kings. There is no suspense. Under the strong attack of the purple Zhu Shenlei, the three high-ranking Dragon Kings were blown into charred corpses and fell from the air. The Dragon Clan in the Imperial City fell into despair. Some dragons fled through the teleportation props, and more dragons fled in all directions. Thousands of dragons were completely defeated at this moment. There are too many dragons. With an army of 300,000 undead and 1,300 skeleton dragons, it is impossible for Lin Moyu to kill them all. Among them, the three auras of the elemental lich played a huge role. A large number of dragons died under the halo of law. After this battle, the Dragon Clan was completely defeated, which is nothing to worry about. With the collapse of the Dragon Clan and the cooperation of Lillian, the status of the human clan has been completely stabilized. The rest can be done step by step, and under normal circumstances there will be no accidents. The killing continued, and the eyes of the undead swept across, staring at the entire Imperial City. The corpses in the Imperial City were piled up like a mountain, and their appearance was unimaginable. Lin Moyu ejected countless flames, which exploded in the air like fireworks and landed on the corpse. The corpse is reborn in flames, becoming the risen one. The combat power is stronger than before. The reanimated Dragon Clan after the resurrection obeyed Lin Moyu's order and waved the butcher knife at his own clan. This scene made the remaining dragon people even more desperate. Lin Moyu continued to display his skills, and the number of resurrected people continued to increase. The dragons are fighting less and less, but Lin Moyu is fighting more and more. White brilliance rose from his body again, and Lin Moyu was upgraded again, reaching level 85. In just one day, he went up 2 levels in a row, and the power of the soul increased wildly, forming an overflow. Also after level 85, the speed of upgrading suddenly slowed down. The required experience and required soul power have increased significantly. It was several times slower than before. Every 5 levels, the speed of upgrading will decrease a lot. But level 85 seems a bit unusual, at least 4 times slower all of a sudden. Lin Moyu felt that when his soul reached level 85, it suddenly doubled in strength. As the soul becomes stronger, the demand for soul power will naturally increase, and the upgrade will naturally slow down. It is said that upgrading from level 85 to level 86 is difficult and takes a lot of time, so it is true. After feeling it carefully, Lin Moyu finally understood. Why is level 85 the threshold? Many people will be stuck at this level for a long time. The demand has become higher, and it is natural for the upgrade to slow down while the speed of acquisition remains the same. It's just that the span of this level is a bit too big, which makes it hard to accept for a while. There is even a risk of losing hope and motivation. It can be regarded as a small test. Level 85 is a small test. The test is will, patience, and faith. Suddenly increasing the upgrade requirements by 4 or 5 times may take 6 times, 7 times, or even 10 times the time. Originally, it might take half a year to upgrade to one level, but now it may take several years. Such a sudden change will catch many people off guard and is difficult to accept. But once you stick to it, the benefits are great. No matter from the soul, will, and other aspects, you will get invisible promotion. Lay a solid foundation for the road ahead. Lin Moyu wanted to understand this truth. The strength of the soul has more than doubled, and the substantial increase in the power of the soul is to prepare for the next road. There must be a reason for Antares not to use the current method to upgrade after level 86. Lin Moyu has seen a lot of preparations, but he really hasn't seen those top professionals who are close to the god level, and they have become dungeons in the world. It's not that they no longer fight monsters, but that the frequency of them has decreased. According to this analysis, after level 86, there should be another upgrade method, which is more suitable for them. In any case, let's go over the threshold of level 85 to 86 first. What is difficult for others is not difficult for Lin Moyu, it just takes more effort. Ability, Resurrection of the Dead. The silver-white undead flame continued to explode like fireworks. A large number of dead dragons were resurrected and became resurrected. They rushed in all directions, chasing and killing those dragons who had fled. Lin Moyu's eyes were calm. Whether those dragon people who had fled could survive in the end depends on their own luck. The battle in the Imperial City is coming to an end. There are still hundreds of thousands of dragon people who have not escaped. They huddled together and used one castle after another in the Imperial City to carry out their final resistance. The eyes of the undead swept across the Imperial City over and over again, like plowing the ground, looking inside and out of the entire Imperial City. Until half a day later, there was no more movement in the Imperial City. In the Dragon World, the battle in Hoching finally came to an end. In this battle, more than 2 million dragons were slaughtered. Lin Moyu has risen from level 83 to level 85, and there is still a gap between level 86 and level 86. The battle in the Imperial City is over, but the battle in the Dragon World is not over. Lin Moyu is still constantly using his skills to resurrect more resurrected people and let them hunt down the fleeing dragons. The same is true for the undead army. They also spread out, as if entering the ranks of chasing and killing. Lin Moyu watched as he patrolled the sky above the Dragon Imperial City, where the fireworks were brilliant. A large number of resurrected people flew away from the Imperial City and flew in all directions. There are constantly information jumping out, improving the experience. Lin Moyu can feel that there is a steady stream of soul power drilling into his soul world through the illusory space. These soul powers are constantly stabilizing the soul world and improving the soul power. It took another half a day, and even the corpses inside and outside the Imperial City no longer existed. All the strong dragons on the battlefield have become resurrected at this time. They raised their butcher knives and slashed at their former brothers with their backhands. Sometimes, I do feel like a demon. Lin Moyu was talking to himself. When he completely stopped, he felt that he was indeed a little too ruthless and cold. But this is the case with the war between races. There is no victory or defeat, only life and death. As long as you can get the other party, you will never be soft. Antares said that in a war between races in the big world, even an insect in the other world would be crushed to death. It's normal for nothing to grow. World destruction is not an adjective, but a description. It's like in the skill demonstration, the Necromancer destroyed a huge star with one finger. If the star is replaced by a world, it is estimated that in that finger, it will also be destroyed. The battle between the strong is so cruel. Even the reason for the extinction of some world races is only because of the great war of the strong. or a strong person experimenting with his own techniques and rules. In the big world, things like this happen all the time. If you don't want to be wiped out by others, you have to become strong enough. Take fate into your own hands. This is the safest way. Lin Moyu also thinks so. On the way to become stronger, he can be ruthless. The experience is still increasing. There are more than 2 million resurrected people, plus 300,000 undead army, forming a hunting army, which will start hunting down the escaped dragon people. Among them, millions of dragon people will be hunted down and killed. Whether they can really escape and ascend to heaven depends on their luck. Lin Moyu walked in the imperial city, which had already been reduced to ruins. The undead flames are burning blazingly. This seemingly temperatureless flame not only burns life, but also burns those bricks, tiles, and stone walls. The buildings burned by the undead flames collapsed one after another. They decayed in the flames and turned into powder. When the wind blows again, the powder will fly up and be swept into the sky. Decay seems to be one of the characteristics of the law of immortality. The law of immortality contained in the immortal flame resulted in such a result. 0. This is the imperial city of the Dragon Clan, and there is the palace of the Dragon Clan inside. It's not the palace where the Dragon Emperor lives. The palace here can be regarded as the Dragon Emperor's residence. There is also a huge warehouse in the city. There are a lot of materials and some dragon items in the warehouse. The material level is not high, basically platinum level and legendary level. There are not many legendary materials. In addition, there are some weapons and equipment, as well as magic crystals. Dragons are good at formations and making magic crystals. They can use arrays to extract energy from materials and items to form large and small magic crystals. Then use the magic crystal to power the formation. It is similar to the alchemist of the human race. Lin Moyu basically doesn't need these things. But for the human race, it is not bad. After finding the location of the warehouse, Lin Moyu entered it and used the Demon Slayer Tower to take away all the contents inside, leaving nothing behind. Then Lin Moyu left the Imperial City and flew towards the Dragon Emperor Palace. There is also a treasure house in the Dragon Emperor Palace, which contains the collection of the Dragon Emperor. It is impossible for the Dragon Emperor to take all of them away, and there will always be some left behind. Dragons all have the habit of collecting treasures, and Terry's is like this. Shenlong, Holy Dragon, and Giant Dragon are all like this. Even the Blood Dragon is no exception. In the Dragon Emperor's palace, the building was already empty. Not long after the teleportation array finished its operation, the Dragon Emperor had already left, and it went to the deep space through the teleportation array. Most of the things in the warehouse were taken away, and some relatively poor ones remained. Lin Moyu also took all of them away. The fragmented world is still a little barren. Most of these things come from ancient battlefields. After all, the Dragon Clan has been closed for thousands of years, and there are not many good things to get. Lin Moyu admired the Dragon Emperor's palace, which was rough and exquisite. What surprised him the most was that the Dragon Emperor's throne was actually made of pure gold, which looked golden and a bit dusty. Compared with the exquisiteness in the Demon Emperor's palace, there is a huge difference. The furnishings in the Demon Emperor's palace are like art, but here, it's more like the home of a nouveau riche. Lin Moyu asked through the dragon scales, "What was it like when you were in the dragon's palace?" And Terry said, "It's been too long, I don't remember." How could I not remember? Probably because I didn't want to say it. Lin Moyu didn't ask further. It wouldn't be possible to make a dragon seed out of gold, right? F***K off, I'm so tasteless. I use star gold. Do you know what star gold is? It's a god-level material. And Terry's yelled suddenly, and suddenly shut up again. It realized that it seemed that it had slipped up again. An inadvertent sentence from Lin Moyu got some information from Antares. God King level. It should be stronger than the true God level. After the super God level is the true God level, then the true God level will be followed by the God King level. Between the two, will there be any special grades? I don't know, Antares has shut his mouth and stopped talking about being fat. Lin Moyu didn't ask. This guy is so mysterious. In fact, in his opinion, there is nothing to say about this. So what if you know? Is it possible that you can still hit yourself? My heart has been tempered long ago. How could it be possible to be hit? I just don't know what level those invincible powerhouses are. What level is Antares? Invincible Strong is a title, not a specific level of realm. Lin Moyu still doesn't know what kind of person can be called an invincible powerhouse. In the future, I will always know. Lin Moyu left the Dragon Emperor Palace and flew slowly in the Dragon World. It was the first time for him to appreciate the Dragon World carefully. The Dragon Emperor Palace and Imperial City are in the center of the Dragon World and belong to the area with the best environment. The peripheral elements are separated from each other, and a large number of elements are rushing towards the center, converging, and finally forming a balance. There are various elements in this area, and it feels similar to the human world. And the area independently occupied by various elements in the periphery is poorer than here. The fragmented world is like this. The environment is much harsher, it is not a complete world, the law is missing, and various situations are possible. When the world I am in swallows up the two fragmented worlds of Dragon Clan and Abyss, I don't know what kind of changes will happen to the environment. However, it is conceivable that after devouring the two fragmented worlds, his own world should become stronger and more complete. Now that what should be done has been done, Lin Moyu began to replenish the undead army. From level 83 to level 85, the total number of undead army has increased from 310,000 to 350,000. The gap of 50,000 required Lin Moyu to call for supplements. When Lin Moyu's whole body glowed with white light, after more than a day of waiting, the upgrade was finally completed. After a rough calculation, at least nearly 1 million dragon people were hunted down to death. Lin Moyu finally stopped. Let the rest be done by others. Blood debt should not be paid by me alone. This is the debt of the entire human race, and it should be repaid by the entire human race. Lin Moyu has his own plans and ideas, which are firm and will not be moved by external objects. Now the Dragon Clan has been completely disabled, and there is not a single Dragon King class left, and all of them are dead. Although there are still millions of dragon people left, there are even more human professionals. And there are god-level powerhouses in the human race. Under the leadership of the god-level powerhouses, the dragon race can be completely wiped out without much cost. Lin Moyu did not return to Antares, but returned to the human world, to Baishan Courtyard. During the recent period, I either spent it in killing, or in the process of moving the skill star core. Lin Moyu also felt a little tired. This trace of exhaustion comes from the depths of the soul. He is a person, and he also needs to relax. During the war, you can fight to the death day and night without retreating. But when resting, Lin Moyu also hopes to have a good rest. The smell of Baishan Courtyard is still the same. The tea fragrance wafted in the air, and Lin Moyu smelled the familiar smell, and felt most of the exhaustion in his mind suddenly dissipated. Teacher, I'm back. As usual, Lin Moyu walked into Baishan Courtyard. As usual, Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan were drinking tea. Yin Quanxing is not here. Xiao Yu is back. Bai Yuan said loudly. It was obvious that he was very happy. Meng Anwen nodded slightly towards Lin Moyu. As long as Lin Moyu returned safely, that's enough, nothing else is needed. Lin Moyu went to add tea to the cups of the two, and then asked, "Where is Teacher Yan?" Bai Yuan said, "The lunatic went back to the bloody place, and said he was going to use the bloodthirsty python for surgery." Meng Anwen smiled. "Don't listen to Lao Bai's nonsense. Lao Yan has some new insights, and he has to verify it. Yin Kuang lives in a bloody place every day of his life, where his soul endures the bloody baptism, where he feels the murderous aura. Yin Quanxing was also the first among the three to understand the law, and was promoted to level 96 without relying on the wrong way formation. It's not that Yin Quanxing's talent is so good, in fact, Meng Anwen's talent is better than him. It's all because Yin Quanxing worked hard enough and worked hard enough." Meng Anwen said to Lin Moyu, "We all know what you did in Dragon Clan and Abyss. Lin Moyu smiled. This is what I should do. You bear too much alone. Meng Anwen seemed a little distressed. For some reason, Lin Moyu's young face has a trace of vicissitudes. This sense of vicissitudes should not appear at Lin Moyu's age. Lin Moyu is still very young, in his early 20s. But his experience is countless times better than ordinary people. The experience of many people in several lifetimes may not be as rich as that of Lin Moyu. Not to mention what Lin Moyu did for the entire human race. There was tiredness in Lin Moyu's eyes, and Meng Anwen could understand. Meng Anwen sighed softly. Let's take a rest. If there is anything, we will bear it. Bai Yuan also said, that's right, what are you doing so hard? Lin Moyu smiled, but did not speak. He released the demon extinguishing tower, and a large amount of supplies flew out of the demon extinguishing tower and landed on the open space. Materials piled up like a mountain, occupying a large area of forest. There are equipment, materials, and everything. Meng Anwen's eyebrows twitched twice, and Bai Yuan shouted exaggeratedly, are you robbing the treasure house of the Dragon Clan? They could tell that many of the materials here belonged to the Dragon Clan, and they also carried the breath of the Dragon Clan. Lin Moyu said, the materials here come from the warehouse of the Dragon Emperor City, and some of them come from the Dragon Emperor Palace. Meng Anwen's eyebrows twitched even more. Did you go to the Dragon Emperor Palace? Lin Moyu nodded and told the whole story. This time, both of them were stunned. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu slaughtered the Imperial City. Even the Dragon Emperor was forced to go into the deep space. Lin Moyu said, now there is no Dragon King in the Dragon Clan. I think we humans can enter the Dragon Clan and occupy their world. Without hesitation, Bai Yuan patted the table. Okay, I'm going to mobilize the army now. 5.7. Meng Anwen didn't object to this either. It was indeed time to kill him. Take advantage of his illness to benefit him. Everyone understands this truth. As for the Abyss Demon, because of Lillian's relationship, they will not stop the human race, so you can rest assured. Lin Moyu said, the next thing is left to the teacher. Meng Anwen said softly, you have a good rest, we will take care of the rest. Then he sighed again, I didn't expect that Yuan Ren, the powerful and obedient Dragon Clan, would end up in this way. Bai Yuan said, this is also very normal, it means that the fist is the last word. As long as the fist is big enough, those guys from the Dragon Clan are nothing. We have been suppressed for so many years, isn't it because our fists are not big enough? Now that Xiao Yu's fist is big enough, the Dragon Clan can only accept death obediently. Meng Anwen asked, Xiao Yu, do you think we should keep prisoners? Lin Moyu is categorical and will not stay. Both Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan were a little surprised by Lin Moyu's decisiveness. They found that they couldn't understand Lin Moyu. In this regard, Lin Moyu did not explain much. From the mouth of Antares, I already know too much cruelty of the big world. In interethnic warfare, few captives would emerge. The result is either you die, or I die. Family raids and family exterminations are just a child's science, killing every dog and dog, not even a small bug will be spared. Lin Moyu didn't explain, and they didn't ask. Meng Anwen said that he would follow Lin Moyu's wishes. After all, the bridge was built by Lin Moyu. After they crossed the bridge, they could not turn back and step on the bridge. Lin Moyu whispered, Teacher, it's not that I'm bloodthirsty. But trust me, you can't stay. Lin Moyu said it again solemnly. Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan also had to get serious. The three chatted for a while, and Lin Moyu asked some things that happened in the human world when he was away recently. The human world has been more peaceful recently than before. Since the last time the Dragon and Demon Coalition attacked the human race, the pattern of the human world has also undergone some changes. There used to be more than 100 forces of various sizes in the human world. In that war, almost all of these forces were wiped out and scattered. 02 The Sakura Kingdom closest to the Xinxia Empire was also destroyed. They even wanted to make a last resort to the Yin God Xia Empire and bring disaster to the east, but they were stopped by Lin Moyu and Meng Anwen. There are many small forces that have been wiped out like Sakura Country, and even if they are lucky, the remaining small forces are now disbanded one after another. They realize that only by huddling together can they keep warm. Facing the pressure of survival, they began to move closer to the big forces. They wanted to join the Xinxia Empire very much, but it was a pity that the Xinxia Empire did not accept it. Not my family, its heart must be different. This sentence is not only for other races, but also for other forces that are also human races. Those who look very different from the Xinxia Empire, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and even completely different thinking logic, can hardly be accepted as Wuxia people. Inheritance of bloodlines is a problem that gods and men can never avoid. This kind of thinking is deeply rooted. Even if they are both human races, in the eyes of most Xinxia people, their other human races are different. They will feel that there are two kinds of human races in the world. One is Xinxia people with black hair and black eyes, and the other is others. Moreover, the Xinxia Empire has a rich and continuous historical heritage, which has been inherited for thousands of years. It is completely different from the intermittent origins of other forces. In order to show that they also have history, those people even falsified a lot of information. It turned out that the information was all false, and it was slapped in the face. It's just that those people don't admit it. Lin Moyu doesn't care about this. He is from Xinxia, and he does these things for the sake of the human race, but in fact it is more for Xinxia. As for people other than Xinxia, he didn't care at all. The inheritance of blood also affects Lin Moyu. The Xinxia Empire rejects all outsiders to join, and only admits those who have the blood of Xinxia. Even if a Xinxia person intermarried with a foreign race and gave birth to a child, it would not be recognized. Although there are very few Xinxia people like this, there have always been some for thousands of years. The result was to leave Xinxia. This is the bloodline. It seems narrow, but it is full of confidence and nobility. Now Lin Moyu has become a god worshipped by the whole world. Although the various forces complained about the rejection of the Xinxia Empire, no one dared to be tough on the Shinzuan Empire. Lin Moyu is too strong. He overwhelmed the Dragon Clan and the Abyss Demon by himself. One person can go head-to-head with the Dragon Emperor and Demon Emperor. Just ask which country dares to talk nonsense. In addition to some changes in forces in the world, there is also some news about Ningyi. Ningyi has been brushing books and leveling recently, very hard. A few days ago, Ning Tyran had brought back the news of Ningyi, saying that the little girl had almost reached level 60. She is now with Mo Yun, Shu Han, and Mu Xianxian, plus a few others, forming a team. Because of the existence of Mu Xianxian, they had a good harvest when they were brushing the books, and they gained a lot of fame. After hearing this, Lin Moyu felt relieved. As long as it's okay. But think about it, with someone like Ning Tyran around, how could something happen to Ningyi? Another news is that recently Ning Tyran also successfully advanced to level 96, not only him, but also Feng Xiao, Mo Xinghai successfully entered level 96. It is said that Yihao is coming soon, just in the last few days. The human race is getting stronger, and Lin Moyu really feels that the human race is getting stronger. The whole race becomes stronger, that's the best. Before that world war, the human race was not weak. There are super gods in the human race, and there are half-step super gods. If it was the abyssal demons and dragons who invaded the world at that time, they would have been wiped out in minutes. Now the human race has begun to embark on the road to prosperity. Especially after this soul-melting formation, the years of accumulation of the Xinyuan Empire broke out completely. The high gods appeared one after another. It is conceivable that it is not impossible for a half-step super god to be born in the future. Maybe several half-step super gods will appear at the same time. Lin Moyu had a good sleep in Baishan Courtyard. The power of the soul is still overflowing, flowing towards the outside world. As if the soul had resonated with this world, Lin Moyu in his sleep felt like he was blending into the world. For a whole day and night, Lin Moyu slept for 24 hours. I haven't slept like this for a long time. After waking up, Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen had already left. Lin Moyu knew what they were going to do. Mobilizing the Legion and opening up the passage to the Dragon Clan is not something that can be done with a single sentence. Bai Yuan was busy, and Meng Anwen was also busy. Meng Anwen will be arranged in the big formation, using Shinxiata's super formation ability to open the time and space channel. In the Baishan courtyard, Lin Moyu drank 2 more cups of tea before activating the dragon scales of Antares. Antares lowered his head, propped up a slit and glanced at Lin Moyu. Have you had enough rest? Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Enough rest. I'm going to start being mean. This time I'll let you have a good time. Come on, come on. This time you have to have a good time. Antares gradually regained his energy and let out a strange laugh. Upgraded from level 83 to level 86. There are 3 full levels without handling skills. The current soul power is extremely abundant. While maintaining the soul world, there are still a lot of Funei. Lin Moyu feels that he can carry many skill star cores, not just 6. The Will rushed into the skill space with a huge soul force, and without a word, grabbed the nearest skill star core and dragged it out. The binding force of the skill space instinctively resisted, but Lin Moyu, a bandit, was too well prepared. The weak binding force of the skill space is so helpless, it is impossible to resist, and it can only be allowed to do whatever it wants. Easy, easy. Lin Moyu has never tried to carry the skill star core energy so easily. It is effortless. That kind of feeling is like hooking your fingers and sending them to the door. In just 1 hour, the skill star core was forcibly dragged away from the place of birth, heading towards a strange world. When the power of the soul began to surge, a huge amount of power surged towards the skill star core, filling up the skill star core in just 2 minutes. There is no need to stimulate all-round freshman talent round after round as before. It's just a one-time job. Antares blinked. What are you doing? It feels like it's unemployed and everything is ready. You just show me this? Lin Moyu was a little embarrassed. The soul power seems to be too strong. I can't control it. It's full all at once. Antares advanced Lin Moyu's soul without saying a word. A piece of consciousness is staring at the skill star core that is about to be transformed into a star. At the same time, he said, Brat, you must have done it on purpose. Lin Moyu shook his head. Absolutely not. I think so. I personally guarantee it's not. You still have personality? Just tell me, how many words have you tricked me? That's 2 different things. The 2 bickered for a while until the skill star core exploded and small black spots appeared. Antares immediately closed his mouth, focusing on the little black dot. The little black dots are infinitely attractive to it, and Antares, who is looking at the little black dots, is extremely serious and will not be distracted. Lin Moyu is also looking at the little black spots, but still can't see anything. The little black dot is extremely mysterious and exudes a strong attraction, attracting him. It's just that the level is not enough. According to Antares, at his stage, it is enough to remember the breath of the little black, and it is not yet time to really watch and appreciate it. Antares used the word appreciation at that time, which made Lin Moyu very curious about what is inside the little black dot. Lin Moyu watched it again and again, and his memory of the breath became more and more profound. There are still many chances. Lin Moyu has more chances to see small black dots than others, and his memory is far deeper than others. It was only a blink of an eye for half a second. Lin Moyu remembered the aura, and then set his eyes on the magic star that had just risen. After the magic star formed, it flew towards another magic star. There is induction and connection between the 2 magic stars. Thin lines stretched out, connecting the 2 magic stars. Double star technique. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. The magic star that was connected was the summit element lich that had just been converted last time. This also means that the transfer is converted to summoning skills. Only after the summoning skills are converted into spells can they form a connection and interaction with the summoned elemental lich. Summons, skeletons, curses. Lin Moyu has a classification of his skills in his heart. The summoning class is the first major class, and it is also the foundation of his profession. He had long expected that summoning spells could form a multi-star system. It's finally done. With anticipation, Lin Moyu checked the spell star that had just been converted successfully. Summon Skeleton God Warrior, Fusion 100% Summon Skeleton God Warrior, who usually hibernates in the stars, connects to the undead world, and can come to the present world when needed. The combat strength of the Skeleton God Warrior will be determined according to the Master's soul level. At the moment when Shuheng was formed, Lin Moyu felt that his summoning space was suddenly vacant. All the skeleton berserkers inside have all entered the magic star. A cluster of small black dots appeared on the sorcery star. These small black dots look so insignificant, they only occupy an insignificant area on the magic star. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a drop in the bucket. But these little black dots are a total of more than 100,000 skeleton god fighters. As the master, Lin Moyu can clearly sense that these skeleton god warriors are dormant in the magic star, waiting to be summoned at any time. And as they joined, a cloud of gray matter appeared in the center of the trapped star. This mass of matter exudes a strong undead aura, as if it came from another world. From the world of the undead. The breath of immortality spread rapidly, covering the magic star. The light on the spell star suddenly changed, becoming silver and white with gray in it. This change lasted for 5 minutes and was completed under the witness of Lin Moyu. The sorcery star has since become the habitat of the skeleton god warrior. Is there really an undead world? Doubts arose in Lin Moyu's heart. He had always believed that the undead world was just a fictional world, just a name. Later, the law of undead appeared, and he felt that the undead world was just a projection created by the law still illusory. Now his thoughts have changed again. The undead world seems to be real, located in another unimaginable dimension. These skeletons, undead army, etc. are all species in the real undead world. They are both dead and alive, somewhere between death and life. This also confirms that there is vitality in the law of immortality. Appears to be dead, but is actually alive. Appears to be alive, is actually dead. Lin Moyu suddenly understood what is immortality, and had a deeper understanding of these two. Your magic star is a bit weird. The appearance of the spell star will change according to the nature of the spell. But your spell star seems to be connected to another world, and has an aura completely different from the real world. Antares saw through the essence at a glance. With its level of realm, this kind of thing can't be hidden. Lin Moyu didn't want to hide it, and told it the details of the technique. Antares was amazed. Not bad, not bad. Then why don't you try how strong the skeleton god warrior is? And what is the effect of the double star spell? Lin Moyu shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, there may be changes in a while, let's test together then. The soul power is still extremely abundant at this time, and many skills can be moved over. If there are summoning skills, it can completely form 3-star, or even 4-star and 5-star spells. The strength of the spell will also change accordingly, and testing it now doesn't make much sense. Antares urged Lin Moyu, then why don't you hurry up and move? I'm very curious. Keep your eyes on the spot, don't make a mistake, and don't be careless this time. I'm still waiting to kill someone. Lin Moyu was in a good mood at this time, and agreed to Antares, don't worry. He broke into the skill space again. Looking at the remaining 14 skill star cores in the skill space, Lin Moyu's heart moved, and his soul power swept over, locking 2 skill star cores at once. Carrying 2 at a time can meet the requirements of Antares. The key is that the soul force is too abundant. 94 level soul level, the refinement of 9-color dragon soul crystal. Lin Moyu's soul power is very pure. A portion of Lin Moyu's soul power is comparable to 5 or 6, or even 10, of other professionals at the same level. On this basis, Lin Moyu's total soul power is much more than others. Even Lin Moyu himself can't figure out how big the gap between himself and others is. For other professions, level 80 or above is the beginning of exposure to skill space. Only at level 86 and 87 do you start trying to carry the skill star core, and most of them will not succeed. After all, carrying 2 is enough to become a god. But for Lin Moyu, moving the skill star core is extremely easy and effortless. Chien Nuoso, this has formed an essential gap, a gap that other professionals cannot make up for anyway. A few hours later, under the witness of Antares, Lin Moyu moved the 2 skill star cores into the soul world. Antares widened his eyes. You 2 at a time? Lin Moyu said unhappily, otherwise? If you take one, you won't have a chance to kill me again. Pervert, you are a really perverted country. Antares couldn't help cursing. A conceited idiot in the last era. I told him to go this way, and that guy was tired and miserable. If you move a skill star core, you can lose half your life. You boy, move 2 at a time. If that arrogant idiot finds out, he will probably die of anger. Lin Moyu smiled. In the future, I must tell him if I have the opportunity to P***s him off. I just don't know if he is still alive. The last era was too long ago. With the longevity of the human race, it may not be able to live to the present. Antares said, the idiot is still alive, and seems to be doing well. From the last era to the present, it has been thousands of years to say the least. With the longevity of the human race, to live for thousands of years, the strength must be very strong. The previous era was very strong, Lin Moyu knew it long ago. In the last era, there were several super gods, and they still existed at the same time. The half-step super god even reached 3 digits. As for the high-level gods, there are countless. Compared with the era they lived in, they were much stronger. With so many strong people in the last era, there must be some people who took a different path to promotion. Antares will also choose the right person and embark on the path of the strongest. But judging from what Antares said, people in the previous era were not as good as themselves. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Maybe we will meet in the future. Antares nodded. As long as that guy is still alive, you should meet. After all, you are from the same world. But that arrogant idiot prefers to die, and he might die someday. It can be heard that Antares doesn't want to see that guy. Lin Moyu doesn't know what happened between the two. Anyway, they should not be able to become friends in the end. When Antares mentioned the other party, he didn't seem to be joking, but was really disdainful. The 2 skill star cores were moved to the soul world, and then soul power was injected into them. Lin Moyu's ability to use 1 mind in 2 tasks is already very superb, and he is also handy in using it. With Lin Moyu's current Ling 560 soul power surplus, it is not a problem to feed 1 skill star core, but it is not easy to feed 2 skill star cores at the same time. What's more, the soul power was exhausted not long ago, and it has not been fully recovered until now. After a while, the soul force completely disappeared. I am coming. Antares screamed excitedly and started directly. It is not polite at all. Killing Lin Moyu so many times has already killed the experience. The super god level power bombarded the past, without a little law, pure physical power. There is no harm at all, purely physical attack. Antares said that when the physical strength reaches a certain level, it can exert terrifying destructive power without relying on laws. And there are thousands of laws, and there are related laws. The most famous is the law of strength in the second echelon. Antares killed Lin Moyu with a purely physical attack. But under 1 blow, white light flashed on Lin Moyu's body, and the damage transfer took effect, and he still stood there. Didn't kill it? Antares was stunned for a moment, and asked in doubt, it shouldn't be. Although Lin Moyu has risen from level 83 to level 86, a full 3-level leap. But the essence has not changed much. The improvement of defense is nothing in the eyes of Antares. This AC/DC blow, logically speaking, was enough to deal a fatal blow to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was also a little strange. Wei understood the problem after thinking about it. The problem lies in the new spell star, Summon Skeleton God Warrior, spell. The Skeleton God Warrior is obviously stronger than the previous Skeleton Berserker. How much stronger Lin Moyu hasn't checked in detail, but according to the explanation of the spell, it is equivalent to his own soul level. That's the level of 94. Skeleton warriors are raised from level 86 to level 94 at once, especially after level 90 there will be a qualitative change. Berserkers become God warriors. This promotion is terrifying and comprehensive. Their strength also means that Lin Moyu's defense has been greatly enhanced. They withstood Antares' attack. Antares said carelessly, it's okay, then I'll add more. Let me increase the attack power to the 3rd level of Super God level. As he spoke, he slapped Lin Moyu again. Before, it only used the 1st level of the Super God level, but now it has been upgraded to the 3rd level. This time the attack worked successfully activated the passive skills of the undead, and all members of the undead army were reborn. Lin Moyu felt the attack power of the 3rd order Super God, which was several times greater than before. It can be analyzed from this that the gap between the 1st level of Super God and the 3rd level of Super God is not small. It can also be analyzed from it that after the Super God level, every time a level is raised, the combat power will increase greatly. The higher the level, the bigger the gap, which is completely understandable and normal. Just like the gap between level 20 and level 25 can still be made up, so the gap between level 90 and level 95 is almost insurmountable. The second attack of Antares came again. It is still the 3rd level of Super God. Seemingly careless, Antares judged very accurately, and the 3rd level Super God could just deal a fatal blow to Lin Moyu. In fact, it is also telling Lin Moyu in disguise where the limit of his defense is. For consecutive waves of attacks, accompanied by flashes of purple light, Lin Moyu was fully reborn. The soul power is fully recovered, and soul power is injected into the 2 skill star cores again. Antares said enviously, your talent is really great, I'm really envious. Lin Moyu joked, shall I share half with you? Cut, I know it's impossible. Antares couldn't hear it, and turned his head to ignore Lin Moyu, with an arrogant look. Lin Moyu laughed, didn't you say that there are some strong people in the big world who can steal other people's talents? Why don't you learn it, anyway? I can't beat you. Antares was even more disdainful, what is my status, how could I do such a shameful thing? Only a lowly race like the Soul Clan can do this kind of despicable thing. One's own is the best. There are always various problems with the things that are taken away. 17. When Antares said this, he suddenly thought of something, and tilted his head, but after saying this, I thought of something. What? Lin Moyu asked. Antares shook his head, I won't tell you for now, I'll talk about it later. That thing is in my dragon's lair, I don't know if it has been taken away. But it's okay, even if it is taken away, I will make it spit out. Lin Moyu knew that what Antares said must not be ordinary things. The soul power was exhausted again, and the 2 skill star cores were about to be filled, and they were still short of their last breath. Without Lin Moyu opening his mouth, Antares has already made a move first. For a while, dragon tails appeared in the air, and dragon claws appeared for a while, and some even used their jaws. It seems that Antares' whole body is full of weapons, and every part can exert terrifying attack power. Lin Moyu returned to peak form in its wave after attack. The 2 skill star cores are blazing, and they are about to explode and transform into stars. Antares suddenly screamed strangely, oops. Lin Moyu looked strangely, what's the matter? I was taken aback. Antares said, 2 magic stars are formed at the same time, and 2 small black spots will appear. Which one should I look at? Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, you just look at one with your left eye and the other with your middle eye. Go away, you think watching a play, you need to concentrate on it. Try it, how will you know if you don't try it? Don't tell me, you won't use 2 things at once. Antares had a bitter look on his face, and it seemed that this was the only way to go now. If you only look at one, you have to waste the other, and Antares couldn't bear it. I guess I am the first dragon in the whole dragon clan to see 2 small black holes at the same time. The big world is so big, anything can happen. At the same time, there are 2 magic stars, Lin Moyu dare not say that he is the first one. But Lin Moyu laughed, next time, I'll try and convert 3 at the same time. Just shut up, waste is not such a waste. Amidst Antares' complaints, the fireball exploded, and 2 magic stars were born again. Antares really looked left with one eye and right with the other. That appearance became very weird, a bit like cross-eyed. Lin Moyu almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but after thinking about how unreasonable it was, he still held it back. Two small black dots, the breath is stronger than before, Lin Moyu firmly remembered it. Antares was completely attracted by his double-mindedness and couldn't extricate himself from meditating on it. Lin Moyu ignored it, but felt the comfort from the soul. Paying soul power, through feeding back, in exchange for the improvement of the soul level, it is a big profit. The soul power can be recovered, but the improvement of the soul level is eternal. Using something that can be regenerated and restored in exchange for eternal improvement, what is it if it is a big profit? The soul level is once again on the road to level 94, a small step forward. Although the improvement is not big, it is very important to make progress. Lin Moyu felt that when he emptied all the skill star cores, the soul level should reach level 95. The magic stars that have just been transformed are actually intertwined and connected to each other, directly forming a double star magic. Then they flew towards the double star spells of Summon Skeleton God Warrior, Summon Elemental Lich, and they seemed to be joining it. Lin Moyu was stunned. It can't be such a coincidence. There are more than a dozen skill star cores left, of which 5 skill star cores belong to summoning skills. Unexpectedly, the two dragged out this time turned out to be both. That's the way it is. The 4 magic stars are connected to each other, and while each is rotating, it also revolves around other magic stars. It runs very stable and very regular. It looks like it is performing a beautiful dance. 4-star technique. During the double star spell, the spells can be linked with each other, but it is more convenient to use and has many uses, and it does not enhance the power of the spell. Starting from 3 stars, the power of spells begins to increase significantly, and every time there is an additional star, the power will increase significantly. Now it's a 4-star spell, and the spell must be stronger, but I don't know if it can break the limit. The limit Lin Moyu thinks of is the limit of his own soul. The upper limit of the power of spells is based on one's own soul level. Even if it can be broken, it will only be strengthened a little. Level 94 is at most able to attack and kill level 95, and there is no qualitative change. If this limit can be broken, then it will be a real big breakthrough. After all, other people have comprehended the law after 96, and they can let the spell carry the law. The power of spells will be greatly increased. Maybe the gap is not too big now, but if the mastery of the law becomes deeper and deeper in the future, the gap will become bigger and bigger. Lin Moyu hopes that his spells can break the limit to make up for the lack of rules. Summon Skeleton God Mage, Fusion 100% Summon Skeleton God Mage, who usually hibernates in the stars, connects to the undead world, and can come to the world when needed. The combat power of the Skeleton God Mage will be determined according to the Master's soul level. Summoning Skeleton Soul Archer, Fusion 100% Summoning Skeleton Soul Archer, who usually hibernates in the stars, connects to the undead world, and can come to the present world when needed. The combat power of the Skeleton Soul Shooter will be determined according to the Master's soul level. All 3 of my skeleton summons have been summoned. And together with summoning the Elemental Lich, it forms a 4-star spell. Lin Moyu was so excited that he almost couldn't help checking the attributes. But finally endured it. He planned to reveal the answer to the mystery at the end, and if he failed, some summoning skills would be dragged out to form 5-star or even 6-star spells. Let the surprise come a little more violently. Hey, 4-star spell. Antares finally came back to his senses. Lin Moyu asked, in the big world, are there many people with 4-star spells? Antares glanced at Lin Moyu. It's okay, what do you think? The world is infinite, there are countless races in it, and there are countless geniuses. Although 4-star spells are rare, they are definitely not considered few. Really? Lin Moyu doubted. Antares snorted, do you dare to question me? Lin Moyu questioned Antares openly, this is different from what you said before. You said that multi-star spells are rare. Antares immediately explained, the multi-star spells I mentioned are rare, but the 6-star and 7-star spells are rare. 4-star spells can only be considered ordinary. Where did you come up with so much nonsense? Hurry up and continue, my hands are still itchy. Antares kept urging, looking very anxious. Lin Moyu laughed, and the soul will go to the skill space again. Antares left Lin Moyu's soul world, and then he said to himself in a voice that only he could hear, you can't make the brat too proud. But I'm not talking nonsense. Although 4-star spells are rare, there are definitely a lot. If the brat can really create a 6-star or 7-star spell, then it's really. Antares stared at Lin Moyu with twinkling eyes, and originally thought that Lin Moyu's talent surpassed evildoers like monsters. If Lin Moyu can still get 6-star and 7-star spells, it doesn't even know what language to use to describe it. With the soul world, there are more and more magic stars. 0. Asking for flowers. Need more soul power to maintain. Only the spare part can be used by Lin Moyu to carry the skill star core. Feeling his surplus soul power, after transporting 3 skill star cores, Lin Moyu felt that he still had a lot of power left. I feel like I can move another 5 or 6. Lin Moyu roughly estimated that there should be no problem. Never overestimate yourself, and never underestimate yourself. As there are fewer and fewer skill star cores in the skill space, the constraints of the skill space are getting stronger and stronger. But it still can't stop Lin Moyu, who is like a robber. It can only be said that Lin Moyu's soul power is too strong and too pure. The skill space can only be like a little complaining woman, complaining a little, but there is nothing she can do about Lin Moyu. Soon, the skill star core was transported to the soul world, and Lin Moyu began to inject soul power without saying a word. At this time, the soul power is not as sufficient as before. Even if there is only one, it cannot be transformed into a star at once. With a smirk, Antares moved his hand at Lin Moyu. Seeing the soaring magic stars, they joined the already formed 4-star magic system. Forcibly changed the 4-star spell into a 5-star spell. What a coincidence! Lin Moyu, the owner, doesn't know how to describe his luck. Another summoning skill star core, my own vision is too accurate. 5-star spell. A thunderous voice suddenly sounded in the soul. Antares looked at the 5-star spell with shock. Lin Moyu asked strangely, isn't 4-star spells very common? 5-star spells shouldn't be rare either. For Antares' reaction, Lin Moyu seriously doubted the authenticity of its words. If it is really common, how can there be such a big reaction? It seems that Antares is not telling the truth. Antares said, 4-star spells are very common, and 5-star spells are much less, at least 100 times less than 4-star spells. However, there are many people in the big world, and there are still many people who have 5-star spells, so you must not be proud. Lin Moyu looked at Antares, trying to see something in this guy's eyes. Antares felt guilty for a while. Look at what I do, look at the technique, what is it this time? Summon Death Knight, fusion 100% summon a Death Knight, usually dormant in the stars, connect to the undead world, and come to the world when needed. The Death Knight battle calendar will be determined according to the master's soul level. As the 5-star spell took shape, the soul world suddenly roared loudly, and began to vibrate violently. Yet another attribute disappears. Since the first skeleton was summoned after the job change, the attribute that has always existed, summoning space. At this moment, it disappeared. Summoning space is always an important attribute to determine the number of undead legions. Every time its space expands by 1 point, the undead army can increase by tens of points. Its importance is self-evident. But now, it's gone. With its disappearance, the soul world began to vibrate violently, and an unimaginable drastic change was taking place. Summon Skeleton God Warrior. Summon Skeleton God Mage. Summon Soul Archer. Summon Death Knight. The stars representing these 4 summoning spells are also undergoing drastic changes at this time. They are combined with the magic star of Summon Elemental Lich to form a 5-star spell, and the 5 stars attract each other and rotate. Among the stars, there are a large number of black spots. These are Lin Moyu, who once owned the undead army in 140. They disappeared from the summoning space and moved to the sleepy star. The same goes for including those to which the Lich General belongs. The disappearance of the summoning space also affected General Lich. The summoning space of General Lich also disappeared at the same time. From this moment on, General Lich seemed to be alone. Lin Moyu can understand this change, but he is a little dumbfounded. The spells are superior. The Lich General has not been converted into spells, it is just an ordinary skill, and he is not qualified to command spells, let alone star-level spells. The difference between the two is so great that they are not on the same level at all. The vibration of the soul world was caused by these summoning magic stars. Their colors are changing, the original silver-white light begins to fade, and is gradually covered by gray gas. The gray gas is full of the breath of death. It is the undead gas that Lin Moyu is most familiar with, and it belongs to the undead world. These magical stars are connected to the undead world, drawing out the breath of the undead world. This change finally stopped after going on for several minutes. At this time, the magic star becomes half silver and half gray. Silver is the undead flame. Ash is the spirit of immortality. The two seem to be distinct and do not interfere with each other. But Lin Moyu can feel that the relationship between the two is very harmonious. There is me and you and me. At this time, Antares stared at the half-silver and half-gray magic star without blinking. These few magic stars of yours are a bit weird. I feel that there is something missing from them. Lin Moyu nodded. There is indeed something missing. They are not complete. In the skill space, there are 2 skill star cores, summoning the skeleton dragon and summoning the Lich General. Only by moving them all over and integrating them can it be complete. At that time, it will be the 7-star spell. Antares said, I remember, you still have summoning skills. Lin Moyu nodded, there are 2 more. There are 2 more. If they are all brought here, they will be the 7-star spell. Antares couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Lin Moyu glanced at a magic planet in the distance. The magic planet represents Summon Skeleton King, and the fusion degree is only 30%. The Sorcerer Planet is dim and orbits its star. If it can also be integrated, there is a chance to become an 8-star spell. Lin Moyu didn't expect too much. 7 stars are guaranteed, and 8 stars are the best. Some things cannot be forced. Although he doesn't force it, Lin Moyu is confident that sooner or later, he will transform all these magic planets in the soul world into magic stars. He wants to complete this strongest road perfectly and turn all spells into stars. Ambition, Lin Moyu never lacks. Under the urging of Antares, Lin Moyu entered the skill space again. The soul power is still abundant, and a few more can be carried. There are 11 skill star cores left in the skill space. Lin Moyu still chose the nearest one according to his laziness. The skill space seemed to give up resistance, and Lin Moyu did not receive much resistance. It may also be because his soul power is too strong, and the resistance of the skill space is useless. In just half a day, a brand new skill star core has appeared in the soul world. Injecting soul power step by step, the skill star core began to shine. When Lin Moyu's soul power was exhausted, Antares slapped him excitedly. The power of the 3rd order super god level is enough to crack the space alone. If this area is not special, it can be regarded as a special space created by Antares himself, which is extremely stable. In other places, the space would have collapsed long ago. If it hits the Demon Emperor or the Dragon Emperor, it will definitely be 10 deaths and no life. Such a terrifying slap hit Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu was safe and sound. Antares was stunned. What the hell? Lin Moyu had expected this to happen a long time ago. My undead army has become stronger. The subtext is, my skin has thickened again, and the 3rd level of super god is not enough to kill me. Antares yelled, you pervert. A guy who is obviously only level 86 can't kill even the power of the 3rd level of super god. This is still pure physical strength, there is no law. If it is replaced by another 3rd level super god, and what comprehends is still the law of elements. If I fight Lin Moyu, I'm afraid I will cry. Lin Moyu can stand up and hit him at will without hurting him at all. Antares mourned for those guys in the big world for 3 seconds, otherwise his faith would collapse. Antares has increased his attack power to the 4th level of Super God. The 5th level of Super God. When he reached the 6th level of Super God, Lin Moyu was fatally attacked again. Lin Moyu said, Super God's 5th level attack can cause considerable damage to me. If you hit it twice in a row, you can destroy the undead army. Of course, this is under the condition that the undead army has not been released and the current number is maintained. The 6th level of Super God can kill me in this state. If the number of undead legions increases further in the future, it may not be enough. Lin Moyu felt the attack, and Wu Qian analyzed it. Antares yelled again in his heart, Lin Moyu, you monster, and said, starting from the 7th level of Super God, it is a qualitative change of the Super God level, and it has an additional characteristic. Try. Antares did not hesitate to raise his strength to the 7th level of Super God. There was a roar in the air, and the attack power increased a lot compared to before, several times. Just like the difference between level 96 and level 95, it is a qualitative change in strength, and it can also be seen as preparation for the next stage. A huge force of 5.7 fell on Lin Moyu, and the undead collapsed collectively in an instant. Undead skills activate. In the next second, the undead were revived, but immediately collapsed again. Immediately afterwards, the undead were resurrected for the 3rd time, but after 2 seconds, they collapsed again. 2 consecutive resurrections and 2 deaths directly inspired the talent. With Ziguang, Lin Moyu is fully reborn. The undead were reborn again, this time without crashing again. Lin Jiyu asked with a hint of shock, what's going on? This is a characteristic that can only be possessed after reaching the 7th level of Super God. We call it soul tracking. In the big world, there are quite a few races that have the talent to die, and some races can be reborn. However, these innate characteristics are greatly reduced in the face of soul tracking. Antares explained it again, making Lin Moyu understand the role of it. With soul tracking attacks, as long as the enemy's soul is not destroyed, it will continue to track the attack. Either the attack power is exhausted, or until the opponent is killed, otherwise the attack will continue. Antares looked at the shocked Lin Moyu, and laughed, now you know you are afraid, so don't think that you are thick enough to be revived so you can be unscrupulous. If you encounter a true God level and attack you directly with soul tracking, even if you can resurrect 100 times, it will be useless. Lin Moyu was indeed taken aback, but after thinking about it, he realized that something was wrong. No, I can cut off the soul tracking. This. Antares didn't expect Lin Moyu to react so quickly, and found the loophole all at once. His flickering was unsuccessful, and he failed to frighten Lin Moyu. It's really a ghost, it's a monster. Antares thought in his heart, but he said, maybe, but there are countless strong people in the big world, and maybe there are other secrets that can help you. Maybe. If you stumble, you will die. Lin Moyu said, I understand, well, kill me again. The soul power is exhausted again, and the skill star core has not been completely fed. Okay. Antares snorted softly, moving his eyes immediately. Antares did not use 02 to use soul tracking, but killed one after another. How could such a good opportunity be missed? Although it is quick to use soul tracking, it is too unfulfilling. In the soul world, Antares turned into cross-eyed again, staring at the burning skill star core without blinking. The same is true for Lin Moyu, one person and one dragon, with similar eyesight. The star core exploded, and the magic star rose from the flames. This time it is not a summoning skill, the magic star is a hole, spinning alone. Lin Moyu was not disappointed, this time it didn't work and there will be another time. Anyway, it has to be converted, so it's all about getting heavier sooner. The magic star bloomed with unusual light, and a strange feeling spread from the magic star and flowed all over the body. Even the soul is enveloped by this feeling. Lin Moyu felt that he had put on an invisible armor that could resist all kinds of attacks. Passive spell. Lin Moyu was slightly startled. This is the feeling of passive sleepiness. Physical resistance, fusion 100% passive spells, self and summoned objects are immune to all physical attacks, and the damage to all physical laws is doubled. When Lin Moyu saw this magical star, the corners of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched, feeling like he couldn't laugh or cry. He knew that Antares would have to work hard to kill himself. The 7th level of Super God is probably not enough. I don't know if the 8th level of Super God will work. After the 7th level of Super God, the power changes qualitatively, and the attack power will be greatly increased every time one level is raised. It is completely different from before the 7th order. Lin Moyu glanced at Antares, who was still feeling the little black spots. Turning his eyes, he ignored this guy and entered the skill space again to carry the skills. After a while, Antares woke up. Looking at the magic star that has been formed, and then looking at Lin Moyu, I sense that his will is no longer here. Have I been enlightened for so long? I don't know what the brat's skill is this time. Ask later. Antares thought he had been enlightened for too long. After all, time meant little to him. In the past, it was normal to sleep for tens or hundreds of years. Lin Moyu quickly moved another skill star core and began to inject soul power. Kill me. Okay. Antares slapped Lin Moyu immediately when he heard what he liked the most. The power of the 6th level of Super God is enough to destroy the world and destroy mountains and rivers. It is even possible to break the fragmented world. But when it landed on Lin Moyu, there was no movement at all. Lin Moyu knew in his heart that this would be the result, but he frowned. Can you do it, soft-footed dragon? Antares was stunned. It shouldn't be. Said it tried again, still the same. The attack fell on Lin Moyu, and there was no movement at all. Antares clearly sensed that when his attack landed on Lin Moyu, he suddenly disappeared. Lin Moyu seemed to become a black hole, swallowing all his attacks. It does not believe in evil, and has raised its attack power to the 7th level of Super Gods, and even used soul tracking. But it was still muddy cows entering the sea, without the slightest movement. Antares realized that something was wrong, and yelled strangely, "Boy, what spell did you awaken?" Lin Moyu explained with a smile. Antares just opened his mouth wide. You said, you are immune to physical attacks? The damage of physical elements is reduced by 8,100 times. Exactly. Lin Moyu was also a little excited at this time. Antares said, you are so excited, I can't kill you. Let's see how you make yourself a star. Ah? Lin Moyu forgot about this question. Antares smiled, and suddenly his eyes widened, and he let out a dragon cry. A huge black shadow appeared in the sky. The black shadow turned into a huge dragon head and fell from the sky, crashing into Lin Moyu. For a while, the landslides and the ground cracked, and the ground trembled. All the people in the upper layer of the ancient battlefield felt a huge sense of oppression. Some people even fell to the ground with a face full of horror, not knowing what happened. If Antares hadn't stabilized this space, the entire ancient battlefield might have collapsed. Lin Moyu was fatally attacked on the spot, and the undead army collapsed instantly. And once it crashed 4 times, directly activating the comprehensive newborn talent. Lin Moyu looked blank, not knowing what happened. The whole thing happened so fast that he didn't even know it. Lin Moyu deeply felt the crushing force, which was an irresistible terrorist attack. In the face of this force, any rule to reduce damage by 8,100 times is all imaginary. Even 760, he didn't even know what law Antares used, only that Antares must use the law. Lin Moyu thought that Antares had used similar power before, and the entire ancient battlefield was like the end of the world. It's just that at that time, Lin Moyu's feelings were not as clear as they are now. Antares laughed and said, you know how powerful you are, don't look at how powerful you are, if you meet a true god, you will die. This is only the power of the 1st level of the true god, you must not be arrogant, kid. The level leap is really terrifying. Compared with the 6th level, the 7th level of Super God is not at the same level. Compared with a true god and a super god, the difference is even greater. Lin Moyu put away a trace of pride in his heart. I see, thank you. Antares waved his hand. Thank you, let me kill you a few more times. No problem. Lin Moyu naturally agreed to this small request. Another magic star formed, and the two took what they needed. Skeleton Spear. Fusion 100% released the Skeleton Spear to attack the enemy and cause physical damage. The spear has strong penetrating power, and its power is determined by the amount of mental power consumed. This time it was transformed into a bone spear, which used to be one of Lin Moyu's main attack skills. After it transformed into a magic star, it quickly moved towards several other bone system magic stars. The soul world began to vibrate violently again. With the addition of Skeleton Spear, Spell Star, and Bone Prison, Bone Fong, Bone Armor formed a 4-star spell. The 4 stars are burning blazingly, attracting each other and rotating endlessly. In their center, a miraculous substance that cannot be described in words is being born. This mass of matter has a strong breath of law, which is the embodiment of the law of immortality. After realizing the law, the difficulty of comprehension has been reduced by tens of thousands of times. Lin Moyu can use it to quickly comprehend and master the law of immortality. The formation of the 4-star magic system caused violent vibrations in the soul world. The luster on the 4 stars also became much brighter. Lin Moyu knew that the power of spells increased again. Now I am afraid that it can really pose a fatal threat to the high-level gods at level 96, and it is no longer just a little skin trauma like before. Lin Moyu felt his own soul power, and there was still a surplus. Immediately, he went to the skill space without stopping. Antares woke up and saw the newly formed 4-star magic system. 2 multi-star magic systems, and both are more than 3 stars. This world is crazy. How could there be such an existence? It's no wonder that the Big World Rune wants to stop the brat. If it weren't for the Big World Rune, he doesn't know how strong he would be. Monsters are monsters, it's hard to guess with common sense. Antares muttered to himself. It had nothing to say to Lin Moyu. Watching Lin Moyu carry skill star cores one after another, effortlessly. Others would die if they moved 1 or 2, but Lin Moyu is as simple as eating and drinking. People are more than people, it really makes people mad. But this is also good, just enough for Antares to check the little black dot over and over again. When it reaches its level, it is very difficult to advance every point. Often need to pay a great price, or consume a lot of time. Or, you can meet those great opportunities. For Antares, watching the formation of stars, the small black dots that appear at that moment, is a great opportunity. And not just once, he watched it more than 10 times. Antares suddenly felt that it was worth it for him to stay here for so many years. Just ask who can see so many small black dots. Even if there are people of the same race who have transformed the stars, who dares to let go of the soul world and let others enter without any scruples. No, there won't be one. Back then Lin Moyu just said, "You are my friend." Until now it looks like this. This is also a kind of fate. Antares thought of his life in the Dragon Clan. It seemed that he had no friends. There are no friends in the same race, but a friend of the human race, and it is the kind of friend who can let go of the soul world. Destiny is really wonderful. Soon, another skill star core was dragged over. Are you ready? Lin Moyu asked with a smile. Antares gritted his claws. It's a fart preparation, you can do it any time. The scene that has been staged many times before is staged again. When the magic star was generated, a strange feeling swept over the whole body again. A passive spell again. Which one will it be? Now there are 2 passive skills left, namely, Status Immunity and Undead. These 2 passive skills are very useful. In fact, all of Lin Moyu's skills are useful. Unlike many professions, there is always 1 or 2 insignificant skills. The passive magic star is left alone and independent. It seems to have a certain noble atmosphere, and it is at odds with other magic stars. That posture can be clearly seen, it is very different. Elemental resistance and physical resistance are the same. When the star is completely stable, the information about the trap will also pop up accordingly. Undead, Fusion 100% members of the undead army will not die after receiving a fatal attack, and will be reborn to their peak state to continue fighting. Each undead has 5 chances to be reborn within 5 minutes. Spell cooling time, 3 minutes. Changed, skills changed, Lin Moyu's eyes also changed. From skill to technique, the change is really a bit big. Rebirth no longer returns to the summoning space, but directly revives on the spot, and returns to the peak state. It can be revived 5 times within 5 minutes, more than double the previous 2 times. And the cooling time has been shortened to 3 minutes, and the skill state is 7 minutes. It's just that Lin Moyu has been using this technique in conjunction with his talent, so the reduction of the cooling time is not very useful. No matter what, after transforming into a technique, the practicality has greatly increased. Lin Moyu felt that he was harder to kill. As long as you don't face the true god, your safety is basically guaranteed. At the super god level, even at the 9th level of super god, it would be a headache to kill yourself. It's not that it can't be killed, but that it's not easy to kill. Lin Moyu told Antares about the technique this time, and Antares was very calm and unmoved. Just took a long look at him. You should have the blood of the turtle clan. Lin Moyu didn't care, and said with a smile, you are envious. I am envious of you at what level? What are you talking about in your sleep? Antares looked disdainful. Lin Moyu doesn't argue with it either. Drilled into the skill space again. From the eyes of Antares, it can be seen that it is false not to be envious. This guy was envious before, let alone now. Breaking into the skill space again, the soul power is finally no longer so abundant. 7 skill star cores have been transported in a row, and each addition of a spell star will occupy a part of the soul power. In addition to requiring a lot of soul power when transporting and transforming each spell star, the maintenance after transformation will also take up a lot of soul power. Only the surplus soul power can be used to carry the skill star core. The previous feeling of incomparably abundant soul power disappeared, and it was not as easy to carry as before. The skill space seems to have sensed Lin Moyu's changes, as if making fun of Lin Moyu. As there are fewer and fewer skill star cores in the skill space, the binding force of the skill space on the star core is rapidly becoming stronger. This also brings difficulty to Lin Moyu's robber career. Skill space made an effective resistance, but unfortunately, it failed to stop Lin Moyu, the big robber. Half a day later, the star core of the 8th skill was carried out this time. It should be the last one. Lin Moyu felt his remaining soul power and knew that he couldn't continue. Soul, Qian Nuoso, still has some surplus power, but it seems a little insufficient to move the skill star core. Can only wait for the upgrade to come again. There are still 7 skill star cores left in the skill space, and it is estimated that 2 more levels can be upgraded, and at most 3 levels can be emptied. Now at level 86, if you are lucky, you will be able to empty the skill space at level 88. If you're unlucky, it's level 89. Of course, it is best to empty the skill space at level 88, and use the rest to toss the talent country. The world of talents is the most difficult. How to get the 3 talents out, Lin Moyu doesn't even have a clue. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry, he has a goal in doing things, but he can't be impatient. The skill star core enters the soul world under the package of soul power, and begins to transform towards the sleepy method. No accidents, and there will be no surprises. With Antares as an accomplice, Lin Moyu deserved to die. Antares looked at the little black. Lin Moyu looked at the stars. This new magic star became a member of the soul world, and then rushed towards its own kind without hesitation. The 6 magic stars are connected to each other, attracting and entangled with each other. Each operation draws a very mysterious picture. In their center, a gray air mass is forming. Like the 4-star magic system of the skeleton type, since the multi-star magic system reached 3 stars, gray air clusters containing the breath of law began to be born. The gray air mass is the embodiment of the law, and the magic stars also move. If you look carefully, they actually orbit along the gray air mass. Antares murmured, "Astrology." There was obvious shock in its tone, but it immediately changed. "It's okay, 6-star spells are relatively rare. But in the big world, there are many strong people, and 6-star spells are not rare." Lin Moyu waved his hands. "Don't worry, I won't be complacent." If he still understands Antares' intentions by now, then he really doesn't have to mess around. The newly added spell stars form a 6-star spell system, and after the trajectory changes, it quickly becomes stable again. Generally speaking, all the stars revolve around the gray air mass in the center. At the same time, they attract each other and have their own trajectory. It is precisely because of the existence of the gray air mass in the center that even if their movement is in a balanced state, there is no trace of disorder. Summon Lich General. Fusion 100% summon the Lich General, who usually hibernates in the stars, connects to the undead world, and can come to the present world when needed. The Lich General has the ability to command the undead army, and at the same time, he can also go into battle himself. The number and combat power that the Lich General can control will be determined according to the Master's soul level. The Lich General has also undergone tremendous changes, becoming no longer just a commanding support, but also possessing combat power. As for the strength of the combat power, it needs to be tested to know. The soul world vibrated again, and it was the 6 stars in the 6-star magic system that were vibrating. They spit out more undead breath, making the law manifest more clearly. Antares' eyes became serious at this moment. Lin Moyu noticed something was wrong. "Is there any problem?" Antares said in a deep voice, "I feel like your soul world is trying to connect to another world soul. And the channel of this connection is there, and there." Antares pointed to the 6-star spell system of the summoning class, and the 4-star spell system of the skeleton class. Strictly speaking, it is the air mass that points to their center, where the law is embodied. Lin Moyu can only feel the breath of law from it, and he can't see deeper things like Antares. However, it is explained in the spell that the trapped star is connected to the undead world. At that time, I doubted whether the undead world was a real world. Antares continued, "Your occupation is too special, and I can't tell whether it is good or bad." Lin Moyu is very open-minded. "It's a blessing, not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it, so let's be safe when it comes." "Okay, now that I've done everything I need to do, you should tell me how to upgrade next." Antares said, "At level 86, you can continue to kill monsters to gain soul power to upgrade, but that's just the worst way. You have read so much information, you should know that there are many human race professionals who are above level 86, no longer enter the dungeon, no longer kill monsters, but choose to retreat." Lin Moyu nodded. "That's right, but most professionals choose to retreat after level 88. Antares said, "Level 88 is a little bit, but 86 is actually good. And what you have to do is different from them. They just comprehend their own souls, optimize their own souls, comprehend the role of soul power, and prepare for becoming God level. At the same time, they also need to sense the skill space, carry the skill star core, and transform it into a spell. You're not like that." Antares spoke to Lin Moyu in detail about what he should do next. Lin Moyu doesn't need to carry the skill star core for others, and the skill space is almost robbed by him. His path is completely different from others. Next, he will begin to comprehend the law. Others started to slowly comprehend the laws after becoming God level, as their souls became stronger and stronger. But Lin Moyu has to start to comprehend the law at level 86. Whether it is the requirements for the soul level or the level itself, Lin Moyu is too advanced. Can it work? Law backlash. My soul consi is only level 94. If you are less than level 96, you will not be able to withstand the backlash of the law. This is a very clear truth and a constant law. Antares said, "It can be done, but the process will be a little more difficult." What I said is difficult is that the laws are difficult to comprehend. But your laws have been realized, and it is already 1,000 times easier than others. 11. If you can't comprehend it like this, I can only say that you are an idiot. In the process of comprehending the law, the soul will be calmed, gold becomes stable. Because this is something you slowly comprehend from scratch, your soul will adapt to the law, although there will be a little backlash, but it is not serious, and it is completely within the tolerable range. It's not like you directly drive the laws that don't belong to you. The backlash you suffer is naturally much more serious. In the big world, there is a magical race. They can drive laws when they are less than level 70. With the ability to drive the law, they can have a combat power beyond level 90 at level 70. Lin Moyu can understand what Anteri said, and now if there is no Gilwada, he has no choice but to use the law of electric elements. In the final analysis, it is still with the help of foreign objects. It is possible to do without the help of foreign objects, and it is best not to use external objects. Relying on oneself is king. Lin Moyu deeply understands this truth. Antares continued, and in the process of comprehending the law, your soul power can also increase, and with the 9-color dragon soul crystal, your soul power can be further refined. When you reach level 90, your soul power will be more pure than any race at the same level, at least 10 times more pure. Speaking of this, Antares couldn't help but hold the dragon claw. You should have felt that the 9-color dragon soul crystal actually does not increase the soul level fast. Because its most fundamental function is not to enhance the soul level, but to refine the soul and make the soul power extremely pure. What other people can do with a lot of soul power, you can do with 1 point. Lin Moyu said, "Thanks, I understand." Antares waved his dragon claw. "Don't worry, I haven't finished yet." The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched. "You continue." Antares said, "Don't you still want to get out your talent? I can tell you that if you don't have an extremely pure soul, trying to get out your talent is absolutely a dream. Don't say you can't get it out when the time comes, or your soul will be severely injured. Of course you don't care, I'll just kill you a few times. But if you want to be the strongest, you must bring out your talents. Otherwise, when you reach level 90, the door to the talent world will gradually close, and it will be difficult for you to get it out." Lin Moyu suddenly said, "I have a question that I wanted to ask a long time ago. Why does the door to the world of talent gradually close after reaching level 90, and the influence of talent will become weaker and weaker?" Antares snorted, "It's okay to tell you. This is the deepest rule of the great world. It is said that it is determined by the runes of the great world. The root cause is 2 words, balance." Balance? Lin Moyu didn't understand this sentence. "It's about balance." Antares chuckled, "It's normal not to understand, just imagine." Antares tells a story. In the big world, there is a very powerful race whose strength lies in their talents. This race calls itself the Chosen Race. Since birth, members of the chosen clan can awaken a talent. Until adulthood, at least 5 talents can be awakened, and powerful ones can even awaken 7 or 8 talents. Powerful and diverse talents allow them to easily have the ability to leapfrog challenge. Invincibility at the same level is as simple as eating and drinking for this race. If this continues, until everyone becomes a super god, a true god, or even a stronger level. Relying on various talents, the chosen clan can still be invincible at the same level, and even instantly kill enemies at the same level. In this way, it is not an exaggeration for them to become the strongest race in the big world. But this situation changed after level 90. Different races have different names for the previous level of super gods, and Antares uses Lin Li's words to explain. After level 90, the effect of talents begins to weaken. As the strength becomes stronger and stronger, the role of talent becomes weaker and weaker. Until the door to the talent world is completely closed, talent no longer has any influence on strength. Everyone is back on the same starting line again. Among the same level, who is strong and who is weak still depends on the individual's understanding and control of power. This is called balance. With Lin Moyu's cleverness, he understood this all at once. In the big world, there seems to be an invisible force somewhere that maintains the balance of the whole big world. No one should think that one family dominates. There is no absolutely powerful race. Antares said, "You know, who thought of the way to get the talent out?" Lin Moyu said, "It's them." Antares chuckled, "That's right, it's a pity, good and bad go hand in hand, and the result is unexpected. Lin Moyu thought for a while. If I'm not wrong, the chosen clan is about to be wiped out. Smart. Antares couldn't help but praise. How did you guess that? Lin Moyu said, the powerhouses of all races in the big world should not allow an absolutely powerful race to appear. You also said that balance is needed. Antares nodded. That's true. The chosen clan was almost wiped out, and the strongest ancestor in the clan was besieged and fell. In the end, the chosen clan announced the method of retaining their talents, which made them survive. Lin Moyu pondered for a few seconds, then slowly said, it shouldn't be that simple. The strong men of all races will definitely have restrictions on the chosen clan, in case such invincible strong men with amazing talents are born again. Antares' eyes lit up and his eyes shone brightly. You are such a freak, you have thought of all of this. Indeed, although the various tribes let the chosen ones go on the surface, they actually locked them up secretly. Lin Moyu sighed softly, because the world is as cruel as imagined. It is a crime to conceive a biscuit, but the wood is more beautiful than the forest and the wind will destroy it. The chosen clan may be too high profile. If it is strength, use it secretly. When there are a large number of invincible powerhouses in the clan, with their talents, they may really be able to surpass all races. After Antares said so much, he was actually telling Lin Moyu two truths. The first is the word balance. At present, whether it is its own wool or various races, the big world follows these two words. The chosen clan is the best example. No matter how strong or good the talent is, it will eventually disappear. Although they solved this problem with a special method, they almost brought the danger of genocide. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other, and fate is so wonderful. The other is to keep a low profile. Whether it's an individual or a race, don't be too ostentatious before you have absolute strength. We must hold on to the other waves, otherwise the waves of the big world will inevitably swallow them. Antares told Lin Moyu how to preserve his talent. Okay, you can start to understand the law now. The process of leading the law is the process of purifying your soul. Remember, the soul is the foundation of everything, and this is true of all races. I'll sleep for a while, call me if something happens. After Antares gave a final warning, he slowly closed his eyes. Comprehension of the law is not a matter of a day or two, it is often counted in years. In the soul world, the skeleton type and summoning type spells constitute two sets of multi-star magic spell systems. At their centers, there are also laws cohesive. Lin Moyu began to observe and understand. The eye of the soul opened, and the soul power flowed away, slowly enveloping the law. Feel every bit of it. The benefits of the realization of the law are obvious, and the Emperor's mystery about the law comes one after another. Lin Moyu's soul was addicted to it all at once. It's a wonderful feeling, completely different from when I felt the law before. Every point of perception is infinitely deeper. Time goes by day, Lin Moyu doesn't know the time. In the human world, the army is assembled. This time, not only the army was dispatched, but also a large number of professionals. Those guilds, dungeon brushing teams, non-governmental organizations, and so on. 0. Asking for flowers. You can go wherever you want. Going to the Dragon Clan this time is not a siege, but a battle to exterminate the clan. It's an interracial war. No captives needed, no sympathy. Kill at sight, either he dies or I die. It is naturally impossible for the Shenzhen Empire to do this kind of thing. After all, it concerns the entire human race, so other countries are also involved. Meng Anwen, as the only god-level formation mage in the human race, and also a high-level god-level formation mage, arranged a large number of teleportation formations. At this moment, the Xinxia Empire truly demonstrated its power to the world. Meng Anwen, Bai Yuan, Ning Tairan, Mo Xinghai, Feng Xiu, Yi Hao. One after another, high-level gods appeared in the eyes of the world. Surrounded by laws, they stand aloft and are real gods on earth. 0. The strength of the Xinxia Empire made all the powerful countries obediently shut up. While other countries were still counting how many god levels they had, the high-level god levels of the Xinxia Empire had already appeared in batches. A high-level god is enough to suppress all other national forces, let alone more than one. The Xinxia Empire has really become the largest country in the human race, the real king. Meng Anwen stood in the air, and the god Xiaodao slowly rotated above his head. On the ground, 12 giant cross-boundary teleportation arrays occupy a large area. These giant cross-border teleportation arrays are super huge, each occupying a radius of 1 kilometer. The 12 formations formed a circle, emitting a faint light. Outside the teleportation array, countless people gathered. It was so dark that it was impossible to see the end. The closest to the teleportation position is the army of the Xinxia Empire, followed by professionals from all sides, and people from all forces. Meng Anwen's eyes were like lightning. Teleportation is on. Accompanied by bursts of roaring sounds, Tian's 2 teleportation arrays started to operate at the same time. A huge beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the sky. 12 beams of light shot out like sharp swords and landed on Xinxia Tower. Xinxia Tower gathered the energy of 12 giant teleportation arrays and suddenly became bigger. A strong aura of laws is aroused from above, and the laws of formations appear. An incomparably terrifying force swept out, and everyone in a radius of thousands of miles felt it was difficult to breathe, as if a mountain was pressing on top of their heads. Meng Anwen punched out runes one after another with his fingertips, and the runes also carried the aura of law. In the end, a seemingly inconspicuous light of law shot out from the spire of the god Shada. A black hole instantly appeared in the sky, revealing the world of dragons in the black hole. March into the 1000. In the dragon world, a large number of space-time passages appear in various regions at the same time. Immediately afterwards, groups of human professionals rushed out of the space-time channel. According to the space-time beacon, Meng Anwen could locate the dragon world, but he couldn't locate the exact point. Meng Anwen is good at formations, but his strength is limited, unlike Antares who can penetrate the world of fragments. In fact, before Meng Anwen reached the high-level god level, even if he was given the time-space beacon of the dragon world, he would not be able to arrange such a large-scale teleportation array. The human race is the master of this world, with a total population of over 100 million. Among them, the number of combat professionals exceeds 200 million, far surpassing the Dragon Clan in number. Among the 200 million combat occupations, at least half of them have entered the dragon world, except for some who stayed in the human world. They form a team, like Lin Moyu, and take the dragon world as a copy. Treat the dragon people as monsters. Since the genocide is going to be carried out, the race war will naturally not let go of the area of the ancient battlefield. 523. There are also a large number of human professionals pouring in here, and they search for the whereabouts of the dragons in a mighty way, and as long as they find them, they will never let them go. In race wars, there is no determination of superiority, only life and death. Meng Anwen looked at the human team rushing into the dragon world like wolves and tigers. His eyes flickered. Not only him, Feng Xiu, Mo Xinghe, Bai Yuan and other high-level gods all watched. This group of people represents the highest power in the human race, and they are unambiguous existences. But they didn't do anything this time. Not only did they not do anything, but even the god-level powerhouses in the human race didn't do anything. Feng Xiu asked, "Old Meng, why don't you let us do it?" Meng Anwen said, "Xiao Yu has already killed all the dragon kings in the dragon clan, and the dragon king has also been forced to leave. Even the dragon generals of level 88 and 89 are mostly dead." Feng Xiu understood. "What do you mean, use the remaining dragon clan to train our human race?" Meng Anwen nodded. "This is also the meaning of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu once said that the sharpness of the human race cannot be cured. And it's not just this battle, there will be a battle with the abyssal demons in the future. You can't count on Xiao Yu to do everything." Feng Xiu and the others thought about Meng Anwen's words, and they felt very reasonable. If Lin Moyu had done everything, the human race might have saved a lot of casualties, and at the same time lost their energy. Losing the state of forging ahead, the human race may never be able to walk on the road of becoming stronger and stronger. In retrospect, this sacrifice was also necessary. Counting the history of the human race, which period did not grow up in the baptism of blood. Every sacrifice of the human race will turn into a strong foundation. This time, as long as there are no Dragon King level enemies among the Dragon Clan, they will not do anything. This battle will last for a long time. Although it is only a fragmented world, it will span tens of thousands of kilometers. The dragons have been scattered and hidden, and it is not easy to find them out. In Meng Anwen's plan, it will take half a year to a year or so to plow the dragon world back and forth like a plow. Completely wipe out the Dragon Clan. The news that the human race entered the dragon world quickly spread into the abyss. It is hard for any demon to imagine that the Dragon Clan, which was once mighty, would end up like this. In the final analysis, Lin Moyu is still too strong. Perhaps in the near future, the abyss will be attacked. For a moment, the demons began to panic, and a strange atmosphere permeated the abyss. In the Demon Emperor's palace, Demon Emperor Lilian remained as before, lazily lying on the Demon Emperor's throne, tasting the Dragon King's blood wine. The Dragon King trapped under the Demon Emperor's palace is the only remaining Dragon King in the Huxia Dragon Clan. The Succubus King sat below, with an expression of disbelief still on his face. Not long ago, she just received the news that the human army had entered the Dragon Clan and carried out an act of extermination. The Dragon King was slaughtered and the Dragon King disappeared, and all of this was done by Lin Moyu alone. The Succubus King murmured, "How could he be so fishy?" Lilian said with a smile, "After all, this is the world of the human race." The Succubus King was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding. Lilian said softly, "For the will of the world, there will always be some characters that are difficult to explain with common sense. It's normal for you to not understand now. When you have enough levels, you will naturally understand." The Succubus King didn't dare to ask any more questions. After receiving the news, Lilian's mood became complicated. For her, Lin Moyu is naturally better, but it's best not to be too strong. She was afraid that if Lin Moyu turned against him, she might not even have the strength to resist. "It seems that I have to keep my back." Lilian was thinking about something on her mind, and a trace of bright red flowed from the corner of her mouth. From a certain magical space, a cold voice sounded, "After 1,000 years, I finally sensed the aura of the chess piece, ordered to go down, and I can act." Accompanied by this voice, the strange breath spread rapidly. In the ancient battlefield, in the deep space, a place like a cemetery. Thousands of coffins are placed here, filled with the cold breath of death. The upper coffin, which had been silent for thousands of years, suddenly vibrated collectively, and the frequency of the vibration became higher and higher, until it broke through the limit, and the coffin boards exploded. One by one, slender, humanoid-looking creatures stood up straight from the coffin. They have gloomy expressions, green faces and fangs, especially a pair of thin wings growing on their backs. It looks similar to the human race, but it is not the Lang race. They looked at each other, with bloodthirsty gleams in their eyes, and they laughed coldly. "The Master's order has come, we can start." After sleeping for 1,000 years, and waiting for 1,000 years, there is finally a movement. The chess pieces from thousands of years ago are only used now. I don't know how many blood slaves have multiplied. I can sense it, a lot. That would be fun, make this world ours. When they spoke, they bared their fangs, reflecting a cold light in the faint light. The fangs are very sharp, just like their claws and wings, they are extremely sharp. "After sleeping for 1,000 years, I'm hungry, let's find something to eat." "Okay, go fill your stomach first, and announce our arrival to the deep space by the way. Our blood clan wakes up, and this world will eventually be included in our clan's territory." Thousands of blood clansmen spread their wings at the same time and rushed to the sky. The speed is as fast as a streamer. Antares, who was sleeping, suddenly moved his nose, opened his eyes, and looked somewhere. Muttering in his mouth like a dream, "These guys are finally going to do it." After 1,000 years of silence, this chess piece is finally about to move. Also, the last garbage in this world should be cleaned up. This time the butcher's knife. 5.3. Antares glanced at Lin Moyu, who was still comprehending the law. I wonder if the brat can still use the butcher's knife this time. Different regions have different things happening. No matter the wind and rain outside, it will not affect Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu has been immersed in the world of laws at this time. The law is mysterious, but also very attractive. When Lin Moyu comprehended the law, not only did he not feel bored, but he was very happy. The realization of the law has made his comprehension process much easier, and he will gain almost every day. As Lin Moyu's understanding of the law gradually deepened, the soul body also continuously released soul power. The soul body seems to be doing some adaptive evolution to adapt to the law. This evolution is an instinct. As a result, the soul power gradually increased. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal absorbed the soul power and then vomited it back to Lin Moyu, keeping the soul power pure. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal can enhance the soul level, but this is only one of its functions, not even the main function. The biggest function of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal is to refine the soul power, making the soul power extremely pure. At the same level, 1 point of soul power can exert several times the effect of others. For those talented geniuses, this function is more useful than improving the soul level. While Lin Moyu is comprehending the law, the soul body is also making changes to adapt to the law. This change is miraculous. The soul power is increasing, just like the experienced soul power gained from leveling and fighting monsters. Lin Moyu's level is also gradually rising. Although it is not as good as sweeping the Dragon Clan, it is not bad, and the victory lies in stability. As long as Lin Moyu's perception continues, the increase in soul power will not stop. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and during this month, Lin Moyu's heart completely calmed down. The breath of the whole body became extremely calm, although Lin Moyu tried his best to keep calm during the continuous massacre some time ago. The breeding murderous aura was also absorbed by the domain godstone, but it still had some impact. These influences made his state of mind turbulent, and he could not completely calm down. Murderous aura has entered the soul, even the domain godstone can't suck it away. It also made him feel tired, and even the power of divinity couldn't erase it. Lin Moyu knew his situation. After finishing the killing, he went to Baishan Courtyard. After a good day of rest in the peaceful Baishan Courtyard, he was temporarily freed from the killing. But just one night's rest can't completely wipe out the side effects of killing. Until now, the last trace of murderous intent flew out from the depths of the soul, and was then taken away by the domain godstone. 9-colored dragon soul crystal absorbed Lin Moyu's soul power, and vomited back the purified soul power. With the help of the joint effect of the domain godstone and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, where the inside meets the outside, finally the mind and soul are completely calmed down. Antares sensed the change of Lin Moyu's aura and woke up from chinching. Good, calm down so quickly. I don't know how the law is comprehended, go and see. Antares entered Lin Moyu's soul world cautiously. It saw Lin Moyu's soul body, sitting in the center of the soul world, like a god. In the center of the two multi-star magic systems of the skeleton type and the summoning type, where the laws manifest, there are 2 clones. These 2 clones are split from the soul body, carrying Lin Moyu's will. They are observing the manifested laws and comprehending the mystery. Stinky boy, you actually have 2 purposes at once, using the soul-splitting method to comprehend at the same time. Antares couldn't laugh or cry. He didn't know whether to praise Lin Moyu for being smart or scold him for being bold. Others are engrossed in comprehending the law, so there is no one like Lin Moyu who is so dedicated to comprehend. In this way, not only will the efficiency not increase, but it may even decrease, and even nothing can be realized. The soul world suddenly groaned and trembled slightly. Lin Moyu's soul body opened its eyes and looked at Antares. Are you awake? Antares said unhappily, Yeah, you brat, how did you come up with the idea of using the method of splitting the soul and using the law of perception? Lin Moyu asked strangely, Can you? Antares snorted, It's not efficient. It's been a month, so just talk about it and see if you realize anything. Lin Moyu shook his head. I can't tell. Antares was slightly taken aback. Indeed, the understanding of the law cannot be expressed in words. If it can be written into a book, if it can be expressed in language, then future generations will still feel the fart and just copy it directly from the predecessors. The understanding of the law is one's own, and one cannot tell others. Antares thought for a while. Then did you gain anything? Lin Moyu pondered for a moment. I have gained a bit, but it's not yet usable. Then tell me, how did you come up with the idea of having two purposes at one time? Lin Moyu said, at the beginning, I didn't use two things at once. I first comprehended the rules of summoning, but I didn't gain anything. Later, I turned to the law of bones, but also failed. No matter what kind of perception, it feels like something is missing. Antares was slightly taken aback. Is there something missing? It thought that when it realized the law of immortality before, it got nothing. Now that I think about it, something is missing. Lin Moyu continued, and the two types of laws seem similar, but they feel different to me. So I tried to use one mind in two tasks, and comprehend together, and it turned out to be quite effective. Antares stared at the manifestation of the laws in the multi-star spell, and murmured, impossible, these two laws look exactly the same. In his induction, there is no difference between these two laws, they are the same. From the very beginning, Lin Moyu gave them a name, called the Undead Law, which means the law that belongs to the undead world. Lin Moyu said, it looks the same, but the inside is different. Both are laws of immortality. The laws of immortality of the skeleton type are more of death energy. Although there is a trace of vitality, but not much. The law of immortality of the summoning type is more of vitality, but also has a trace of death. Gas. As he said that, the soul body raised its finger and drew a figure, which is a yin and yang gossip. Antares said, this is the yin-yang gossip, which is the pattern of your human race. Lin Moyu said, the law of immortality gives me this feeling. One death and one life represent one yin and one yang. Then life brings death, and death brings life, just like the 2 points in the yin and yang gossip. The two are intertwined with each other, yet they are distinct, both interdependent and indispensable, yet independent of each other. The more Antares heard it, the more surprised he became. He didn't expect this law to be so magical. A law has completely different two sides, which is strange. I'll try. Antares said, also with one mind and two purposes, the soul and body are divided into two. For it, splitting out several soul clones is as simple as drinking water. When it concentrated the will of the two soul clones on two different manifestation laws, it suddenly let out a strange sound. 963 mutations occurred in the two laws at the same time, attacking the soul clone of Antares. Antares' soul avatar is not strong, just an insignificant trace, directly annihilated under the law. The annihilation of the soul clone is just a trivial matter for Antares, at most it is just a little pain, but Antares is strange that these two laws will attack it at the same time. It didn't believe in evil, and tried a few more times. It finally discovered that the imprint belonging to Lin Moyu had already appeared in the law. The laws embodied by these two groups have become Lin Moyu's private property, and no one else can touch them. Marked so quickly? This is impossible, the brat obviously hasn't mastered the law yet. It feels very weird, and various things beyond common sense happen to Lin Moyu frequently, and it can't figure out why. Lin Moyu asked, are you okay? Antares shook his head, it's all right. What did you realize? Lin Moyu asked. Antares is also a dragon who wants to save face. How could he admit that he didn't understand at all, but was attacked instead? This law is useless to me, it should be of great use to you, understand it well, don't give up. Also, let me tell you that your human race has already organized a large army to govern the Dragon Clan World Park a few days ago. And this time the god-level powerhouse didn't do anything. This is the effect Lin Moyu wants, let them sharpen their knives, the next battle will be the real battle. I hope this knife can be sharpened more and more sharply instead of broken. After Antares left, Lin Moyu once again fell into the comprehension of the law. The law of undead is magical. The multi-star magic system of the skeleton type is full of death breath, but there is a faint vitality in the death breath. In the multi-star magic system of summoning, the manifested laws are full of life breath, and death is also contained in the life breath. The two laws look the same on the outside, but are different on the inside. And both laws are missing, one for death, the other for death. Only when they are combined together is the complete law of immortality. Control life and control death, achieve immortality. The process of comprehending the laws is amazing. Lin Moyu likes this feeling very much, and does not feel boring at all. Antares looked at the calm Lin Moyu, and murmured, "What is the origin of the brat, and why there is such a law, which is unheard of? Could it be that the big world runes are afraid of him, so they want to curse him?" However, even if the spell cannot carry the law, as long as the brat can comprehend the law of immortality, the power of the spell can also be greatly increased, which is not much different from the law of carrying. In this way, the Great World Rune seems to be at a disadvantage again. It's really fun to try to suppress but fail. Guessing that the Great World Rune failed again, Antares seemed very happy. This thing is indeed the pursuit of many people, and Antares also wants to pursue it. But if one day, you can step on the Great World Rune under your feet, that will be the most exciting thing. With a trace of delusional excitement in his eyes, Antares looked towards the world of dragons. The human race professional team has started fighting with the dragon race professionals there. It is impossible for dragon professionals to stand still. Even if there is no Dragon King, they will still resist if they lose the Dragon King. Moreover, the Dragon Clan has quickly organized and formed a certain scale of resistance team. The human race also did not send out god-level powerhouses, so the two sides launched a tug-of-war. There are also constant injuries among the human race, so the human race began to establish strongholds, gradually nibbling and eliminating the dragon race. Ming Anwen and other high-level gods hid themselves and did not do anything. For many Terran professionals, this is a cruel ordeal. Failure to hone means death. Success is the warrior who will become the blade of the human race. In the blink of an eye, it has been 3 months since the human race attacked the dragon world. Many very outstanding characters have emerged in the Terran team. For example, the famous Goddess Squad, Earth Squad, and the Jialan Guild team. The Goddess team is composed of Shu Han, Mo Yun, Mu Xianxian, and Ning Yi. Shu Han can both kill enemies and make medicines. Mo Yun is the summoner, responsible for the main attack. Mu Xianxian is used to attract enemies and at the same time control them. Ning Yi is intelligence, reconnaissance, and assassination. The four of them cooperated quite tacitly and quickly became famous. The Earth Squad is a team headed by Shi Xingyan. The core members of the team are him and Liang Yu. The strength of the Earth Knight was quickly revealed in this large-scale battle, and more people gathered around him. The Earth Knight lived up to its reputation, and it was indeed the ceiling of the knight profession. With his presence, the combat strength of the team can at least be multiplied several times. It is often possible to complete the battle of fighting more with less. Antares watched the battles like watching a movie. 3 months later, Ming Anwen activated the teleportation array again. This time it was a substitution. Most of the people who fought on the front line of the Dragon Clan returned to the human race world to recuperate. And those professionals in the human world who have not been on the battlefield will land in the Dragon world this time and face bloody swords and soldiers. The 12 teleportation arrays were activated, and the beams of light connected the sky and the earth. At this time, several insignificant cracks appeared in the air, and the cracks only appeared for a moment before disappearing. A few strands of something like thin threads passed through the crack, got in, and landed on some people. These people are all members of forces other than the Xinxia Empire. As long as they are members of the Xinxia Empire, they are not contaminated by the thin thread. No one in the human race noticed this, not even Ming Anwen, the person who controlled the formation, did not notice this. Only Antares saw it, with a strange smile in his eyes. The timing was good. But such a small move is useless. But having said that, this era is indeed very sad. The only thing to blame is that those guys in the previous era were too careless. Antares didn't say anything, nor told Lin Moyu. Rand and Lin Moyu are life and death friends and can be completely trusted. But there are some things, it also has its own principles. What should not be said, it will not say, and it cannot say. It looked at the deep space again. In the deep space, 1,000 blood clansmen just divided up a huge alien beast. They ate raw flesh and blood, their hands and faces were covered with blood, and the smell of blood filled the air. At the same time, beside them, a formation is in operation. The two blood clansmen had smirks in their eyes, and they had just finished controlling the formation. The seeds of chaos have been sown, just waiting to germinate. The native creatures in this world are human races, but unfortunately they are not born at the right time. They will fall into despair and commit suicide. Once the bloodline of our blood clansmen wakes up, they will gain enormous power from the blood ancestors, which is simply not something that this group of people can resist. Fortunately, they broke into the fragmented world this time, otherwise I don't know how long we'll have to wait. The blood clansmen didn't know it, and Antares saw everything he did. Antares disdains this kind of stealthy behavior very much. If you have the ability, come here above board. Compared with the behavior of the blood clansmen, Antares felt that the gang of mixed blood dragons in his clan were more upright. The conquest of the dragon world is still going on, and in the blink of an eye another 3 months, Meng Anwen activated the cross-boundary teleportation array again to rotate the team. The team of the human race has been completely vigorous. Whether it is the army or the civil organization, they have sharpened their knives very sharply. Everyone has a fighting spirit on their faces, and their spirits have become very different. Professionals who have been on the battlefield and those who have not been on the battlefield are completely different. Meng Anwen was very pleased with the success of the human race. Lin Moyu's plan worked very successfully. Time passed day by day, and a year had passed in the blink of an eye since the first time I entered the dragon world. The 3-monthly rotation has also been carried out 4 times. The original plan was 6 months to 1 year. But the resistance of the dragon clan exceeded his expectation, and the time would be extended a bit. But if this continues, it will be almost a year at most. The resistance of the dragon clan began to weaken gradually, and the victory of the human race had been completely established. Grave accent Lao Meng, you don't feel that something is wrong recently? Feng Xiu came to Meng Anwen's side and said in a low voice. Meng Anwen narrowed his eyes slightly. To Li Zhao, you mean, those people from the Eagle Kingdom? That's right. Meng Anwen looked at Bai Yuan not far away. Old Bai, tell me. Bai Yuan has an intelligence team under his command, which grasps all aspects of intelligence on the battlefield. Bai Yuan said, some professionals in the Eagle Kingdom began to grow rapidly in strength about half a year ago. Initially, the growth was only a few people, no more than 10 people. At first we thought they had some chance, so we didn't pay too much attention. In the past 3 months, the number of people whose strength has grown strangely has begun to increase, and the increase is very fast. It's not just those people from the Eagle Kingdom, but also some Western European teams, such as St. Christian, have similar situations. Feng Xiu said in a deep voice, are they all foreigners? Have you found the reason? Bai Yuan shook his head, I didn't find it, but we are already paying attention. Feng Xiu said in a deep voice, although they are also human races, those who are not my race must have different hearts, so you must be careful. Bai Yuan nodded, don't worry, there won't be any waves. Everyone knows the strength of the Xinxia Empire. No matter how the other forces toss, how the strength increases. Just one of Bai Yuan and the others is enough to make them unable to move. However, Bai Yuan did not relax because of this. He has been investigating this matter, but there has been no result. Another 5 months have passed, and it looks like it will be the next rotation. At this time, the battle in the dragon world is coming to an end, and the remnants of the dragon are making their final resistance. Their territory has shrunk to a very small size and has been pushed into a corner. The human race has plowed the dragon world over and over again. No matter how deeply it is hidden, they can find it out. In the icy world, surrounded by icebergs on three sides, there is a simple hut. There was steam rising in the room, and Ming Anwen and others were drinking tea and chatting. A group of elderly people talked about what happened when they were young, and they had endless things to say. Ming Anwen said softly, "It's almost over." A teacup was suspended in front of Ning Tairan, and the water line automatically entered his mouth. The Millennium Dispute is finally coming to an end. Feng Xiu clenched his fists. After the Dragon Clan comes the Abyss, and it's time for me to fight. Ming Anwen said, "The knives of the human race have been sharpened. Let's strike while the iron is hot, take down the Abyss, and solve the troubles in our hearts." Emo Shanghai showed a little worry. How can the Demon Emperor pay back? There are no half-step supergods in the human race, and the Demon Emperor cannot be regarded as an ordinary half-step supergod. Even if they were tied together, they would not be her opponents. Ming Anwen said, "The Demon Emperor will leave it to Xiaoyu." He did not mention the cooperation between Lin Moyu and Lilian. Some things don't need to be said. Ming Anwen knew that no matter whether Lin Moyu would do something or not, the Demon Emperor would not stop them. However, the Demon Emperor will not take action against the Abyss Demon. Dealing with abyssal demons is much more difficult than dealing with dragons. There are a large number of demon kings among the demons, and there are 4 high-level demon kings. It is already foreseeable that the human race will inevitably pay the price in blood. But if it succeeds, it is worth it. The door of the hut was knocked open with a bang, and Bai Yuan walked in with the wind and snow. Problem occurs. With a sullen face, Bai Yuan opened his mouth with 3 words, which made everyone present feel a little thumped. Bai Yuan's complexion is not good, which already shows that the problem is a bit serious. Feng Xiu was impatient and immediately asked, "Did something happen to our people?" Bai Yuan nodded. "Recently, our casualties have been a bit high. At first, we thought it was the Dragon Clan's dying counterattack, but the casualties of those guys are very small. I asked someone to investigate, and the investigation took half a month before the results came out. Our people were not killed by the Dragon Clan. In the Dragon world either, the dragon or the human race. The human race is either Xinxia people or other forces. Since it was not killed by the Dragon Clan, who else could have killed it?" All of a sudden, killing intent rose in the house, and the simple hut was shattered into pieces. The cold light flickered, the long sword was unsheathed. Feng Xiu held the sharp sword in his hand. "Do they dare to attack our people? Where is it? The old man is going to kill him." Bai Yuan shook his head. "Not just one, but all of them." All? Ning Tairan asked. "You mean, all of them attacked our people?" Bai Yuan nodded. "Yes, and the action was very sudden." Ming Anwen asked in a deep voice, "How about the casualties?" Casualties are not small, and according to the results of recent investigations, this is not the first time this kind of action has been taken. As early as a month ago, they were already doing it secretly, and this time it is a full-scale outbreak. Started stealthily from a month ago. Feng Xiu said, "No wonder, our casualty rate has increased significantly half a month ago. It turned out to be these beasts. If it's really not my race, their hearts must be different. This group of people is a disaster." Emo Shanghai was calmer than Feng Xiu. "How is the situation now?" "It has stabilized. We reacted quickly, and blocked it in time after receiving an attack. But those guys don't know why. Their strength has greatly increased, and many top professionals have appeared, and our side is a little bit struggling." Feng Xiu gritted his teeth. "The Dragon Clan has not been completely wiped out, and the abyssal demons have not moved. It is too anxious to cause internal strife like this." Ming Dingwen shook his head. "It shouldn't be like this. There should be something that we don't know about." Feng Xiu said in a deep voice, "No matter what, just kill them. I didn't have a reason before, but this time it's just right." Feng Xiu's murderous intent surged, causing the sky to be filled with wind and snow. Ming Anwen said, "I suspect that something is wrong not only in the dragon world, but also in the human world. Here I leave it to you, Mr. Ning, Mr. Yi, and I will return to the human world with me." "Okay." Ning Tairan and Yi Hao responded at the same time. Speaking of which, Ming Anwen summoned the god Shada and shot out countless runes to fly into the god Shada. Shanxiata turned slowly, and a large teleportation array was formed quickly. Ming Anwen led Ning Tairan and Yi Hao into the formation and returned to the human world. Bai Yuan, Fengxiu, and Mo Xinghai stayed in the dragon world. Fengxiu said, "Where are they?" "Tell Bai Qiulu." "Let's go." Bai Yuan was also murderous at this time, and the three of them turned into streamers and flew towards the distance. Back in the human world, Ming Anwen immediately communicated the formation in the Yuan battlefield. Through the array, Ming Anwen saw what happened in the fortresses of the Yuan battlefield. His face changed slightly. "Those guys are attacking our fortress." Then he continued to sense the formations in the Xinxia Empire. The defensive array of the Xinxia Empire has been activated, and people are attacking in every city. The battlefield spread across the entire border of the Xinxia Empire. There are so many people besieging the Xinxia Empire that they are too numerous to count. Without exception, they are all non-god real people. It looks like the battle hasn't been long since. "Olji, please go to Yuan battlefield, I leave it to you." Yi Hao agreed without hesitation, "Okay." Ming Anwen activated the teleportation array and sent Yi Hao into the Yuan battlefield. In the next moment, Gu and I resolutely opened the Eternal Great Wall. In the Yuan battlefield, the 9 fortresses of the Xinxia Empire joined together and turned into an iron wall. Once the Eternal Great Wall opened, the situation immediately stabilized. The Eternal Great Wall not only protects the fortress in the Yuan battlefield, but also protects the border of the Xinxia Empire. The Xinxia Empire immediately stabilized. "Let's go." Ming Anwen took Ning Tairan to a border city. At this time, a formation shield was set up outside the city to block the enemy's attack. At a glance, there are countless enemies outside the formation. Not only here, the whole country is the same. At this moment, it was as if the whole world was attacking the Xinxia Empire. It should be said that all non-Xinxia people in the world are attacking the Xinxia Empire. Ning Tairan's face became very ugly. What happened and why did it happen? The situation in front of me is really abnormal. If it's just a part of it, that's fine, but if it's like this all over the world, then it's not right. And those forces are not ignorant of the strength of the Xinxia Empire. No matter how many of them there are, they are no match for the Xinxia Empire. Ming Anwen looked at the crazy crowd. There is something wrong with these people. Mouth? Ning Tairan looked carefully, but did not see the problem for a while. At this time, Ming Anwen made a move, and it stretched out its hand to grab it, and transformed into a giant hand, and grabbed one of them. "Look!" Ming Anwen controlled him and opened his mouth forcefully. There is a pair of fangs in the mouth, although small, but very sharp. Humans shouldn't have such fangs. Ning Tairan said, "These are not human teeth, they are a bit like wild animals." Ming Anwen nodded, and their eyes are full of madness. They are different from the human race. At this time, his eyes narrowed slightly, a professional attacking formation, wearing a Xinxia military uniform. Ming Anwen reached out and grabbed the man in Xinxia's uniform. He is a Xinxia soldier. It should be said that he used to be a Xinxia soldier. Now for some reason, he has lost his mind, his eyes are full of madness, and he is attacking his motherland. A pair of fangs also grew out of his mouth. Although he was controlled by Ming Anwen, the ferocity in his eyes remained unchanged, and he opened his mouth as if to bite Ming Anwen. Ning Tairan's face became extremely ugly. What's wrong with him? Ming Anwen looked carefully and finally found a pair of wounds on his neck. The wound was not big, but it was very strange. Judging from the size and distance, it could just meet the fangs in the mouth. This wound should be bitten. He should have become like this after being bitten. Ning Tairan heard Ming Anwen's words, glanced over, and saw several people wearing Xinxia costumes. He grabbed those people and found that everyone had similar wounds. Ming Anwen then arrested several people from other forces, but there were no corresponding wounds on them. After some judgment, Ming Anwen was almost certain that the reason why the Xinxia people became so crazy, like wild animals and irrational, was because of being bitten. The reason why people from other forces have become like this is still unknown. As long as the Xinxia people are not bitten, they will not become in this crazy state. Meng Anwen immediately issued an order, so no one was allowed to leave the formation or attack. In the case of unknown reasons, the first thing to do is to reduce casualties. With the Eternal Great Wall, it will not be a problem in a short time. Meng Anwen said, "Old Ning, take these people to Yao Lao and see if Yao Lao can find out the reason and make them recover." Speaking of which, Meng Anwen activated the teleportation array for Ning Tairan and sent them away. Meng Anwen quickly teleported between several cities to see the general situation. The situation in each city is similar, and those foreign forces have gone crazy. There are several small countries among them. Even though they don't have any powerful professionals among them, they all joined the ranks of attacking the Xinxia Empire at this moment. Although these people are crazy and seemingly irrational, their purpose seems to be very clear, which is to attack Xinxia. In other words, they regard themselves as the same kind, while the Xinxia people are different in their eyes. Meng Anwen's face was gloomy, and Xinxiata interweaved a huge formation to open the passage to the Dragon Clan. Meng Anwen returned to the Dragon World, quickly located by Yuan's location, and teleported there. With the presence of the god Xiata, Meng Anwen came and went very quickly. As long as he could locate it, he could arrive in an instant. There is no Eternal Great Wall in the Dragon World, and the situation is much worse. Enemies are coming from all directions, and those guys from all sides have become crazy at this moment, besieging the Xinxia people frantically. The Xinxia people gathered together and formed a legion for defense. In the Dragon World, there are many battlefields. The Xinxia people are being besieged and hurt. Bai Yuan, Fengxiu, Mo Xinghai, and a few other god-level powerhouses had already dispersed and kept going back and forth. Bai Yuan punched out, the law roared, and an illusory giant fist fell from the sky, hitting the ground like a meteor. A radius of 100 meters was raised to the ground, killing hundreds of people in one fell swoop. Bai Yuan's murderous aura boiled over. Just after a while, thousands of people died in his hands. Behind him is a Xinxia team of 1,000 people. There seemed to be a lot of casualties in the team. If Bai Yuan hadn't made a move, they would have been besieged to death. "Old Bai, how is the situation?" Meng Anwen asked anxiously. Bai Yuan shook his head. "It's not very good, our team is too scattered, and we are being besieged everywhere." Thousands of rays of light shrouded the surrounding fields from the god of Chattering Shada, and all the races present were included in the Shada of the god. Although the Xinxia Tower does not have a huge space like the Trial Tower, it is still no problem to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Meng Anwen already had a countermeasure when he rolled his eyes. "Well, let's find someone separately, and if you find someone, tell me the location." "Okay. How about the Empire?" Bai Yuan also asked anxiously. "The Eternal Great Wall is opened, and the Empire is fine for the time being." Meng Anwen replied quickly, without stopping. Xinxiata intertwined a teleportation formation and left with Meng Anwen. At this time, it was already a race against time. Before they could figure out the situation, they had to save people first. Every time the time dragged on for a while, the casualties would increase a lot. The two went separately, and Bai Yuan went to find someone. Meng Anwen took people to teleport outside the Dragon Clan Imperial City. The Dragon Imperial City has now become ruins, and there are 12 cross-boundary teleportation arrays arranged outside the city, which are exactly the same as the cross-boundary teleportation arrays in the human world. Every time it is rotated, the teleportation array here will be activated. Normally, the Xinxia Empire sent troops to station here, guarding the teleportation array. At this time, this place has also become a battlefield. Corpses are strewn all over the ground. Most of them are personnel from other forces, and there are not many Xinxia soldiers. These corpses were basically decapitated and decapitated. Meng Anwen knew at a glance that it was Fengxiu who did it. Fengxiu seemed impatient, not an idiot. He first came to the teleportation array and killed all the enemies attacking the teleportation array. It is correct to defend the teleportation array first and leave a way out. Meng Anwen released the people he had brought, and then gave a few orders before leaving again. In the following time, Meng Anwen ran around every corner of the dragon world at the fastest speed, bringing wave after wave of people back to the teleportation array. Bai Yuan, Fengxiu, Mo Xinghai, and some god-level powerhouses belonging to the Xinxia Empire all cooperated with Meng Anwen with all their strength. 0 for flowers. 0. 2 days later, almost 99% of the Xinxia people in the dragon world had been found by them and brought back to the area of the teleportation array. As they returned, the center of the battlefield shifted towards the location of the teleportation array. These guys seemed to be able to smell the whereabouts of the Xinxia people and quickly followed them. But there are Fengxiu and others guarding here, forming the strongest line of defense. Did the statistics come out? Bai Yuan asked loudly. He had just killed thousands of people and came back with murderous intent. Meng Anwen is preparing for the opening of the teleportation position, and at the same time, he is doing 2 things, counting the number of people. In the last rotation, our Xinxia Empire had 10 million people. Only 8 million people returned this time. Bai Yuan clenched his fists. This time the loss is too great. What happened to those guys? They all turned into beasts. Meng Anwen shook his head lightly. He still hasn't fully figured out this question. There is just a faint guess in my heart, not very sure. Bai Yuan said, I know you must have some ideas, let me hear them. Meng Anwen kept his hand still, and looked up at the sky. I suspect it has something to do with the outside. Bai Yuan was slightly taken aback. Are you sure? Almost, otherwise it wouldn't be like this all of a sudden. Bai Yuan couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart, but then he was angry. He held a pair of iron fists. No matter who dares to attack our Xinxia, I will smash its head. The human world was originally the capital of the Eagle Kingdom. A group of strong men gathered together, and a grand dinner was being held. They come from different forces, including those from the Eagle Kingdom, those from the Holy Christianity, and those from Western Europe. More than 20 god-level powerhouses gathered together, and their aura was extremely powerful. Without exception, they had a pair of fangs at the corners of their mouths, and a cold, bloodthirsty look in their eyes. But none of them lost their minds. Their costumes are also extremely uniform, wearing black robes and a black cloak behind them. Like an evil religion, it is daunting. One of them, a god-level powerhouse who had reached level 94, became the leader of everyone. The command of the Lord, the second stage can be started. There was excitement in the eyes of everyone present. Really? Well, start the second stage, start the Feast of Blood. Open the Feast of Blood. Let's have fun. The blood race will eventually become the masters of this world. Cheers to my Lord. Cheers to the Lord. Everyone raised their wine glasses high, and what was in the wine glass was not wine, but blood, a blood scarf from the Xinxia people. The second stage is also known as the Feast of Blood. The invisible power of law is transmitted from the human race world, from this banquet. As if a switch was turned on, the world's mutations happened suddenly. In the deep space, 1,000 blood clansmen opened a formation. This formation is like a pool of blood, bright red. The Feast of Blood begins here. Antares watched this scene happen without any intention of doing anything, and he didn't even notify Lin Moyu. In its eyes, this is just a trivial matter. Even without Lin Moyu, Meng Anwen and others are enough to deal with it. As long as the bottom line is not broken, Antares is too lazy to move. A sad time. Antares murmured and continued watching the play. In the dragon world, the teleportation array is activated. 12 beams of light shot up into the sky, connected to the god Shada, and opened up the passage back to the human race. Everyone, enter the teleportation array. Meng Anwen's voice boomed, and March 20th reached everyone's ears. But what answered him was a terrifying scream. This scream seemed to be a switch, starting the crazy moment. The screams were extremely ear-piercing, not like the sounds a human could make. After the first scream, there were continuous screams, followed by screams. What happened? Everyone was shocked. There are nearly 10 million people gathered here, all over the mountains and plains, and you can't see the end at a glance. It's an unimaginably huge team. At this time, in the team, pillars of blood shot up into the sky, and the smell of blood permeated the air instantly. The line became chaotic almost instantly. Meng Anwen saw that someone in the team suddenly mutated, their normal expressions suddenly became ferocious, and the rationality in their eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by bloodthirsty madness. This appearance is exactly the same as that of other forces before. After these people mutated, they immediately began to attack the people around them, causing a large number of casualties in an instant. Problem occurs. Why did something happen all of a sudden? Don't worry about it so much, save people first. The God-level powerhouse reacted very quickly, and some top professionals also reacted and started their hands one after another. The aura of those Xinxia people who had undergone mutations began to explode sharply, and their strength increased significantly. It seems that a strange power has entered their bodies and sprouted. Then their body shapes also changed one after another, and wings grew out of their backs, completely breaking away from the category of human beings. Their strength quickly reached level 80, which was comparable to many top experts. Meng Anwen's face was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, "It's really an outsider." At this moment, he can already be sure that it will never be the ghost of an outsider. The chaos erupted so suddenly that even a god-level powerhouse could not completely stop it. Casualties were heavy for a while. At least tens of thousands of professionals were injured. Fortunately, there are also a large number of therapists among professionals, and treatment is performed immediately. Finally, the situation was brought under control and slowly calmed down. But suddenly, there was another scream. The mutation happened again. Meng Anwen's face changed suddenly. The people who changed this time were all those who were injured just now. Meng Anwen understood in an instant, and shouted sharply, "No one is allowed to be treated for any injuries. Everyone stay away from the injured. God-level powerhouse, kill mutants immediately." Meng Anwen pointed at the God Xiata, and the God Xiata immediately shot countless rays of light, accurately and silently killing the mutant. Because Meng Anwen discovered it in time, the second mutation did not cause too many casualties. In the two mutations, the original 8 million team lost hundreds of thousands of staff again. In just half a day, hundreds of thousands of people died. And these people are all their compatriots. Everyone's face is ugly, and this feeling of cannibalism is very bad. Anwen's orders were issued one after another, and everyone checked themselves and those around them. It cannot be injured, and once injured, it may mutate. Soon, all those who were injured, no matter when they were injured, were found out and separated separately. There is no way to do this, and if they mutate, it will be a catastrophe. This kind of mutation is like a seed. As long as there is a little carelessness, the seed can take root and germinate. The teleportation array has stopped just now, and these people can only temporarily stay in the dragon world under the uncertain safety conditions. The team stayed here, and Bai Yuan and the others could not move. Up to now, there are still professionals from other forces coming from all directions. Bai Yuan and others will not let these people approach the team, and kill them from a distance. Feng Xiu asked, "What should we do now?" Meng Anwen thought for a while, pile up all the corpses and burn them. All the wounded people were separated from the team, and they were kept at a certain distance from each other, and they were guarded by the army. I feel that this matter is not so simple. Feng Xiu asked, "What about you?" Meng Anwen had already realized something at this time. "I want to go back to the Empire, and I hope nothing will happen to the Empire. The Xinxia Empire is the foundation, and it is troublesome for Xia Tian to go out there." Meng Anwen ordered the affairs here, activated the teleportation array immediately, and returned to the Empire alone. As soon as he came out of the space-time tunnel, Meng Anwen's face changed suddenly. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Looking down from a high position, there are a large number of corpses lying in the city. Many professionals are packing up the corpses, as if they have just experienced a big battle. Fires were burning everywhere, and the corpses were thrown into the fire after their names were recorded and burned to ashes. Ming Anwen changed several cities in a row, but the results were almost the same. Something really happened. And something happened in the entire empire. Old Ning, where are you? Anwen contacted Ning Tairan. Imperial Palace. Ning Tairan quickly answered. In the palace, a group of high-level officials from the Xinxia Empire gathered together. Everyone looked dignified, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. The huge pillars in the palace squeaked occasionally, as if they couldn't bear the oppression. After Ming Anwen arrived, there was no unnecessary nonsense, and he quickly exchanged the information he had. Based on the information currently known, conclusions have been drawn. The source of this mutation is everyone except the Xinxia people. At the beginning, the Xinxia people were not affected. Among them are the Xinxia people living abroad, who were also not affected. But those hybrids with Xinxia's blood were also affected, and they mutated in the first round. In that mutation, many Xinxia people died, but many more were injured. Those Xinxia people who were injured have recovered after treatment. Most of them are combat professionals, basically on the front line. Only a small number returned to their hometowns and spread to all parts of the country. Then came the second round of mutation. 5.2 At this time, the Xinxia people were also affected and mutated. These mutated people were all injured by the mutated people in the first round of mutation. It can also be explained that this mutation is infectious. The Empire has also taken corresponding measures, which are similar to those adopted by Ming Anwen in the Dragon World. Isolate the injured and burn the body to prevent further accidents. Ming Anwen looked at Xu Yaoshan. Old Yao, what do you think? Xu Yaoshan said in a low voice, the old man has studied it, but there is no gain. The source of this mutation should be in people who are not of Xinxia's blood. Even Xu Yaoshan couldn't find the source of the problem, and things became extremely difficult. Blood? Dong Fangli suddenly said, I seem to have read some information. Dong Fangli is in charge of the Royal Secret Library, and he has read all the records about ancient history in the Royal Secret Library. Some of the materials that have been lost are still preserved in the tomb. Dong Fangli quickly retrieved the information from the secret library. This is a very, very old ancient book, at least 1,000 years old. The ancient book has obviously been restored, and the pages are now spread out and kept in a box. Ming Anwen just glanced at it and knew that this ancient book was older than the history of the Xinxia Empire. The history before the Xinxia Empire was missing. Only the royal family retains a small amount of information. Dong Fangli said, the writing on it is very ancient, but it is somewhat similar to the writing of our Xinxia Empire. According to the records in ancient books, we experienced a great battle in ancient times. As a result, historical records have broken generations. Everyone present has heard the legend about the Great War. Some people think that the severance of the super god and the fall of the gods are related to the Flat War. Some people also believe that the Great War was a non-existent existence at all, and it never happened at all. Unexpectedly, among the royal family, there were records about that great battle. Even a scaly claw can prove that the Great War existed. Dong Fangli said, according to the records of 02, the two sides in that battle, one of them is the coalition formed by our human race and the gods. What? Everyone was shocked and looked at Dong Fangli in disbelief. Ning Tairan twitched the corner of his mouth twice. What about the other side? Is it the abyssal demon or the dragon? Dong Fangli shook his head. I don't know. The ancient book was severely damaged, and this piece of information was lost. Ning Tairan sighed softly. This is also a helpless thing. After all, it is too long ago. Ming Anwen had already guessed who the other party was. That was an invader from beyond the sky. Including this time, in all likelihood, it was also the work of those guys from Tianwai. Ning Tairan asked, is there any connection between what happened at that time and what we are doing now? Dong Fangli said, I used to be obsessed with the study of ancient history, read countless records about ancient history, combined with my own judgment, and came to a conclusion. At that time, the human race referred to our Xinxia people, and there were no blonde and blue-eyed guys. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked again. Yihao said in a low voice, "The old man has heard similar words before, and the saying that people who are not of my race must have different hearts is also handed down from the ancestors. The old ancestor left such words, there must be a deep meaning." Ning Tairan whispered, "According to what you said, if there are only us Xinxia people in the human race, where do those foreigners come from?" Dongfangli shook his head, expressing that he did not know. He couldn't make an accurate judgment on this question. After thinking about it, Meng Anwen slowly said, "These people should come from the deep space. Everyone should have been to deep space, where there are many monsters we have never seen, which are completely different from the monsters in our world. There are also many humanoid monsters." Meng Anwen originally wanted to say directly that it might have been made by an outsider. But thinking about it, it was finally changed to deep space, which is more acceptable to people. Ning Tairan's complexion became extremely complicated. "You mean, those guys are bastards?" Shu Yaoshan patted his thigh. "If that's the case, then it makes sense." Dongfangli also nodded. "This can also explain why only our ancestors can enter the ancient city of Xinxia. Whether it's people from other forces or abyssal demons, dragon people can't get in. Perhaps the ancient city of Xinxia believed that our Xinxia talents are the true orthodox human race, and the others are not human races." Shu Yaoshan continued, "When I was doing drug experiments, I compared the blood of our Xinxia people and people from other countries, and there is indeed a big difference between the two. Their blood has some other elements, so it's very messy. It's not like the blood of our Xinxia people, which is pure and clean. With the same skill, the effect that our Xinxia people can exert is stronger than theirs. The same medicine has a better therapeutic effect on us than them." Everyone said something to me, and quickly settled the matter. Except for the Xinxia people, people from other countries can't be regarded as the orthodox human race. Their blood vessels are polluted and have impurities. They became aliens. And Terry's let out a hey laugh. "It's pretty smart, I thought of it so quickly." "What did you think of?" Lin Moyu's voice came suddenly. And Terry saw that Lin Moyu had woken up. It has been more than a year since he comprehended the law this time. Lin Moyu is now surrounded by a faint breath of law. Obviously he has gained a lot. And Terry said, "Something happened in your family." Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows slightly. "What's the matter?" And Terry said, "There is a race called the Blood Race, which settled in your human race more than 1,000 years ago, and now it is starting to move." Bloodlines? Doesn't sound like a good deal. Thousands of years ago? Was it when the Great War just ended, when the Dragon Clan and the Abyssal Demons came? And Terry's nodded. "Almost. They actually came earlier than Dragon Abyss, but they used different methods." As it was about the human race, Lin Moyu didn't care to ask word for word, but said directly, "Tell me in detail." At Lin Moyu's request, and Terry's told the story. Only then did Lin Moyu know that there are so many countries and so many races in the world, except for the Xinxia people, the rest are pawns laid by the Blood Race. The Blood Clan obtained the blood of the strong Xinxia, combined with other blood, and used their unique methods to create a new race. In essence, it is similar to the Zerlong of the Dragon Clan. These people have reproduced and changed from generation to generation, and have reproduced various races. But no matter how it changes, they have the imprint of the Blood Clan from the root of their blood, and they are destined to be slave chess pieces of the Blood Clan. Originally they were in the human world, and the Blood Race was in the deep space. Under the protection of the power of the world, the human race cannot control its chess pieces at all. Only this time, the human race aggressively attacked the dragon world. The dragon world is just a fragmented world, and it is relatively close to the deep space in terms of space. The Blood Race sensed their existence, and the pawns that had been stagnant for thousands of years also began to move. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, "In the final analysis, the 130 Bloods just want to take over this world?" And Terry shook his head. "That's right. The purpose is the same as the Abyss and the Dragon Race. If you want to conquer the world, you must destroy the will of the world. The existence of the will of the world is very special, and the easiest way is to kill all the Honda creatures. The strongest among the native creatures is the human race. As long as the human race can be destroyed, it will not be too difficult to obtain this world. The Dragon Clan used a tough method to attack head-on, but failed in the end. The Blood Clan used insidious methods to disintegrate from the inside. Antares laughed and said, "Are you going to do it?" The strength of Lin Moyu has surpassed all the strong men in the human race. And Lin Moyu has an army of undead. If he does it, he will be able to calm down the matter soon. Lin Moyu thought for a while. Don't move, this is a blessing or a curse for the human race. Oh? Antares was a little strange. Lin Moyu said, "It's just a pawn of the blood race. I believe the teacher can handle it well. There may be casualties, but I still mean that. Human race needs sharpness and sharpening. The sharpened knife doesn't necessarily have to deal with dragon demons, but with all kinds of enemies. If one day I really go to the big world, the current training will become a life-saving talisman in the future." Antares smiled. Lin Moyu has his own ideas. He values the human race, but he will not be a nanny. If you want to really become stronger, you still have to rely on yourself in the end. In that case, let's watch the show. Lin Moyu said, "Well, I'll move the skills first." While comprehending the law, Lin Moyu's soul power rose steadily. The essence of gaining experience is to enhance the soul power. Because of the realization of the laws, the difficulty for Lin Moyu to comprehend the laws is greatly reduced, and the speed of comprehension is many times faster than others. In just 1.5 years, Lin Moyu himself has improved from level 86 to level 87. Lin Moyu has already felt the benefits of this way of cultivation. Compared to killing monsters, saints get 10,000 souls. The soul power obtained by this kind of self-cultivation is more pure. Coupled with the tempering of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, every ounce of soul power is several times better than that of the same level. As the comprehension of the law gradually deepens, the soul adapts to the law and undergoes slight changes. At this time, there is already a faint breath of law in the soul itself. Although it is not yet to the point where he can use the palm of his hand, Lin Moyu can feel that his manipulation of the trapped method is more appropriate. It seems that the laws contained in the technique can also be slightly driven. With the existence of the Great World Rune Curse, the spell cannot bear the laws of the outside world, but it cannot stop the laws of the spell itself. Lin Moyu only needs to understand the laws to a certain height, and he can drive the laws carried by the spell itself, thus avoiding the curse of the Big World Rune. After more than a year, I entered the skill space again. Looking at the remaining 7 skill star cores in the skill, Lin Moyu said softly, "You are too lonely here." Said that the soul power turned into a giant hand and grabbed the nearest skill star core. Pulling the soul force outward, the skill star core was pulled without any resistance. So easy. Unexpectedly easy, and not much resistance. Although the soul power has increased greatly after being promoted to 1 level, it is not so easy. It seems that I have not been promoted to 1 level, but several levels. Lin Moyu knew that this was because the soul force had become pure, and a single force exerted several times the effect. This way of self-cultivation is really good. Lin Moyu easily dragged the skill star core into the soul world without any difficulty. If it weren't for the thought that Antares would become cross-eyed again, Lin Moyu would really like to move 2 at a time. After more than a year, Antares was excited again. With a slap, a true god-level power erupted, following with his soul. The power of the true god level is too strong, not Lin Moyu can resist it. The undead army of the spell star collapsed, and the attack power of Antares was exhausted after 3 consecutive collapses. Antares blinked his big eyes. "Are you hard again?" Lin Moyu nodded. "It seems so." The final converted spell is Summon Lich General, and its appearance constitutes a 6-star spell system. Skeletons, Doom Knights, and Elemental Liches have all been enhanced. This also led to the further enhancement of Lin Moyu's defense. Antares struck again, attacking exactly the same. Under the tracking of the soul, the undead army collapsed again. After 2 consecutive collapses, it was finally Lin Moyu's turn. With a strong purple light, Lin Moyu was born again. Antares used the power of the first-order true god, that is to say, it would take at least 2 attacks for an ordinary first-order true god to kill Lin Moyu. As for the super god level, I don't know how many times, maybe it's possible that I can't kill it. Soon, the skill star core was transformed into a sleepy star with the cooperation of the two. What spell do you want this time? Antares asked. Lin Moyu looked indifferent. It's not important, I'm going to vacate anyway. The corners of Antares' mouth twitched, and what he said was that people are more angry than people. If someone said that he wanted to convert all his skills into spells, and it was a stellar spell, Antares would definitely call him crazy. In the big world, there are some people whose skills are all converted into spells, but like Lin Moyu, almost all skills are converted into star-level spells, which is unique. The fireball exploded, just like the explosion when the world first opened, and small black spots appeared as expected. Antares was deeply involved, and Lin Moyu continued to remember the breath of the little black spot, while feeling the changes in his own soul. In the process of understanding the law, the soul is always making progress. Not only is the soul power improving, but the soul level is also gradually improving. Although the soul has not yet reached level 95, at least it has gone a long way on the road to level 94. The magic star feeds back the soul power, strengthens and stabilizes the soul world, and also slightly enhances the soul level. Let the soul level get closer and closer to level 95, ACF. Soul Curse, Fusion 100% curse the specified target, reduce all the target's abilities in all directions, and expand all the damage the target receives. The duration, effect, and range are determined by the soul level. The Curse of Aging skill has been transformed into a star-level spell, and a huge change has taken place. Not only the effect has changed, even the name has changed. Soul Curse. Sounds like a curse on the soul. Reduces all abilities of the target and amplifies all damage the target takes. It's no longer as simple as decelerating and increasing damage. The target's attack power, defense power, vitality, and even soul power will all be reduced. Coupled with the extended damage, it is enough to reduce the enemy's strength by several levels. The duration of the area effect is determined by the soul level. In fact, Lin Moyu discovered long ago that the strength of spells is basically determined by the soul. What kind of soul can produce what kind of effect? The level of the soul determines the power of the spell. So Antares repeatedly emphasized that the soul is the root of everything. Antares asked, how? Try it. He cast a soul curse on Antares. Antares didn't feel anything, his soul just felt a little heavy, but it returned to normal in an instant. The soul level gap between the two is too big, and nothing can be tested. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry, he knows that his skills will not be too bad. At least so far, none of the spells are bad. There is still a lot of soul power left, enough for him to continue to move the skill star core. Soon Lin Moyu moved out the skill star core twice in a row. No matter how angry the skill space is, it can't stop Lin Moyu. Antares once again got his wish and watched the little black dot twice. He didn't know what this guy had realized, and he was in a very good mood. Lin Moyu added 2 more star-level spells. Soul Poison, Fusion 100% cast Soul Poison on the target, causing the target to suffer continuous damage. The duration, effect, and range are determined by the soul level. The poisonous starburst has become a soul poison. The key is that after the soul poison is transformed, it is connected with the soul curse, forming a double-star spell system. Antares opened his mouth wide, shocked. The third multi-star spell, are you? Lin Moyu also felt a little crazy. He also didn't expect that after the skill star core can be transformed into a magic star, even the name will be changed. He felt that this multi-star technique is not only 2 stars, but he also has the skill of Soul Flame. If nothing else, the Soul Flame will also join it and become a member of the third multi-star magic system. But after thinking about it carefully, it is a matter of course. After all, under the influence of infinite fusion skills, the 3 skills can be fused with each other, and even a trace of time law is born. This is enough to prove that these three skills are originally of the same category. Isn't it normal to transform it into a spell now and form a multi-star spell system? This time the last skill star core was also carried over and quickly transformed into a spell star. Soul Burning. Fusion 100% burn the soul of the target. The duration, effect, and range are determined by the level of the soul. Soul Flame becomes Soul Burning. It was originally just a single skill, but now it has become a group spell. Of course, it can also be cast on a single target. And you can freely control the duration and damage. It is also a soul-type skill. Together with Soul Curse and Soul Poison, it also forms the soul-type 3-star spell system. Like Soul Poison, it causes damage to the soul. Compared with Soul Poison, Soul Burning is more intense and direct. According to Lin Moyu's will, it can even burst out huge damage in an instant. But compared to Undead Gaze, it can control the size of the damage and is more flexible. After the formation of the 3-star spell system, the power of spells has been greatly improved. Looking at the stars and galaxies in the soul, I really have the illusion of becoming a starry sky in the universe. Compared with the empty skill space, the soul world is much more lively. Now there are only 4 skill star cores left in the skill space. They are passive skills, status immunity, summoning skills, summon skeleton dragon, resurrection, infinite fusion. Summoning the skeleton dragon, needless to say, as long as it is moved here, it will definitely be added to the summoning multi-star spell system to form a 7-star spell, which will greatly increase the power of the spell. Lin Moyu is most uncertain about the resurrection skill, which looks like a summoning type, but it doesn't seem to be a summoning type. Difficult to judge. Lin Moyu appreciates his own soul world. Antares is also admiring Lin Moyu's soul world. It is counting the number of stars, 18 magic stars, 3 multi-star magic systems. From its tone, Lin Moyu heard a hint of shock. The powerhouses of other races can have spell stars? Antares responded instinctively, it's hard to say how many there are. There are 4 or 5 less, and more than 10. Suddenly it seemed to realize something. Of course, these are just ordinary powerhouses. Those genius powerhouses are still very powerful, and there are quite a few with more than 20 magic stars. Lin Moyu said, I still have 4 skill star cores in my skill space, and there will be more than 20 when I move them over, and there is also a summoning skill among them, which can form a 7-star spell system. 7 stars. Antares murmured, it would be great if there were 9 stars. Lin Moyu asked, how many stars does Gao Ning have? Antares said in a deep voice, there are legends in the big world that the highest can reach 10 stars, but it has never been achieved. What about the 9-star one? Lin Moyu asked. Antares shook his head, I don't know, maybe there is, anyway, I don't know. Sometimes this thing depends on fate. If you don't have so many similar skills, it will be difficult to make up for it in the later stage. Lin Moyu asked if he didn't understand, can't you learn it? For example, Requiem. You can't learn it. What you learn the day after tomorrow can only be planetary-level spells, and the highest degree of fusion can only reach 99%. Antares pointed to the magic planet representing Requiem, which has been mastered by Lin Moyu and transformed into a magic planet, but the fusion rate is only 20%. Lin Moyu also injected soul power at that time, but it didn't work. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the fusion of the gathering skill that was exchanged was only 1% after it became a magic planet. There is such a restriction. Lin Moyu thought about it for a while. Even if he transformed the summoned Skeleton King into spell stars and added it to the multi-star spell system of the summoning class, it was only an 8-star spell. It seems that it really depends on the talent. If you want to become a 9-star, it depends on your talent. Can't help being a little disappointed. Antares comforted, in fact, 8-star spells are already very strong, and they are rare. 9-star spells depend on fate and cannot be forced. Lin Moyu smiled, I know, I am very content. Huh. Antares suddenly let out a soft cry, and Lin Moyu followed its eyes and saw the soul-like 3-star magic system he had just formed. Soul burning, soul curse, soul poison. 3 blazing stars form a triangle and revolve around each other. But the way they rotate is a bit weird, not as stable as the previous skeletons and summons. They are fast and slow, and their trajectories are also big and small, and they look a little chaotic. Lin Moyu observed for a while, no matter how chaotic, they always revolve around a central point. This central point is exuding the breath of law. And Terry stared wide-eyed. Time, the law of time, has come true. There was suspicion in its voice, and even some fear. But more still can't believe it. The law of time is in the first echelon of all the laws in the big world, and it can at least rank in the top 3 powerful laws. Nothingness, ethereal, elusive, and incomprehensible are synonymous with the laws of the first echelon. Countless talented geniuses have all retreated in the face of such laws, and they retreated to the second echelon of laws. And Terry's finally came back to his senses, and then there was a strange cry, impossible, how can the law of time be realized? There must be something wrong. There must be something wrong. What's wrong with this world? Is the big world crazy? Zero seeking flowers. The last time he fused his skills and played the law of time, and Terry's didn't have such a big reaction. This time it's just a manifestation of the law. Why is there such a big reaction? As the so-called ignorance is fearless, Lin Moyu does not have such a clear definition of the classification of laws, so he does not have much feeling. Lin Moyu looked at the crazy Antares. Are you okay? Antares exclaimed, I've decided. Decided? Decide what? Lin Moyu was taken aback by the state of Antares, not understanding what it was talking about. Antares said, I decided to live in your soul world for a long time, and I want to understand the law of time. Wait for Lao Tzu to understand the law of time, and kill the 4 when I go back, and see who can stop Lao Tzu. A large amount of soul power drilled in from Antares' body, and Antares' soul clone became stronger and stronger. 0. The soul world was rumbling, and some couldn't bear it. Antares' soul is too strong, and Lin Moyu's soul world is not strong enough to contain it. Antares was not without measure. He controlled the strength of the avatar to the limit accepted by Lin Moyu, and then began to understand without saying a word. Lin Moyu couldn't laugh or cry. How could this guy look more casual than his master? This is his own soul world. He considers it his own home. But think about it. Let him do whatever he wants. It won't affect him anyway. Your perception is your perception, and the situation of the human race should also be paid attention to. Lin Moyu said. Antares' voice sounded, it's not you who can do 2 things at once. In Lao Tzu's realm, not to mention 2 things at one time, it's fine to do 10 things at one time. I will pay attention to your little girlfriends and won't let anything happen to them. Those methods of the Blood Clan are not on the table at all, don't worry. Lin Moyu also believes that Meng Anwen and others can handle it and start to understand the law again. Still choose to comprehend the law of immortality, and did not choose the law of time. He has self-knowledge and knows that his level is still low. The law of time is the law of the first echelon, and it is definitely not so easy to comprehend. And the law of immortality has already gained a lot of insights, so you can't give up halfway. The world of the human race, the capital of Eagle Country. A huge aura soared into the sky. There was a roar in the air, and the law of the entire Eagle Country permeated. Someone broke through to level 96. Countless thin red lines appeared in the human world, like traces of blood, flying towards the capital of the Eagle Kingdom. A person with long wings on his back and a 1/2 to 7-point similarity to the blood race appeared in mid-air, absorbing blood. A real feast of blood, Kaisher. As the leader of the Eagle Kingdom, Silav is also the strongest in the Eagle Kingdom. A year ago, he was still at level 94, and he was not worth mentioning compared to the powerhouses in the Xinxia Empire. He is also a person of the same generation as Meng Anwen and others, and has dealt with each other. But Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan kept pressing him down. There is no way, the national power of the Xinxia Empire is too strong, there are too many strong people. No matter how much resentment he has, he can only swallow his anger. But now, he is entangled in laws all over his body, and he has stepped into level 96, becoming a high-level god. Countless bloodlines flew from all directions, interweaving into a huge bright red net in the air. The bloodline was absorbed by him, and his strength also increased sharply. His whole body was filled with blood, and his eyes were also replaced by bright red. The fangs in the mouth are gradually getting longer and sharper. Lines of blood appeared on the wings on the back, and the whole person became thinner accordingly. He has broken away from what a human being should look like, and has evolved towards a blood race. The Feast of Blood is not as simple as making the injured 443 people mutate. Whether it's the first mutation or the second mutation, it's all for killing. 2 killings, resulting in a large number of casualties. The Xinxia Empire's counterattack started 2 days ago, no troops were dispatched, and all the god-level powerhouses of the Xinjiang Empire took action. In the fierce attack on the god-level powerhouse, all mutants have no power to resist. After research and discussion, the high-level officials of the Xinxia Empire discovered that these mutants no longer belonged to humans, and naturally they didn't need to keep their hands. This time, the Xinxia Empire launched a bloody method to clean up the whole world with the power of one country. Whoever offends my god Xia will be punished no matter how far away. The Xinxia Empire told the whole world in their own way that they are the masters of this world. Soon blood filled the whole world. The Feast of Blood is also really starting at this moment. The dead are dishes, and the living are eaters. A few people ate meat, and most of them could only drink soup. Silov's level has been raised again, reaching level 97. He is full. Besides him, there are many people who are devouring blood and evolving towards the blood race. Huge auras rose one by one and rushed straight into the sky. The former god level has been improved. There are a few who are close to the god level, and they are all stepping into the god level at this moment. For a time, the strength of these leaders has been greatly improved. The human world, Yuan battlefield, and even the dragon world, the abyss, the upper and lower spaces of the ancient battlefield. Under the land on all sides, the blood that has accumulated for many years is beginning to recover at this moment. This is the method of the blood race. They feed on blood and create all kinds of weird methods. To revive the former blood and use the blood to enhance one's own strength, only the vampires can do it. Thousands of years ago, the blood race used its own blood, the blood of the Xinxia human race, and mixed some flesh and blood from unknown sources to create another human race. A human race completely different from the Xinxia Empire. Thousands of years later, this move was launched, and the blood of the blood race broke out. These non-Xinxia people instantly became the slaves of the blood race and their killing tools. The blood race didn't want to invade the territory of this world, and their methods were even more cruel. Kill all the Xinxia people, and this world will belong to them. Even in the big world, the blood race is a relatively cruel race. Taking the blood of this slaughter as a guide, the blood that had been buried on the ground for an unknown number of years was activated, and countless people evolved towards the direction of the Blood Clan, and their power was greatly improved. Gradually, the entire Eagle country was shrouded in red light. An invisible force descended across time and space, and a face belonging to the Blood Clan emerged in the air. This face was full of killing intent, and kept roaring, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The killing intent quickly covered Eagle country, and then spread to the whole world. The whole world is gradually being swallowed by blood, and those who have become servants of the Blood Clan are even more crazy at this moment. The changes in the human world fell into the eyes of Antares. With disdain in his eyes, it will only use such inferior means, and the blood race is only worthy of being an inferior race. Even if you don't know your own enemy, you dare to intervene. It's fine if you fail, but if you succeed, you'll be wiped out. For this world, Antares knows far more information than imagined. The blood race obviously didn't know. The spread of bloodlight is getting faster and faster, and it has covered most of the world in just half a day. Meng Anwen and others also saw the blood, and felt bad in their hearts. The other party became even crazier. Their strength is increasing, and the speed of improvement is very fast. Blood light affects the mind. The Great Wall of Eternity seems to be able to resist the attack of blood light. A piece of information came together quickly. Bloody light will make people crazy, but the Eternal Great Wall can resist bloody light. As long as the mind is firm enough, it will not be affected under the protection of the Eternal Great Wall. A few people with weak minds will lose their minds. Chaos happened everywhere in the Xinxia Empire. Fortunately, there were not many such people, and the impact was not great. Meng Anwen felt the blood, and to him, this kind of influence was negligible. The slight restlessness in his heart was erased in an instant. Under the light of blood, he felt very uncomfortable. This discomfort is gradually accumulating. Meng Anwen knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer and it needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, even with the protection of the Eternal Great Wall, ordinary people in Xinxia would not be able to last long. It's going to be a real mess. Meng Anwen's soul force was rolling, sensing the bloodlight, and found the source. Xinxiata appeared and instantly formed a teleportation array. Ning Tairan, Yi Hao, Dongfang Yi, and others came through the teleportation array. Meng Anwen said, "The source is in the capital of Eagle Country, let's go there." Mother, he already guessed that it was the ghosts of these guys. Kill it. The capital of the Eagle Country, the blood here is the most intense, and it is the source of the world's blood. A teleportation array appeared in the air, and the space-time channel opened, and Meng Anwen and others teleported here. As soon as they came here, they heard Siliv's wild laughter. "You are finally here, much slower than I thought." Meng Anwen, how do you feel about the light of our blood clan? Bloodlines? It turned out to be blood. Meng Anwen knew a lot of information, and immediately thought of the root cause. His eyes were cold. You have become slaves of the blood clan. Siliv laughed loudly, and behind him, the Japanese god-level powerhouse also laughed. We are not slaves, we are just the most loyal servants of the blood ancestor. The great blood ancestor is about to come. This world will become the blood ancestor's property, and you will become the blood ancestor's food. Siliv seems to be clear, but has actually been affected. His eyes were full of madness, and he was only one step away from turning into a beast. Meng Anwen knew that it would be useless to say more about this kind of person, and the best way was to kill him. As long as he is killed, and all the alienated people are killed, the world can be restored. At this moment, he chose the most simple method, which is also Bai Yuan's favorite method. Meng 4.0 Anwen whispered, "Kill them." With a point of finger, the god Xiata immediately intertwined a huge killing formation, and the formations formed swords, rushing away with the law. Ning Tairan also held his staff high. The law of flames converged and rained fire, burning the heavens and the earth. Yi Hao snorted coldly, and a huge spear appeared in his hand, and instantly killed Zehofu. Faced with the strong attack of the three, a blood curtain appeared in front of Siliv, and the blood curtain protected himself like an armor with laws. Siliv laughed loudly and made a non-human voice, "It's useless, you are only level 96, and I'm already level 97. Using your Xinxia's words, the difference of one level is the difference between heaven and earth, and you have no chance. I know, your Emperor D is no longer here. Lin Moyu is not here either. Under the blood curtain, the teleportation to the human world has been cut off. Even if Lin Moyu wants to come back, it is impossible. When we kill you, we will slaughter Xinxia and greet the master with a blood sacrifice." Siliv began to fight back, and the bloody law roared in the air. Meng Anwen's expression changed slightly. Siliv was indeed at level 97, and he was better than him purely in terms of strength. But the actual combat strength does not simply depend on the level, there are many other factors. Meng Anwen controlled the god Xiata, and interweaved a large number of formations to start a counterattack with Zehofu. Ning Tairan, Yi Hao, and a group of god-level powerhouses from the Xinxia Empire were not idle, and immediately started a battle with the rest. The world was almost destroyed, and the entire capital of the Eagle Kingdom was smashed to pieces in an instant. Countless people in the capital died in the aftermath of the war. Their flesh and blood turned into mud, staining the earth red. But none of them were terrified, instead they had madness on their faces. They have no fear of death. These people have become part of the Blood Clan and are controlled by the Blood Clan. They have lost the attributes that humans should have. Ning Tyran said coldly, "Those who are not of my race must have a different heart. The ancestors sincerely do not deceive me. These guys are no longer human. Kill them to your heart's content." It's not just that these guys are not human. Except for our Shinxia, everyone in the whole world has become slaves of the blood race. Leave no one behind, the world will be bright and clear. One by one, the killing intent was soaring, and the land of Ingwa fell into a catastrophe, with landslides and ground cracked. 02. God-level powerhouses fight recklessly, and even the world can be destroyed. Since this period of time, the number of dead creatures has exceeded hundreds of millions. In today's battle, there are tens of millions again. These flesh and blood were absorbed by the blood curtain in the sky, and fed back to the celestial beings on the West Road. Seoff's strength improved again, he swayed the law, and laughed wildly, "Meng Anwen, you are not my opponent, I can finally step on you." Having been suppressed by Meng Anwen and others all his life, Silov's heart was full of resentment, which finally broke out at this moment. Meng Anwen remained silent, he was looking for Silov's weakness. Silov seems to be powerful, driving the Scarlet Law. But Meng Anwen felt that Silov's understanding of the law was not deep, and the power he could exert was extremely limited. Obviously already at level 97, his real combat power is not much higher than his own. With confidence in his mind, Meng Anwen struck out countless runes with both hands, and the roar of Shinxiada became louder, and his power was more majestic than before. Meng Anwen turned from defense to offense and began to press down on Silov. In the ancient battlefield, Antares watched with relish. This guy's understanding of Tao is not bad. I seem to have underestimated him a little before, but he seems to be quite smart, and there may be a chance to leave this world in the future. But compared to the brat, it's far worse. Lin Moyu is comprehending the law at the moment, and has not paid attention to what happened in the human race. Antares would call him if something happened. If you don't call him, it means nothing. With Antares here, he doesn't have to worry. The battle lasted for half a day, and Meng Anwen had fully grasped Silov's strength, and gradually gained the upper hand. In the rest of the battlefield, there are Ning Tyran and Yi Hao, two 96-level high-level gods, and Silov's group is retreating steadily. Several gods have already been beheaded by them. The scope of the battlefield is getting bigger and bigger, and the Eagle Country has been completely defeated. Cities were turned into ruins, the earth was cracked, and mountains and rivers were overturned. The more Silov fought, the more he couldn't believe it. He roared again and again, "Impossible, impossible, I'm already level 97, you're only level 96, there's no way I will lose to you." Meng Anwen didn't speak, he attacked with all his strength, not giving Silov any chance. Although he had the upper hand and suppressed Silov, it would not be possible to kill him in a short while. And Silov wanted to escape, but Meng Anwen knew he couldn't stop him. "We have to find a way, we can't let him escape." Meng Anwen thought of Lin Moyu, if Xiao Yu is here, there will be absolutely no problem. Unknowingly, Lin Moyu has grown to the point where even he needs to look up to. Even the Dragon King can confront head-on, and the high-ranking Dragon King can easily kill in seconds. It can be said that there is no difficulty in dealing with a Silov. Silov became more and more crazy, and the Scarlet Law almost exploded. But no matter how crazy he is, it's useless, the result is just like that. Gradually, Silov began to withdraw. "Meng Anwen, I will kill you when I reach level 98. Meng Anwen was startled. Oops, he's going to run away. He hasn't thought of a way to deal with Silov yet. Suddenly, a sharp black light came from far away, instantly. The black light crashed into Silov like lightning. Silov flew upside down for 1,000 meters with a scream, and the Scarlet Law collapsed. A huge wound ran from his chest to his waist, and Silov's whole body was almost cut off by the black light. Blood was pouring down like rain, and there was a smear of black in his blood, with a strong fishy smell, and the stench was unpleasant. Yin Quanqing flew from afar with a big knife in his hand, and once again slashed at Zehofu from afar. Another black arm flew out, and Siliv gave a strange cry, and defended with all his strength using the Scarlet Law. Attacking the Soul Lock, it is impossible to escape. The black light collided with the Scarlet Law, and with a bang, the Scarlet Law collapsed again. The remaining sword glow penetrated Siliv's body again. One arm was cut off directly, and collapsed into flesh in the air. Siliv shouted, "Impossible, how could you be so strong?" Yin Quanqing laughed loudly, "Whether I'm strong or not, it's your turn to care." Yin Quanqing slashed at him with a knife, and Siliv suddenly became extremely embarrassed. One cut off the body, one cut off the arm. If it wasn't for the fact that Siliv was a high-level god, and his vitality was strong enough, he would have died long ago. Once Yin Quanqing made a move, he would not stop until the enemy was dead, and his fighting style was not as steady as Ming Anwen's, with a hint of madness. That's how Crazy God, Crazy Yin got his nickname. Ming Anwen saw it in his eyes and observed a 3-second silence for Siliv. Unexpectedly, Yin Quanqing would suddenly kill him, and his combat power was obviously greatly improved compared to 703 a year ago. Slay 10 directions with a knife. Yin Quanqing roared suddenly, and the law of murderous aura exploded, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. Siliv was swallowed up by the murderous aura, screaming continuously, and after only a few seconds, there was no movement at all. Yin Quanqing reached out and picked out a head from the murderous aura. It was the head of Siliv. "I'm late," Yin Quanqing said. "He seems to have missed a lot this time." Ming Anwen smiled. "It's good to be here. The battle here is almost over." No one in Shilua died, and the dragons had no leader, and the progress of the battle suddenly became faster. Just when Ming Anwen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a giant face appeared in Shuexia. Not human, with fangs. As soon as it appeared, Ming Anwen became vigilant. "I didn't expect that even the blood slaves at level 97 were killed by you. You are very good, and you are qualified to become the blood slaves of this deity." When it was talking, it looked towards Ming Anwen and Yin Shousheng. "Servant, sister." Yin Quanqing roared angrily, and waved a black murderous aura, blasting away the huge bloody face. "The bloody giant face will be visible elsewhere in the next second. It's useless. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. After 5 seconds the deity will come in person, and you won't have another chance. Think about your sister." Yin Quanqing responded to him with a murderous look. Becoming a slave of the Blood Clan, he is not so overwhelmed. As for Ming Anwen, it was even more impossible. If that's the case, then wait for your death. The blood-colored giant face let out a cold laugh, and the blood curtain began to violently churn. The blood curtain was like a sea, violently churning endlessly. Countless blood rose from the ground and gathered in the air to form a huge blood clot. The blood group turned into a human form, grew wings, and a blood man flew out of the blood group. Yin Quanqing and Ming Anwen just glanced at him and felt a great threat. The blood race and the human race are 6 to 7 points similar in length. They are thinner and more than 2 meters tall, but their body shape is half smaller than that of ordinary human races. It looks like a long pole. A pair of huge wings behind it flapped slowly, making a crackling sound. "Waste. You have disgraced the great blood ancestor, and you have no right to exist." He snorted lightly with disdain. Zehofu, who was being held by Yin Quanqing, revealed that he exploded with a bang. Not only Sirv exploded, but also the rest of the blood slaves. Become a slave of the Blood Clan, life and death are beyond your control. He seemed to have done a trivial thing. "It's the first time to meet. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Adam, and I come from the blood race. You killed the blood slave of the deity, but refused to become the new blood slave of the deity. So I now officially sentence you to death." Adam's voice was gloomy and cold, and following his voice, the blood curtain in the air set off huge waves like an ocean. "Damn your sister!" Yin Quan yelled angrily, slashing a black on towards Adam. The law of murderous aura is contained in the black light, sweeping the world. Adam smiled contemptuously. "You don't know anything about power." He stretched out his finger and hit the black on as quickly as lightning, and Haiba immediately collapsed. Adam's whole body trembled slightly, and he blocked Yan Quancheng's attack. Meng Anwen narrowed his eyes slightly. Old Yin, continue. Yan Quancheng let out a loud roar and struck again. The whole person rushed forward, and the black murderous aura enveloped Adam surgingly. Adam smirked again and again. It's useless, you are not even a half-step super god, and you are just ants in the eyes of this deity. Little ants try to resist, there is no chance. Yin Quancheng shouted loudly, we are not ants, and you are not an elephant. Even if there are too many ants, the elephant will die. Right. The flames lit up, and suddenly a raging flame burned on Adam's body. Ning Tairan rushed back and controlled the fire element, like entering a battle group. The bloody law on Adam's body was activated, and the fire was extinguished instantly, and at the same time he punched Yin Quancheng. A blood-colored giant fist appeared in the air, knocking Yin Quancheng back thousands of meters with a bang. Yin Quancheng yelled and fought back again. Yihao rushed over, and with a shake of the spear in his hand, he also joined the battle group. 396-level high-level gods joined forces to deal with Adam alone. Meng Anwen squinted his eyes and watched the battle. Gradually, he discovered that Adam was not as strong as he imagined. Maybe his body is very strong, but what appears here is not the body. At most, it can only be regarded as a clone made of blood. Meng Anwen could sense that there was a steady stream of power in the blood curtain entering into Adam's avatar, maintaining local consumption. In the previous battle, there were countless casualties in the Eagle Country, and the flesh and blood of those deceased were all merged into the blood curtain and became a member of the blood curtain. This deity has played enough, I will send you to die. Bloodbath. Adam suddenly sneered, and a large amount of blood rushed out, knocking the three of them back. There was a huge force in the bloodlight, and many people were injured. Meng Anwen couldn't see Adam's level, but it seemed that he was less than half a step above Super God. It should be between level 98 and half-step Super God. That being the case, they are not without a chance. Delay. Meng Anwen's voice rang in the ears of the three of Yin Quancheng. The three besieged and killed Adam again. Meng Anwen flew into Shenxiata, and Shenxiata got into the blood curtain like lightning. The next moment, God Xiada began to absorb the blood curtain. There is a huge space in the Shenxia Tower. Although it is not as huge as the Trial Tower, it can also accommodate a large number of objects. The blood curtain was sucked into the tower, where it turned into a sea of blood. The blood curtain that had already covered most of the world began to shrink rapidly at this moment. Adam sensed the weakening of the blood curtain, and screamed, looking for death. He punched the God Xiata, and the God Xiata was covered with golden light, forming a formation to block Adam's attack. Shenxiata is a legendary appliance, and it is extremely strong in itself. Coupled with Meng Anwen's watering with laws every day, and the protection of formations, even Adam can't do anything about God Xiata in a short period of time. What's more, Yin Quancheng and the other three were entangled, and they couldn't attack Shenzhen Tower with all their strength. More and more blood curtains were absorbed by the God Xiata, and Adam's strength began to weaken slowly. He was completely angry. You have angered the deity. Humble ants, you all deserve to die. A red light rushed out of him and entered the blood curtain. Blood sacrifice, respectfully invite the ancestors to descend. All the blood slaves in the world were blasted to pieces at the same time, and none survived. A large amount of blood merged into the blood curtain, and the blood curtain that had shrunk instantly expanded to become larger than before, covering the whole world in a blink of an eye. The blood curtain covered the sky and the sun, and the human world turned bloody at this moment. A heartbeat sounded from the blood curtain, as if a giant was waking up. In the heartbeat, the influence of the blood curtain is multiplied. Thousands of people in the Shenxia Empire lost their minds and suddenly acted insanely. They actually chose to commit suicide collectively, constantly chanting, "Welcome to the Blood Ancestor." The sound of the heartbeat became more and more intense, and every heartbeat would cause waves in the blood curtain. At this moment, the blood curtain turned into a sea of blood, and there was a giant awakening in the sea of blood. A huge projection of a heart appeared in the sea of blood. The heart was beating powerfully. The heart alone was bigger than the Xinxia Empire. The sea of blood covering the whole world is only a part of this giant's body. Adam laughed and said, "This is the blood ancestor's heartbeat. What a wonderful sound. Your world will become a part of blood ancestor. You should feel honored." The faces of Yin Quangxing and the others finally changed. Such a powerful existence is not something they can contend with at all. Huge coercion spread and fell on everyone. Everyone grunted and had difficulty breathing. Just coercion made them unable to move. God Shadow shook violently and couldn't absorb any more blood. In the next second, God Shadow was blown away by the bleeding curtain and hit the ground heavily. Meng Anwen flew out of the God Shadow, with blood on the corner of his mouth, obviously injured. The opponent is too strong, so strong that it is desperate. What kind of existence is this? Meng Anwen and others can't even imagine. Super God level? Definitely not the super God level, far more powerful than the super God level. Blood ancestor, I'm Ba. Where Lao Tzu sleeps, he dares to come. I use his blood to cook hot pot. A sound resounded, and then a giant claw traveled through the space, holding the blood ancestor's heart with incomparable, accuracy. Then there was a bang, and the heart was crushed. The blood ancestor's projection also collapsed in an instant and disappeared. The blood curtain collapsed at the same time, and blood rained all over the world. No! Adam's face changed drastically, and he let out a scream of fear. Not your sister. Yin Quangxing seized the opportunity and slashed at Adam's head with a big knife. Ning Tairan and Yihao also reacted and launched a fierce attack on Adam. Adam remained motionless, like a target being attacked by Yin Quangxing and others. It was blown up in a blink of an eye. It is finally over. After killing Adam, Ning Tairan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Quangxing whispered, "Did someone make a move?" Meng Anwen nodded, "There are only adults. Besides Antares, who else could handle the blood curtain so easily? After all, they are blood ancestors. Even if they are only projections, they are too heavy to breathe, and it is even difficult to move. But Antares is as easy as pinching an egg. The strength of Antares far exceeds their imagination." In the deep space, thousands of blood races gathered together to maintain a large formation. The blood curtain covering the world of the human race is far from being as simple as imagined, and they jointly preside over it behind the scenes. This is the blood circle of the blood race. They can project their souls through this formation, use the power of the formation to form avatars, and they can also summon blood ancestor avatars through blood sacrifices. The heart of the blood ancestor's avatar was crushed, and the blood circle collapsed on the spot. The projected Adam spewed blood from his mouth and fell limply to the ground. The formation collapsed, and thousands of blood races suffered some injuries, but they were the most seriously injured. What happened? Why did the formation suddenly collapse? Where's the blood ancestor clone? Questions came up one after another, and the only one who knew about the situation was Adam himself. It took Adam a while to recover, with a terrified expression on his face. In this world, there is a very terrifying existence, and it crushed the heart of the blood ancestor avatar. It also said. Everyone immediately asked, "What else?" Also said that I want to take the blood of the blood ancestor, leak the hot pot. All the blood races present were stunned. You look at me, I look at you. Who dares to say such a thing? Even in the big world, there are not many who dare to say such a thing. I feel like we've come to the wrong world. Sleeping for thousands of years, did something happen that we don't know? Why don't you ask the blood ancestor? Good. They built the large formation 123 again, preparing to communicate with the blood ancestors who didn't know where they were. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't communicate with the blood ancestor. The faces of these blood clan members became extremely ugly. They realized that they should be given up. This kind of thing has not happened. What should we do now? We either live here forever, or we find our way home. Find the way. Is there a way? Yes, there is a way to return to the big world. Come on, let's find the way. Thousands of blood races set off at the same time. As abandoned children, they either live here forever or find their own way back. Antares watched the reaction of the blood race and laughed. As a member of the blood race, why don't you have any awareness at all? The blood ancestor hasn't changed a bit after all these years. He's still so timid, he's a coward. That road is not easy to walk. Even if you find it, you may die on the road. Antares looked at Lin Moyu. We've finished watching the play, and now we need to understand the law of time. In the soul world, Lin Moyu is focusing on comprehending the law of immortality. The law of immortality controls life and controls death, which is very mysterious. Lin Moyu wanders in it, unable to extricate himself. Antares glanced at Lin Moyu. Boy, your world, Akbi, is safe for the time being. It's up to you next. In the human world, the rain stopped for 3 days and 3 nights. All the land except the Xinxia Empire was dyed red by the blood. The smell of blood permeates the whole world. When the Eternal Great Wall was closed, strong blood flowed over, making people sick. The human race professionals dispatched again and started cleaning. Meng Anwen and other god-level powerhouses searched all over the world. Not a single one was alive. Except for the Xinxia people, everyone has become blood slaves of the Blood Clan. Not only are there no living people, even the monsters are all dead. The world becomes empty. Meng Anwen restarted the teleportation formation and brought back all the gods and real people in the Dragon Clan. In the Imperial Palace, all the high-level officials above the god level of the Xinxia Empire gathered together. The whole thing was weird and caused great changes in the world. In the process of change, there is no time to sort it out, so now we have to sort it out. Why is this happening? Meng Anwen said in a deep voice, the story of this matter has been completely clarified. Back then, in addition to the abyssal demons and dragon people, there was also a race called Blood Race that came at the same time. At that time, there were only a Xinxia people in the world. The Blood Race used their means to create a brand new race, which is somewhat similar to our Xinxia people, but completely different. So back then, our ancestors left us saying, people who are not of our race must have different hearts. Back then, the human race faced threats from the abyssal demons and the dragon race, and they had no time to engage in any more civil wars. They must unite internally, which also gave them a chance to grow. Of course, they don't even know themselves. They are just blood slaves of the Blood Clan. Thousands of years later, the Blood Clan took action, and everyone knows what happened afterwards. After hearing what Meng Anwen had said, everyone fell into silence, and the field was completely silent. After a while, Ning Tyran asked, whether it's abyssal demons, dragons, or blood races, they are all outsiders. They are races outside our world, right? Meng Anwen nodded. Besides our world, there are many, many worlds with many races. Although they had been mentally prepared, everyone was shocked by Meng Anwen's words. The calmest among them is Dongfang Li of the Dongfang family. Although he is only level 92, his strength is not outstanding, but when it comes to knowledge, he is the first among all. Especially the understanding of ancient history, no one can compare with it. Dongfang Li said, actually, I have already guessed that the ancient city of Xinxia is actually something from outside the sky. And the core of the upper layer of the ancient battlefield is probably not from our world. All eyes were on him. Meng Anwen smiled and said, what else do you know? Dongfang Li said, most of what I know comes from the dilapidated information in ancient books, plus some my own speculations. It's hard to say whether it's accurate or not. But it doesn't matter. Ning Tyran also said. Everyone present wanted to know more. After reaching their level, the desire to explore the unknown is even stronger. Dongfang Li said, actually, I don't know much. There are very few records about things that are too old. There was once a great war in our world. The two sides in the war were the gods and the predecessors of the human race. Everyone knows this. But what about before the Great War? According to my research, there was actually an era before the Great War, in an even older time. That era was extremely splendid and brilliant, and there were countless strong people, far surpassing us. But that era then inexplicably disappeared. I combined the Dragon Clan, the Abyss Demon, and the Blood Clan. There is also the ancient city of Xinxia, that lord, and other information, and I made a guess because of my guts. The people of that era may be out of this world. If they can leave, others can come in. Mo Xinghai tapped on the table lightly, making a rhythmic clicking sound, but why did they leave this world? They may pursue higher goals, and the world may become a shackle that shackles their growth. Dongfang Li's answer left everyone speechless for a while. What kind of strength is needed to make the world a shackle? Dongfang Li said in a deep voice, that adult must know, but we are not qualified to talk to him, maybe. He looked at Bai Yuan, Meng Anwen, and the others, and his meaning was very clear. The only one who could talk to Antares was Lin Moyu. Meng Anwen shook his head. Xiao Yu once told us that there are some things he can't say. Who didn't let me talk? Mo Xinghai asked. Meng Anwen nodded. Yes, but I can tell you very clearly that there are indeed other worlds outside our world, as well as many races, who are eyeing our world. But no matter what, the most important thing is that we must be strong ourselves. As long as we are strong enough, no matter how powerful the intruder is, we can solve it. Boom! Feng Xiu patted the table. Lao Meng is right. As long as we are strong, there is nothing we can't solve. Now there are only a Xinxia people left in the world, with countless resources. Our next goal is to destroy the abyss and make this the cancer is also removed. The human world has once again returned to calm. It is foreseeable that this period of peace will not be too short. The Dragon Clan has been completely maimed, and the remaining 2 or 3 kittens can be destroyed at any time. The disaster of the Blood Clan brought considerable losses to the Xinxia Empire. According to the final statistics, more than 20 million people of the Xinxia Empire died in this blood disaster. Among them, combat professionals accounted for 1/3. Some were killed on the spot, while others mutated after being injured. Mutation has the characteristic of infection. As long as it is injured by a mutant, it will be infected. In this way, a huge infection chain is formed. In the end, the blood curtain was formed, and many people frantically died in the blood curtain. The total population has decreased by almost 10%, and this is because the Xinxia Empire has the Eternal Great Wall, otherwise, the casualties would be even more severe. But once this disaster is over, the entire human world will belong to the Xinxia Empire. As long as they are not pure Xinxia people, they will be turned into blood slaves by the Blood Clan using secret techniques. In the end, it exploded in the blood curtain to summon the Blood Ancestor clone. The bloodstained land is recovering, and the original monsters on the land are being reborn. The dungeons all over the world now belong to the Xinxia Empire. With a large amount of resources, the population of the Xinxia Empire will usher in a skyrocketing increase. With a large population, all kinds of talents can always emerge. I believe that within a few years, the strength of the Xinxia Empire will usher in earth-shaking changes. From this point of view, this disaster has brought opportunities for development for Xinxia people. Now the only remaining enemy of the Xinxia Empire is the Abyss. As long as the Abyss is also dealt with, then you can really sit back and relax. One order after another was issued from the palace, and the whole country moved in unison. In the soul world, the stars shine brightly. Another 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyu's soul became more and more pure. 9-colored dragon soul crystal spews out pure soul power every day, and the impurities in the soul are being discharged bit by bit. Lin Moyu's soul looks crystal clear. Above the soul, a law is slowly flowing. The law of immortality. Lin Moyu has gained a little comprehension in the past few days. The law of immortality is like a thin thread, sometimes entering the soul, sometimes leaving the soul, going in and out, circling irregularly. The soul seems to have adapted to the existence of the law of immortality, and does not respond much to its entry and exit. Even if Lin Moyu drives the law of immortality, it will not cause any harm to the soul. With a trembling of the soul, Lin Moyu withdrew his will, and the soul opened his eyes. The soul is shining, and so is the body. He upgraded again, so he reached level 88. Nine-colored dragon soul crystal uttered a resounding dragon chant, as if celebrating Lin Moyu. Because of the relationship between the manifestation of the law, Lin Moyu's comprehension speed is very fast and very smooth. It took only 2 years to upgrade from 87 to 88. Of course, the speed at which he fights monsters and upgrades cannot be compared. If there are enough monsters, maybe 2 or 3 days will be enough. Although it took 100 times more time, the results were completely different. With a deeper understanding of the law, the soul also made corresponding changes to adapt to the law. The soul becomes pure, and the soul power becomes more pure. Lin Moyu was delighted with every change. "Stinky boy, what happened to you again?" And Terry's tone was a little weird, and he seemed a little envious. Lin Moyu said with a smile, "Why don't you understand the law of time?" And Terry shook his head. "Do you understand the combination of work and rest?" Lin Moyu will not believe it. "Do you think I will believe it?" And Terry's once said that once he comprehended the law, it would be normal for dozens or hundreds of years, or even hundreds or thousands of years. Now that the law of time has been realized, it is in front of you. For the strong of any race, it is a great opportunity and a supreme treasure. How could Anteri stop comprehending in such a short time? Unless he can't understand. Lin Moyu looked at Anteri strangely, making Anteri's hairy all over. Anteri snorted, "Okay, let me tell you the truth, I can't comprehend your law of time." "Why?" Lin Moyu wondered. Just like the law of immortality, the manifested law of time contains your personal will, and only you can comprehend it. The embodied time law is formed through the magic star, and the magic star is filled with Lin Jiyu's soul power, which is Lin Moyu's soul property. Therefore, the laws of time manifested through them naturally also carry Lin Moyu's personal will. Once the law is accompanied by personal will, no one else can comprehend it even if it is manifested. It's like Antares can't comprehend the law of immortality. Lin Moyu said, "Is there no other way?" Antares said, "No, the law is such a scrambled egg, otherwise it wouldn't be so difficult." Okay, don't talk so much nonsense. Since you have upgraded, go move your skills, let me vent. Lin Moyu smiled, "Don't worry, tell me about the human race." "Human race, it's very good, this world is already owned by Yuxinxia people. In other words, your human race is really capable of giving birth. In recent years, everyone has worked hard to give birth. Zero looking for flowers." Lin Moyu was taken aback when he heard that. What does the whole world belong to the people of Xinxia, and couldn't help asking, what about the others? Anteri said casually, "They're all dead, as blood slaves of the blood clan, what's the use of keeping them alive? It has always been full of disdain and deep contempt for the blood race." Lin Moyu frowned, "The world has more than 1 billion people. The Xinxia Empire has almost 200 million people. There are more than 800 million left, and they died like this. The blood clan's methods are really ruthless. But on the scale of the big world, this is just an insignificant little thing. Genocide is wiped out, which happens from time to time. The destruction of the world is not uncommon." Lin Moyu frowned. First there were the strong wild beasts, then the demon dragon blood, and the soul race. What is there in our world that deserves them to come here? Is there anything special about our world? Antares laughed and said, "It's indeed a bit special. The death of idiots in the previous era has caused the tragedy of your era. But what's so special about it? It's actually nothing. You'll know it later." Lin Moyu said unhappily, "Can't you just keep quiet? You have to wait for everything, are you tired?" Antares said helplessly, "Okay, let me tell you. In fact, there is something stuffed into the core of the world. This is a good thing, and strong men of all races want it. But if you want to get it, you must first become the master of the world. And this is a closed world, protected by the rules of the big world, so you understand. Protected by the rules of the big world, it is a closed world, and those who are too strong cannot enter. But it's not impossible to come in. For some invincible powerhouses, there are always means. However, there is another existence like Antares in this world. Therefore, all races can only play this treasure hunting game under the rules. Antares became a referee-like existence. Once the rules are exceeded, Antares will take action. Lin Moyu murmured, "It's so disgusting to treat one world as a game." Don't talk nonsense, that person can't comment like that." Antares quickly told Lin Moyu to shut up, with a little fear in its eyes. Obviously the person behind the scenes was very terrifying. It was the second time Lin Moyu saw Antares showing such an expression. The first time it mentioned the old man riding a green bull, and the second time is now. Antares obviously didn't want to say any more. Hurry up and move the skills, this topic will stop one. The higher the level, the greater the improvement rate of each upgrade, which is common sense. Lin Moyu has that sense of ease again. Looking at the last 4 skill star cores in the skill space, Lin Moyu felt that he could empty them all this time. The soul force turned into giant palms, quickly grasped one of them, and pulled it lightly. Obviously feel the restraint. The restraint of the skill space now only acts on the 4 skill star cores, which is much larger than before. But in the face of Lin Moyu's bandit-like giant soul palm, the binding force still failed to work and was pulled off directly. Lin Moyu easily left with a skill star core, leaving no space for his skills. If there is wisdom in the skill space, Lin Moyu will definitely be scolded from the beginning to the end. Watching the skill star core enter the soul world, the happiest thing is Antares. He has been working hard. Lin Moyu said, "In the past 2 years, I have gained some understanding of the law of immortality. Although I can't drive it freely, I can already reflect some characteristics of the law of immortality in my spells. When you do it, I'll try it by the way." Antares agreed. "What's the matter? Just try." Huge soul power was injected into the skill star core, and the skill star core was quickly lit up, shining brilliantly. When the soul power is exhausted, flames have appeared on the skill star core. It already has a trend toward stellar evolution. "Do it," Lin Moyu said to Antares, and at the same time put a layer of bone armor on himself. The bone armor released brilliant white light, not ordinary white, but that kind of extreme paleness. It looks like it will make people's hearts tremble, and there is a trace of grayness in the paleness. That is the embodiment of the law. Antares said, "Your law makes me feel the breath of death." Lin Moyu said, "There are 2 sides to the law of immortality, and this side is death. Skeletons are death, summoning is life, and the combination is the complete law of immortality." Antares slapped it down, "Then let me try it." Antares used the power of a true god, and also used soul tracking. According to past experience, it only takes 2 hits to activate Lin Moyu's comprehensive freshman talent. Even if Lin Moyu uses the bone armor, the result will not change. After all, the upper limit of the bone armor's defense is determined by the level of the soul. With Lin Moyu's level 94 soul level, even if the skeleton armor is enhanced through the 4-star magic system, its defense power will not exceed level 96. After all, the foundation is too weak. Even if it is multiplied, it will not be too outrageous. Even if it is higher, it will not have any effect in the face of a true god-level attack. Just as Antares and Lin Moyu expected, the bone armor collapsed almost instantly. When the skeleton armor was collapsing, the 4-star spells were simultaneously activated. The white bones of the bone prison suddenly appeared on Antares, and then the bone fangs and bone spears erupted at the same time. The white light exploded, making the sound of metal clashing. The skeleton armor appeared on Lin Moyu again, and the moment it appeared, it was shattered under the attack of Antares. Bone prison, bone fangs, and bone spear reappeared on Antares. The 4-star magic technique goes back and forth and will not stop. The moment Antares' attack touched the bone armor and finally landed on Lin Moyu's body, the bone armor was activated 3 times in less than 0.01 seconds. The 4-star spell system was activated 3 times. When the attack landed on Lin Moyu, the attack was weakened a lot unexpectedly. The Undead Legion was supposed to crash 3 times, but it only crashed twice this time. The attack power is reduced by 1/3. My attack is offset by 1/3 of your law. It's impossible. And Terry's face is full of three big characters. I don't believe it. The attack of the true god level will be weakened by a full third. Lin Moyu's law is not perfect, the aura of law in the technique is not strong, and Antares can fully sense it. But just like this, it can actually reduce the attack of the true god level by a full third. Lin Moyu said, based on my understanding of the law of immortality that represents death can make all things fall into dead silence. All things can be real or imaginary. Whether it's people, things, or your attack, the law, or even anything else, can be affected by the law and fall into dead silence. Lin Moyu explained. Antares screamed strangely, everything can fall into dead silence, the law of death, how can there be such a terrible law? Lin Moyu said, look where you were attacked. What's so interesting about this, such a little attack can't hurt me. Antares didn't care. How could it be possible to injure it with such a small attack? Take a look. Under Lin Yuyu's insistence, Antares went to check it out. Its body is too huge, and the attack just now didn't even cover a single dragon scale. Immediately after Antares uttered a strange cry, Lin Moyu heard the sound of a dragon scale falling to the ground. The mist billowed, and dragon scales the size of 10 pieces flew out. This came off Antares' body, and the entire dragon scale seemed to be decaying and losing its luster. The vitality on the dragon scales was wiped away. In other words, this dragon scale is dead. It was obviously a piece of dragon scale that grew on Antares, but it died. 0. It sounds so incredible. The death characteristic in the law of undead. It can annihilate all living things. This is really scary. Antares was taken aback. No wonder I don't feel anything at all. It turns out that this dragon scale is already dead. Brat, your laws are both offensive and defensive, very powerful. You don't need to use other laws to carry the spells. If you study the laws of your spells thoroughly, it will be enough for you. Antares warned solemnly. It means that Lin Moyu should not aim too high, know everything, it is better to specialize in one. Lin Moyu said, I will continue to comprehend the law of immortality, and the law of time. I will also comprehend it when I have time later. The law of the first echelon, how can I let it go? In the soul world, this skill star core is burning and has turned into a ball of fire. A sorcery star is about to form. Antares stared at the fire again. It still has 4 chances to watch the little black dot. If I want to watch it again in the future, I don't know that it will take a year of the monkey, and if it doesn't work out, I won't have another chance for the rest of my life. Antares was already concentrating and did not dare to be distracted. Boom! In a powerful explosion, trapped stars rose from the flames. At the same time, a strange feeling spread throughout the body. It's status immunity. The last passive skill. Only when the passive skill becomes a magic star will it give Lin Moyu this feeling. Passive skills are resident, always present, and effective. This is even more so after being converted into a spell, and it will even exist in the soul. Status immunity, Fusion 3.6 100%. The master and his summons are immune to all negative states, including spells, arrays, enchantments, curses, and negative laws. It doesn't look like much has changed, but as the master of spells, Lin Moyu knows that the changes are too great. In the past, immunity to negative states was basically immunity to curse-type skills, excluding formations and enchantments. Naturally, it is impossible to include curses of laws. But this time is different. After transforming into a star-level spell, not only is it immune to the formation, but also the negative state caused by the enchantment, and even the curse-like laws. While rejoicing, Lin Moyu also knows that spells are not omnipotent. The array used by the Dragon Emperor did not cause any negative state, but used the array to squeeze the air, creating an effect similar to restraint. This is not immune. Although the technique is strong, it is not omnipotent, and it still cannot be taken lightly. Lin Moyu glanced at the burning spell star, and rushed into the skill space again. The last 3 skill star cores hang alone in the skill space. Summon the skeleton dragon, resurrection of the dead, infinite fusion. The last three skills, I don't know if it's a coincidence, are the three skills that can only be mastered at level 80. Level 80 skills are often called the strongest skills by other professionals, and some people even exaggerately call them ultimate skills. Lin Moyu also has to admit that these three skills are really powerful. Especially the last, Infinite Fusion, its existence makes the skills have infinite possibilities. Dozens of skills, combined with each other, can have endless combinations. What kind of effect will appear in the end is unknown. The soul power has grabbed one of them and dragged it out of the skill space. The whole process went smoothly, and the restraining force of the skill space still did not cause any hindrance. Lin Moyu broke free from the restraint with just a little effort. There is still a lot of soul power to spare. Lin Moyu feels that at this level, he can completely empty the skill star core. The skill star core enters the soul world, and immediately begins to focus on soul power. Antares was already ready. It still used the power of the first level of the god level. This time it did not use the bone armor for defense. Each hit can cause the 0-2 undead army to collapse 3 times. After 2 consecutive hits, the full-scale newborn talent is activated. If Lin Moyu used the bone armor, with the first order attack of the true god level, it would take 3 hits to activate the talent. If you count the undead lich, you need 4 hits. After the talent is activated, the skill resets. It takes 4 more repetitions of the same attack within a minute to actually kill Lin Moyu. It is not easy for a true god to attack 8 times in a row using soul tracking at the first level within 1 minute. Lin Moyu is not wood and cannot dodge. Undead Wings cuts off soul lock, cuts off soul tracking. Even Antares had to sigh. The life-saving ability of this guy is really invincible at the same level. The soul force is filled with the skill star core, and the trapped star jumps out of the flames of the big explosion. The soul power is fed back, and the soul level has been slightly improved again. Lin Moyu felt that his soul level had reached the limit of level 94. There are still 2 skill star cores left, and after converting them all into spell stars, Lin Moyu feels that his soul level can reach level 95. Every time the soul level is raised, the combat power can be greatly increased. After the magic star was lifted into the sky, it quickly flew towards the summoning multi-star magic system, and it had already joined it in a blink of an eye. The soul world shook violently again. Summon the skeleton dragon. Fusion 100% summon the skeleton dragon, which usually hibernates in the stars, connects to the undead world, and can come to the present world when needed. The combat power of the Death Knight will be determined according to the master's soul level. With the emergence of this technique, the dragon's lair attribute disappeared. The skeleton dragon also appeared on the magic star, waiting for Lin Moyu's call. 7-star spell. Lin Moyu looked at the 7 intertwined and rotating stars, and couldn't help feeling excited. 7-star level summoning spells form the 7-star spell system. The power of spells has been greatly enhanced again. The limit of a single spell is comparable to Lin Moyu's soul level. But when the 3-star spell begins, the limit of the trap can break through the shackles of the soul level. Afterwards, every time 1 star is added, the power of the technique can be multiplied. When it came to the 7-star technique, Lin Moyu didn't know how strong his summoning skills were. He hadn't tried it, and he wanted to save the surprise for the last. Unobtrusively glanced at the spell planet representing Summon Skeleton King. If it can also become a spell star and join in, it will be a real 8-star spell. In the big world, the 10-star spell is a legend that no one has ever seen. There are very few 9-star spells, and there are only a handful of them. 8-star spells are already among the top. Lin Moyu didn't expect too much. Sooner or later, I will complete the 8-star spell. It is much more difficult to upgrade planetary-level spells to star level than the first sublimation transformation, but it is not impossible. Lin Moyu is confident that he can do it. There are still 2 skill star cores left. Lin Moyu, the bandit, came to the skill space again and dragged away 1 forcefully. This time, the skill space obviously resisted. The binding power has increased a lot, but Lin Moyu's soul power is stronger. After a stalemate for a while, they finally dragged out with silent words. Antares asked in a deep voice, "There are only 2 left, right?" Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "Aren't you reluctant?" Lin Moyu knew this guy and wanted to see more of that little black spot. "Although I don't know what is in the little black, it is very important anyway." Antares sighed. "Yeah, after watching it twice, I don't know if I can see it again." While injecting soul power, Lin Moyu asked, "Except for the time when the skill transforms into a star, can't you see it at other times?" "That's not true, it's just more difficult, anyway, it's too far away from you." Lin Moyu didn't ask any further questions. "Let's say it's far away, and it will be reached sooner or later." Pointing to the remaining few magic planets, "There are 3 magic planets over there that have the opportunity to convert into stars, and you can still see them at that time." Antares shook his head. "It's difficult. If you miss the first opportunity, it will be countless times more difficult to convert later." "Try it, I am confident." "Well, you can do it." The soul power was exhausted again, and Antares started working immediately. The 2 have cooperated so many times, which can be regarded as a tacit cooperation. One side is to kill quickly, and the Japanese side is to die quickly. Between life and death, talent plays a role with brilliant purple light. After 2 rounds, the sorcery star forms in the flames. Under the feedback of soul power, the soul level has touched the bottleneck of level 95, and a little more can break through. After the magic star was formed, it did not lift off, but flew straight in one direction. How come? It turns out. Lin Moyu was shocked. This spell star skill flew directly into the multi-star spell of the summoning class, and naturally blended into it, forming an 8-star spell in an instant. This change caught Lin Moyu off guard. He didn't expect that the resurrection of the Great One also belonged to the summoning category. The soul world vibrated violently again, and it was even stronger than the previous few times. 8 stars revolve around and emit brilliant light. In their center, the law of undead is manifested more clearly. Huge power swept the entire soul world, and the 8-star spell seemed to be announcing its existence to the soul world. Their light merged together and became extremely blazing, overwhelming the light of all other stars. Resurrection of the dead. Fusion 100% used the corpse or soul as the medium to revive the target within a certain period of time. The resurrected person will have the strength of the peak period of life, retain the memory of life, and receive bonuses from spells and talents. The master has absolute control over the resurrected, and can manipulate the thoughts and behaviors of the resurrected at will. The longest existence time of the resurrected is determined by the master's soul level. After skills became spells, the changes were huge. In the past, Lin Moyu could only resurrect the dead. The dead would lose their memories of life and could only obey simple orders. But now, the resurrected person will have the memory of his life and the strength of his peak period. If the addition of skills and talents is counted, the strength of the resurrected person is stronger than before. The most important thing is that the resurrected will absolutely obey Lin Moyu's orders, and Lin Moyu can also manipulate the memory, behavior, and even thoughts of the resurrected. The existence time is no longer limited to 24 hours, but is determined by Lin Moyu's soul level. How long it can exist, Lin Moyu is not clear. But Lin Moyu can feel that this technique is simply terrifying to the extreme. Antares looked at the 8-star spell and was silently in a daze. When encountering something surprising in the past, Antares' eyes would show a bit of shock. This time, it seemed a little numb. Lin Moyu asked strangely, "Have you never seen the 8-star spell?" "I haven't seen it." Antares responded instinctively. It seems that there are really few 8-star spells, and even Antares has never seen them. If Summon the Skeleton King can also be brought over, it can become a 9-star spell. In addition to the legendary 10-star spell, the 9-star spell is the strongest. I still have a chance. Antares also realized this, and said seriously to Lin Moyu, "In the future, you must come up with a 9-star spell. It is said that the 9-star technique is very powerful, and it will cause some wonderful things. It's a pity that I haven't seen it before." Lin Moyu said, "When I make a 9-star spell, I will let you appreciate it together." How could such a small request not be agreed? The 9-star technique must be completed, and Lin Moyu knows that this is also a step that he must take on the road to becoming a strong man. Feel the remaining soul power. According to previous experience, it is almost enough to carry the skill star core. There is only a single skill star core left in the skill space here, and the whole space seems extremely empty. All the constraints of the skill space are concentrated on the last skill star core. But this time, Lin Moyu's soul power is not as abundant as before. When Lin Moyu's soul power turned into a giant palm and held the skill star core, the two sides began to wrestle. Lin Moyu moved the skill star core out again, and the skill space has suffered so many grievances. All broke out at this moment. The two sides kept pulling and refusing to give in to each other. Most of Lin Moyu's soul power is used to maintain the soul world, to maintain the magic stars. There is not much left over. The skill star core moves very slowly, and the sun is pulled out bit by bit. Lin Moyu showed his desperate spirit again, desperately pulling the skill star core. It doesn't matter if the speed is slow, as long as you can move it. Lin Moyu is not afraid of being slow. He can also choose an easier method, that is to upgrade to another level, and then come to carry it. It will be easy then. Lin Moyu has his own plans, and he still has to go to the talent world, so he must leave enough killing stars for himself. After 2 full days of extreme pulling, the last skill star core was finally pulled out of the skill space. After losing all the skill star cores, the skill space exploded with a bang. Lin Moyu was shaken all over his body, the skill space exploded, and the burst energy turned into a torrent that swept across his body and rushed into the soul world. 9-colored dragon soul crystal uttered a loud and clear dragon chant, and sucked violently at the billowing energy. Huge energy was blown in, and after a few breaths, huge and refined soul power spewed out from Kailong soul crystal's mouth. The soul is like taking a big tonic. The soul power soars, and the soul level smashes the barrier of level 95 in an instant. The soul level is not only the level of stepping into level 95, but also a long way from level 95 to level 96. Lin Moyu was taken aback at first, but then figured out why. The skill space originally belonged to him, just like the soul world. The root of the skill space is his own soul power. This is also why one's own soul power can enter the skill space, but others cannot. It is more illusory and ethereal than the soul world. Every time I move the skill star core, I actually wrestle with my soul. When all the skill star cores are emptied, the skill space loses its meaning of existence. So it exploded and returned the soul power to the soul itself. Then it was tempered and purified by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, which finally contributed to the improvement of the soul level. Lin Moyu dragged the last skill star core back to the soul world. Start injecting soul power to ignite the skill star core. As soon as the soul force entered, Lin Moyu felt something was wrong. There is a problem with this skill star core. This time the feeling is completely different from before. The soul force entered it, like a mud cow entering the sea, without the slightest feeling. The skill star core did become brighter, but not to a great extent. When all the soul power was injected, it only lit up less than 10%. Antares also noticed this situation, with a serious expression on his face. This skill of yours should be very strong. The more powerful the skill, the more soul power it needs. Lin Moyu nodded. The previous skills also have strengths and weaknesses, but the overall difference is not that big. But this time it's different. As Lin Moyu's last mastered skill, Infinite Fusion, seems to bring infinite possibilities. It's powerful and unpredictable. Antares said, if it were someone else, it would be impossible for this skill star core to be transformed into a star-level spell, but you. Amidst the strange laughter, Antares slapped him with a slap. The two sides began to cooperate with each other again. Antares beat hard, Lin Moyu died hard. Died again, and the full rebirth talent was activated again and again. The skill star core of Infinite Fusion was slowly ignited, and Lin Moyu became more and more excited. Lin Moyu really wants to see how powerful it can be when it is transformed into a magic star. Needless to say, it must be an extremely heaven-defying technique. And Terry said while playing, "I've never heard of such a powerful skill. I really don't know what's going on with your profession. How can you master this level of skills? You're such a freak." Lin Moyu smiled. "A freak is a freak, whatever you want." Finally, after more than 10 rounds, even Antares was tired, and the skill star core finally turned into a ball of fire. The unique skill star core, even the flame it burns, is different. Gold, purple, silver, white, blue, red. All kinds of flames appeared continuously, intertwined with each other, colorful, intertwined into a color that cannot be described in words. This complex color is mesmerizing to watch. Antares was also a little fascinated. "It's really strange." Lin Moyu nodded. It was indeed strange. Boom! The flame exploded, and colorful flames swept the entire soul world. All the magic stars and magic planets are stained with colorful flames. It seems that at this moment, all the magic stars are connected with it. Small black spots appeared during the explosion, but this time the small black spots lasted more than half a second. It lasted for a full 10 seconds before disappearing. 10 seconds is not a short time, it is a long time for Lin Moyu, especially for Antares. Antares was fascinated by it, and didn't know what he saw. Lin Moyu also finally saw something different in 10 seconds. The small black spot expanded infinitely in his line of sight, becoming extremely deep. Then, he saw a rune. A rune that glows purple. This rune is extremely complicated, but extremely simple. This rune seems to interpret all the Zalizi in the whole world. It stands tall and defies everything. The moment he saw it, Lin Moyu knew its identity: Great World Rune. It is the big world rune that all invincible powerhouses are pursuing. Master it, and you can control the whole world. Lin Moyu saw countless runes derived from it, and each rune is a law, an irresistible force. The big world rune on his body is a part of it. Lin Moyu just glanced at it, the picture was shattered, and his consciousness was driven out by a huge force. Severe pain came from the soul, so painful that Lin Moyu couldn't help but let out a scream. Soul broken. Lin Moyu's soul level is too low, so low that he is completely unqualified to spy on the runes of the big world. Originally, he really had no chance to see the Great World Rune. But when the special skill star core turned into a star, the small black spot that should have lasted only half a second lasted for a full 10 seconds. Let Lin Moyu have the opportunity to really take a peek at the appearance of the runes in the big world. For Lin Moyu, this is a great opportunity. If he can gain something, he will benefit for life. Lin Moyu did see something, but his soul was broken because of it. Fortunately, the talent of comprehensive rebirth is enough to defy the sky, and the soul is reborn in the purple light. It's just that the speed of new students this time is very slow, dozens of times slower than usual. After being reborn, the soul failed to return to its peak state, feeling extremely weak. Lin Moyu felt scared for a while. In the process of rebirth, it seems that there is an invisible force stopping me. For a while, Lin Moyu almost felt that he could not be resurrected. The comprehensive freshman talent, since the beginning of use, has never encountered such a thing. The big world rune is too terrifying, far beyond his level. In addition to being afraid, there are bursts of rejoicing. Glad I escaped. Surviving a catastrophe brings blessings, and Lin Moyu has really seen something. Great World Rune, it hurts. Lin Moyu saw that the big world rune was full of cracks. Who can injure the Great World Rune? That's a lot of power to do it. Just looking at it, my soul 950 collapsed. Such a powerful Great World Rune, representing the existence of the most powerful force in the Great World, was actually broken. There are too many secrets in this world. The secret of his own little world has not been completely solved, and he saw a bigger secret. Lin Moyu didn't know what Antares saw. It shouldn't have seen the crack on the Great World Rune. In Antares' mind, the Great World Rune is the supreme existence and invincible. If the rune of the great world is broken by someone, it will definitely be surprised, and even its faith will collapse. Brilliant and colorful rays of light fell down, illuminating the entire soul world into a colorful and gorgeous world. Lin Moyu opened his eyes and saw a multicolored magic star. It is its radiance that turns the whole soul world into colorful. It rises slowly, crossing all the spell stars and reaching the highest point. With arrogance, he looked down at all other magic stars. It stands tall and bows its head only for Lin Moyu. The light gradually faded, because the soul world began to restore its original appearance. Infinite fusion, 100%. All spells and rules can be fused to create new spells and rules. Not only can you fuse techniques, but you can also fuse laws. And it can also create new techniques and new rules. In this world, does such a thing against the sky really exist? Create the law. Is that something humans can do? Before Lin Moyu recovered from the shock, he clearly felt a strange aura emanating from the infinite fusion magic star. Lin Moyu's first reaction was that it was the breath of law. But after careful identification, it feels different. Plausible, not clear. Fusion law. Lin Moyu immediately wanted to try to integrate the laws. His eyes fell on the two multi-star spell systems. Skeletal spells represent the dead side of the law of immortality. Summoning spells represent the living side of the law of immortality. The combination of the two is the real law of immortality. In the process of comprehension, I also tried to integrate the two together, but I have not been able to succeed, and there is always something missing. If the two are fused together through infinite fusion technique, maybe. His eyes kept flickering, and finally he could only let out a long sigh. Now I can't drive the law of undead freely, and I can't test it. What a strange magic star. Antares finally woke up. It looked very excited, in a good mood, and obviously gained a lot. Lin Moyu asked, "What did the big world rune teach you?" "What?" Antares couldn't understand for a while. Lin Moyu said, "Isn't the big world rune in the little black dot?" Antares' expression changed. "How did you know?" "I didn't remember telling you." Lin Moyu said casually, "Just allow you to see it?" "I saw it too." Antares thought that the little black spot lasted for a full 10 seconds just now. "You can indeed see it at your Akba soul level, but it's useless to see it. I can't feel anything." Lin Moyu also looked serious. "Indeed, the big world rune is too mysterious and powerful. It generates countless runes, and each rune is a law. I looked at it and felt so insignificant. My soul collapsed just by looking at it, and my talent almost didn't bring me back to life." "Wait." Antares interrupted Lin Moyu. "You mean, you saw the body of the great world rune?" Lin Moyu said strangely, "Yes." Antares groaned. "Impossible. How could you see the body of the great world rune? How could you see it?" "I don't know." Lin Moyu looked innocent. At this point in the conversation, Lin Moyu is 100% sure that Antares must have never seen the body of the great world rune. In the first few sentences of the dialogue, Lin Moyu was just testing. If Antares had seen the body of the great world rune, he would not be so surprised. If you really saw it, Antares should be able to know, because the world runes are full of cracks. Obviously, it's not clear. Antares kept murmuring, "Impossible. How can you see the font of the great world rune? This is unreasonable and does not conform to the rules. The shock any time in the past is not as good as this time." This time Antares couldn't figure it out by himself. Seeing the meaning of the big world rune text is too great to imagine. Seeing Antares' shocked look, Lin Moyu said again, "Maybe I misread it." Antares glared at Lin Moyu. "You must have read it wrong. At your soul level, you can only see the phantom of the great world rune at most, and then see some rule runes derived from it." "Yes, that must be the case. Antares is constantly grooming himself." Lin Moyu sighed secretly, so he didn't tell it that the Great World article was full of scars. Otherwise it will really collapse the faith. Sometimes it's strange, the stronger the existence, the stronger their beliefs. The Great World Rune is the pursuit of all strong people, and almost all invincible strong people are pursuing to master the Great World Rune. In their belief, the Great World Rune is the strongest existence and the truth. But strangely enough, they can set themselves up against the Great World Rune for trying to take control of the Great World Rune. This is not blasphemy, but an affirmation of oneself. But no matter what they do, it will not affect the status of the Great World Rune in their minds. The same is true for Antares. When it was lucky to win the Great World Rune once, Lin Moyu remembered how crazy and excited it was. But that lucky victory did not affect the status of the Great World Rune in Antares' mind. That is its ultimate pursuit. This is a very contradictory mentality. Lin Moyu does not have this kind of thinking. He does not have the corresponding awe for the big world runes. Lin Moyu felt that maybe it was because he was not strong enough. What will happen in the future is not clear. Lin Moyu said, "Stop thinking about it, and help me see what this is." So weird. Antares looked at Infinite Fusion and felt its breath. Infinite Fusion, the magic star is different, and various colors are intertwined on it. All the colors in the world seem to be found on it. Whether it's the appearance or the breath it emits, it makes it look different. Unlike every other sorcery star. It seems to be the law, but it's not quite like it. What is it? Let me see. A huge eye appeared in Lin Moyu's soul world. Shenlong Huiyin, one of the secret arts of the Dragon Clan. In the eyes of Shenlong Hui, even the big world runes hidden in the deepest part of the soul can be seen. Antares is very confident. There is nothing that the dragon's eyes cannot see. Shenlong gazed at it, wanting to see through its essence. Suddenly, Lin Moyu saw Shenlong Huiyin shrink, and accompanied by Antares' strange cry, Shenlong Huiyin exploded with a bang. The divine dragon's eyes collapsed, and Antares' soul clone was affected and became illusory. Lin Moyu hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" "It's okay, no problem." A few seconds later, the illusory soul clone recondensed, and Antares felt lingering fear. "Boy, I think calling you a monster is an understatement." Lin Moyu looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" "What's the matter? Guess what?" "Your technique shows the law." "Yes, it's just a legendary law." "The legendary law?" "Yes, the law in the legend. It has appeared in the legend, but no one has ever comprehended it." Lin Moyu asked, "Is that strong? Stronger than the law of time?" Antares snorted. "Since it hasn't appeared, naturally there is no way to know its strength. The law of time has been comprehended, but no one has comprehended yours, you understand." Lin Moyu asked, "You know what? Don't be a fool. What is the law?" Antares slowly spit out 4 words, "The law of chaos." "The law of chaos? Then what's the use of it?" Lin Moyu couldn't understand its function literally. In the legend, the law of chaos is the law that existed at the beginning of the world. But it never appeared again. I also saw it in the records of the family by chance. It is said that the law of chaos is all-encompassing, and omnipotent. Although I haven't seen the law of chaos, I should be right, this is the law. Your law of immortality itself is very strong, and it also manifests the law of time, and now there is a law of chaos. You said, what are you if you are not a monster? Antares said a lot, but Lin Moyu ignored him at all. Judging from the magical effect of infinite fusion, it is indeed very similar to the legendary law of chaos. But whether it is true or not, Antares is not completely sure. It can only be said that it is very possible. Whether it is or not, Lin Moyu can only accept it. It is best if it is. It doesn't matter if it is not. Anyway, there is the law of time. It is already strong enough. Lin Moyu pays more attention to the effect of infinite fusion spell rather than the rules it carries. However, a single magic star can have laws, which is enough to prove its strength. Let's test it out. It was hard to wait until all the skills were transformed into spells. Lin Moyu really wanted to know what level his strength had reached. How many shackles have been broken by multi-star spells for a level 95 soul? How powerful is the 8-star spell? Not only Lin Moyu wanted to know, Antaraiba wanted to know. Among them, the skeleton skills have already been tried, so there is no need to try again. Lin Moyu began to experiment with summoning skills. The horror of the linkage between spells and spells was completely exposed at this moment. Lin Moyu, who was the instigator, was too shocked to speak. He just summoned a skeleton god warrior. As the first summoned object of Lin Moyu, the skeleton warrior has an unusual meaning. Even the appearance of more and more powerful summoners later on did not change the status of the skeleton god warrior in his mind. When the first skeleton god warrior appeared, the spell linkage was activated. Then, skeleton god mage, skeleton soul archer, lich general, death knight, skeleton dragon appeared. The speed of appearance is very fast, and the interval is at most 0.01 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the ground was full of undead. The sky is also full of skeleton dragons, shuttling through the gray fog. A loud and clear dragon chant resounded through the ancient battlefield. Antares stared blankly at Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu stared blankly at it. In just a few minutes, they have been surrounded by the undead army. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of undead have appeared. Antares was shocked. "What did you do?" Lin Moyu said, "Summon a skull god warrior." "Only one?" "Just one." Antares was silent, and Lin Moyu was also silent. After being silent for a full minute, Antares couldn't help cursing, "Pervert." Lin Moyu nodded. "It's really a bit perverted." The summoning is still going on, and the 8-star spell has no intention of stopping at all. The mental power is constantly being consumed, but with the increase of the undead, the mental power is not consumed at all, but more and more. It's like, while a bucket is pouring water out, the bucket is still changing, and at the same time, it's still pouring water into it crazily. 0. Ask for flowers. The speed of water injection far exceeds the speed of pouring water. The full connection talent is also showing its horror at this moment. If there is no such talent, the linkage between law and law would have been interrupted long ago. Lin Moyu no longer knew what to say, and he knew when to stop. The first time I encountered this situation, I was completely at a loss. As long as it comes, it will be safe. Lin Moyu simply ignored it and began to look at the property. Skeleton Warrior. Level 97. Spell, Death Attack. Death Attack, drive the power of the law to cause a death attack on the target. Rule, the law of immortality, death. The 8-star spell system breaks through the skeleton god warrior, which should have been level 95, to level 97. With a difference of 3 levels, the strength has changed drastically. The attribute disappeared, not invisible, but disappeared in the true sense. The conversion of skills into spells has fundamentally changed. 0. Now the combat power of the skeletons no longer depends on attributes. A level 97 skeleton god warrior can display a level 97 combat power. There is indeed a law on the skeleton, the law of immortality. The law of immortality has 2 sides, life and death, and summoning spells have the side of life. But the law of immortality is that in life there is death, and in death there is life. Summoning the undead is the life side, but the undead fight is the dead side. Lin Moyu and Antares were tested. With the bonus of talent, the combat power of the skeleton god warrior has broken through the level limit. The actual combat power has reached level 98. No weaker than any level 98 professional. Antares said, "It is true that there is no need to carry external laws, the laws themselves are strong enough. Laws are more expensive than fine, and if one law can be used to the extreme, it is already a very powerful existence. Those who are really strong, the difference between them is only the strength of the law." Antares has spoken from experience and what Lin Moyu needed. Then Lin Moyu tested the skeleton god mage, soul shooter, and death knight. The skeleton god mage regards the death side in the law as an element, and can lock the soul for ultra-long distance attacks. Although it is not as powerful as the skeleton god warrior, it is superior in that it can strike from a distance. The soul shooter directly uses the law to attack the soul. The soul is fragile, especially in the face of the attack of the law. The Soul Shooter changed suddenly, but became the most lethal and most terrifying member of the undead army. The attack power of Death Knights is slightly greater than that of skeletons, and their rushing skills have become instinctive, with a speed exceeding 10,000 meters per second. When advancing at full strength, the speed is as high as 100,000 meters per second. In a one-on-one fight, any kind of skeleton is inferior to a Death Knight. The experiment is still going on. Summoning spells are Lin Moyu's signature. Lin Moyu needs to know the strength of each unit of the undead army in detail. The tests of Skeleton God Warrior, Skeleton God Mage, and Skeleton Soul Shooter will end soon. All three have their own characteristics. Coupled with the Death Knight just formed a well-organized legion. Next it was the Lich General's turn. General Lich used to be the commander-in-chief of the undead army. Most of the orders from Lin Moyu were sent to General Lich first, and General Lich would then conduct unified command. At the same time, the Lich General can also provide various bonuses for treatment. After many battles, if there is no Lich General, the undead army will be wiped out countless times. The existence of the Lich General has greatly improved the survivability of the undead army, and also greatly improved the survivability of Lin Moyu. It can be said that as long as the undead army cannot be destroyed with one blow, it is unlikely to destroy the undead army. As long as the undead army 133 does not collapse, Lin Moyu will be fine. And Terry's evaluation is, as long as it is not a true god-level attack, it is more difficult to kill this guy than to comprehend the law of time. There may be some exaggerated elements, but it really shows how strong Lin Moyu's ability to survive is. The Lich General used to have no combat power, and had no characteristics except for his strong defense and vitality. After it can be transformed into a technique, General Lich has undergone a change. Based on the original foundation, he has the ability to fight. Lich General. Level 97. Spells: Ultimate Strengthening, Ultimate Healing, Lich Whispering. Extreme Strengthening: use the power of the law to indiscriminately strengthen all members of the Undead Legion, increase the attack power by 100%, increase the defense power by 100%, and increase the speed by 100%. 1. Extreme Healing: drive the power of the law to heal all members of the Undead Legion, and instantly restore huge vitality. Lich Whispering: drive the power of the law to cause double damage to the target's body and soul. Rule: Law of Immortality, Death, Law of Immortality, Life. There is also no attribute, but the Lich General has more spells. Ultimate Strengthening and Ultimate Healing are the same as the previous Legion Strengthening and Legion Healing. Now it has changed from skill to technique, and after incorporating the power of law, it has become even more powerful. These two auxiliary skills use the life side of the Law of Immortality. At the same time, the Lich General also added a Lich Whispering spell, which can use the dead side of the Law of Immortality to deal a double blow to the target's body and soul. After testing, the physical damage of Lich General's spells is slightly worse than that of Skeleton God Warrior and Skeleton God Mage, and far worse than that of Death Knight. Soul Attack is not as good as Soul Shooter. But when the two are added together, the combined damage exceeds any kind of undead. The Lich General also has one of the most important features, that is, commanding the undead army. Lin Moyu's orders can be issued through them instead of reaching every undead. Each Lich General can rule over 100,000 undead legions. In this way, even if it is an army of millions of undead, Lin Moyu's order only needs to be conveyed to 10 Lich Generals. For the manipulation of the undead army, the difficulty has been greatly reduced. The last is the test of the Skeleton Dragon. Bone Dragon. Level 97. Spell: Deadly Dragon's Breath. Deadly Dragon Breath: drive the power of law, breathe out dragon breath, and cause devastating continuous damage to targets within the range. Rule: the Law of Immortality, Death. The giant skeleton dragon kept tossing and shuttling through the clouds and mist, its body burning with silver-white flames. There is gray gas in the flame, revealing the breath of the Law of Immortality. During this period of testing, the linkage between spells and spells was still going on, and now even Lin Moyu didn't know how many undead had been summoned. Anyway, the sky and the earth are all there, and you can't see the end at a glance. Antares is too lazy to take care of it. You love stretching. Once you get on this thief boat, you won't be able to get off for a while. Not only is the home occupied, but it is also being targeted. Who can tell the pain in my heart? Bone Dragon's tests were quickly completed. In terms of damage, the Bone Dragon's damage is the strongest among all Lin Moyu's summons. It has reached the peak level of level 98. It is only a little bit short of entering level 99, stepping into the half-step super god level. At present, the skeleton dragon alone is not the opponent of the half-step super god. But when did Lin Moyu fight alone? Looking at the densely packed skeleton dragons in the sky, Antares silently mourned for Lin Moyu's future enemies for 3 seconds in his heart. Okay, let's try the strongest combat power of the undead army. Previous tests were only based on talent bonuses, not the strongest state of the undead army. Lin Moyu didn't take care of calculating the total number of undead legions for the time being, but ordered Lich General to bless the nearby undead. All elemental liches also appear. Although there are only 3 spell-level liches, no matter what, they must be summoned first. From this moment on, the undead army reached its strongest state. Antares became a target again. After some tests, Antares is sure that the undead army already has the ability to confront the super god level head-on. Antares looked at Lin Moyu like a monster. Your real combat power is already comparable to that of a super god, but you are only level 88. What a monster. Lin Moyu shook his head. It's not over yet. It's not over yet? Antares was taken aback. Look. Lin Moyu started his showmanship. When a Death Knight merges with a skeleton dragon, the 3 skeletons merge with each other. 2 brand new undead units appeared in front of Antares. Antares remembered that Lin Moyu had used this skill before, but the effect was mediocre and then he gave up. Now, everything has been transformed into a technique, so you can really try it out. Death Dragon Knight. Level 98. Skills: Deadly Dragon Breath, Death Rush. Deadly Dragon Breath, drive the power of law, breathe out dragon breath, and cause devastating continuous damage to targets within the range. Death Rush, rush at a speed of 50,000 meters per second, using the power of law as the front, causing huge damage to the target. Rule: the law of immortality, death. After testing, the Death Dragon Knight, formed by the fusion of Death Knight and Skeleton Dragon, has almost reached the peak of half-step super god after comprehensive addition. For example, the Dragon Emperor and Demon Emperor, without using super god level weapons, can at most draw with a dozen Death Dragon Knights. But how many Death Dragon Knights are there? Lin Moyu hasn't counted yet. Finally, Lin Moyu's eyes fell on the Skeleton General. During the skills demonstration, Lin Moyu still remembers the Skull God 3.4 who appeared last. 3 kinds of skeletons, 100 of each kind, finally formed a giant skeleton with a height of more than 10 meters. In terms of body shape, it is not as good as the Skeleton King, but if it is breathless, it does not know how many blocks the Skeleton King has left. Skeleton General. Level 99. Spell: Destruction. Destruction, drive the power of law to cause a devastating blow to the target. Rule: the law of immortality, death. The skeleton god will surpass the Death Dragon Knight in terms of level and destructive power, and is the pinnacle of the real half-step super god. It is fully capable of one-on-one with the Dragon Emperor and Demon Emperor, and it is Lin Moyu's strongest summon at present. Lin Moyu thought of the Skeleton King. If Summon Skeleton King also formed a spell star and formed a 9-star spell, maybe the Skeleton King would be strengthened again. In the Soul World, Lin Moyu glanced at the magic planet belonging to Summon the Skeleton King and suddenly let out a surprise. In the Soul World, there is something more. Lin Moyu glanced casually and saw an unusual change in the Soul World. In the Soul World, at some point, 2 small air masses appeared. These 2 small air masses are revolving around the Infinite Fusion spell star. The air mass is not yet fully formed and looks illusory. Infinite fusion, the magic star releases light, covering these two small air masses, making them stable. Thinking of the magic effect of infinite fusion, I found that these two air masses are exactly the two magic spells of Skeleton God General and Death Dragon Knight. Death Dragon Knight, a new technique created by combining the Skeleton Dragon and the Death Knight, combining the advantages of both. Skeleton God General, a new technique created by combining the Skeleton God Warrior, Skeleton God Mage, and Skeleton Soul Shooter. These are two new spells created by Infinite Fusion. Because it has just been created, it is still very weak. However, as spells are used more and more times, they will become stronger and stronger, and eventually become stars of spells. And the power of spells will definitely increase accordingly. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu couldn't help feeling excited. The combinations of spells are endless, and you can create countless spells, and even countless 0-2 rules. This is the real strongest technique. Infinite possibilities, infinite future. Lin Moyu couldn't wait to create spells. But in the end, I still endured it. After all, it takes a lot of time to create spells, and there is no time to waste at present. Fortunately, during the skill demonstration, that unknown existence gave himself some demonstrations. Death Dragon Knight, Skeleton God General, and Elemental Giant were not created by himself, but he learned them by imitating cats and tigers. In addition, there is another technique, the technique that activates the law of time. Lin Moyu used Infinite Fusion again to combine Soul Burning, Soul Curse, and Soul Poison. Pointing towards Antares. The law of time thundered and landed on Antares. A dragon scale on Antares showed signs of decay, as if after a long time. The soul attack ability of the 3-star technique is good, and it can almost hurt a half-step super god. Although the law of time is very strong, you are too weak. It's not very useful when you encounter a super god level. Overall, it's not as good as your summoning skills. After all, the soul-type spells are only 3-star spells, which are far from the summon-type 8-star spells. The 3-star technique still can't break Lin Moyu's soul shackles, so the power it can exert is relatively limited. But Lin Moyu is confident that when his soul level rises in the future, the power of this spell will increase accordingly. Look at the soul world again, and sure enough, beside the Infinite Fusion S magic star, there is another yet-to-be-formed magic cloud. Curse of Time, it is formed by the fusion of Soul Burning, Soul Curse, and Soul Poison. Drive the law of time based on the respective functions of the 3 skills, curse the target, and speed up the time flow rate of the target itself. The maximum flow rate of time is determined by the soul level. Just as Lin Moyu thought, it was indeed because of his soul level that limited the power of spells. Then Lin Moyu conducted a series of tests on the rest of his techniques. In the end, he fully understood his level of strength. He already has the qualifications to challenge the First Order Super God head-on. Even if he can't kill the First Order Super God, he can protect himself without worry. Even if it is the 9th level of Super God, it is very difficult to kill oneself. After all, he is only level 88 now, and his soul level is only level 95. It is terrifying to have such combat power. Or if it is a little bit stronger, it may be able to counter/Super God. The linkage of summoning spells finally stopped, and finally no more summoning. The number of undead legions seems to have reached the current limit. Antares said in a strange tone, "Your boy has finally calmed down." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "I didn't expect this either." Looking at the dense army of undead in the sky and underground, even Lin Moyu, the master, didn't know the exact number. Before Lin Moyu could count by himself, Antares had already shouted, "Don't count, I've already counted for you." 3 types of skeletons, 360,000 each. The rider and the big guy are 180,000. Bone dragons are the least, only 90,000. Antares' count's certainly not wrong. The skeletons are 360,000 each, for a total of 1.08 million. Death Knights and Lich Generals are 180,000 each, reaching 360,000. 50,000 skeleton dragons. Excluding the least number of elemental liches, the total number of undead legions has reached 1.49 million. It was raised more than 4 times before. The increase in the number of the undead army also means the overall improvement of Lin Moyu. Whether it is survivability or real combat power, great changes have taken place. Now Lin Moyu felt that even if the First Order True God wanted to kill him, he might not be able to collapse the undead army collectively with one blow. The strength is not what it used to be. With a thought, Lin Moyu put away all the undead. Dense black spots appeared on several magic stars, which were already filled by undead. Lin Moyu pondered, the number of undead is the limit of my current level, not the limit of spells. As my level increases, the soul world will become larger, and the magic star will also become larger and stronger, which can accommodate more undead. In the skill demonstration, the undead filled the starry sky, and He Zhang was mere millions. There are more than tens of millions. The technique is far from reaching the limit, it's just that he has reached the limit. There was no sound of bones rubbing against the undead, and the surroundings became quiet again. Anteri sighed, this world is quiet. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, now can you tell me how to get the talent out? The method of getting talent out was invented by the Chosen Clan, and the Chosen Clan was almost wiped out because of this. Later, in order to keep their own race, they had to announce this method. Antares laughed and said, actually, their method is very simple, and it's not a secret technique, it's just a very stupid and rustic method. Although the method is simple, it is quite difficult to do it. 13.17. Among the various ethnic groups, there are actually not many that can be done. Lin Moyu was surprised, the method is simple and the process is difficult. Tell me, I will try it. Antares smirked, it's good to try. Actually, the method is that the soul body enters the talent world, and then just take out the talent. In essence, it is no different from the ability to carry the star core. The difference is that the soul itself is required to carry it. Lin Moyu pondered the difference between the two. To move the skill star core, what is used is the soul power manipulated through consciousness. The soul itself didn't move. Moving talent requires his soul body to act. Lin Moyu believes in Terry's words, but feels that things are not that simple. The talent world is deep in the soul, and it is usually invisible. Lin Moyu doesn't know how deep the soul world is. This seems to be a vast and boundless world, seemingly virtual and real. The place we usually live in is just the surface of this world, and it is not easy to go to the depths. Lin Moyu once found the entrance to the talent world and remembered that location. The soul body moves, rises. Following his actions, the entire soul world roared. The soul body is the core of the soul world, and it will not move easily. When he moves, the entire soul world will shake. It was a little unaccustomed at the beginning, but Lin Moyu's adaptability is super strong, and he got used to it quickly. The speed of the soul body gradually accelerated, and flew into the depths. The soul world is so deep that it seems to have no end. The space where the talent is located is the deepest and most mysterious space, and ordinary people can't touch it at all. The Tianqian clan also spent a lot of effort to find the talent world at the beginning, and finally tried their best to move them out. Not all of them can be moved out, but 1 or 2 can be moved out. Human races have restrictions on talents, and all races can only have 3 talents at most. And according to Antares, no one in the human race has ever been able to get out a talent. To be able to make 1 is a genius, and to be able to make 2 is a monstrosity. According to the location in memory, Lin Moyu finally found the entrance to the talent world again. That world has only opened a small gap, which cannot accommodate the soul itself. At the beginning, Lin Moyu had limited strength, and he could only do this. Through the gap, Lin Moyu saw the tip of the iceberg of the talent world and saw a blazing flame. Also witnessed the formation of one of the flames. He knew that those 3 flames represented his 3 talents. The first step now is to truly open the door to the talent world, allowing oneself to enter and allowing talent to come out. The soul body began to tear at the gate of the talent world, making the passage bigger. The whole process is actually very illusory, only Lin Moyu can feel the reality. In this era of this world, Lin Moyu is the first to come up with a talent idea, no one has ever done it, and there is no experience to refer to. Thorn. The door was partially torn open. Lin Moyu let out a scream at the same time, and the unspeakable pain swept through his whole body at this moment. The soul body trembled intermittently, like a wounded lamb. Only then did he realize that this was his soul world. When I tear open the door of the talent world, I am actually tearing open the world of my soul. That kind of pain is worse than a broken hand or leg. It's just embarrassing yourself. Those lunatics of the chosen clan. Lin Moyu feels that the chosen race who can think of this method is absolutely crazy. Otherwise, for so many years in the big world, the chosen clan is not the only one who has talent, so why did they find a way to retain their talent? Lin Moyu took a deep breath and started again. A hole has already been torn out just now, and the entrance and exit have become a bit larger. Just a dozen or 20 times, it should be enough. With a move of the soul power, the soul itself started again. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain, Lin Moyu tried his best. Along with the sound of rags being torn, Lin Moyu's screams resounded through the soul world again. The screams rolled out along with the voice of the soul, even Antares heard it. Antares was hairy all over, the brat is tearing down the door, this hurts. The chosen clan can think of such an inhumane method, it's really abnormal. The past is unbearable, and Antares has a similar experience. It should be said that all top experts must retain their talents. As long as you want to retain your talent, tearing down the door is a necessary process. And almost everyone who tore down the gate of the world of talent will scold the chosen clan from beginning to end. Lin Moyu too, he tore it once. The chosen clan is indeed ruthless, but Lin Moyu is no less ruthless than the chosen clan. Based on the principle that short-term pain is worse than long-term pain, Lin Moyu tries his best every time. The screams followed one after another, and every time they could arouse violent shocks in the soul world. The sorcerer's star hummed, as if in sympathy for its master. After 10 tones, the soul world fell into peace again. The door was completely torn open, revealing a large enough passage. Standing outside the tunnel, Lin Moyu could already feel the breath of talent. The talent is burning fiercely, and the flame of talent is hotter than the magic star. But at this time the soul was exhausted, Lin Moyu had to return to his soul world. It looks better under the light of the magic star. Antares, kill me. Lin Moyu yelled weakly. After tearing open the door, the soul power has been completely exhausted. Without hesitation, Antares slapped Lin Moyu's body with the power of a god-level first order. With a loud bang, several spell stars of the summoning class vibrated at the same time. But none of the undead above died. To fully connect talents, to live together, to die together, to die together. How come your defense has become stronger again? Antares screamed. Lin Moyu said, the undead has increased by more than 4 times, and the talent is affected, so it has become a little harder. You still let others live. Antares said, raising his strength again. From the first level of the true god to the second level. The attack power doubled several times at once. With a bang, the undead army finally collapsed collectively, and then the magic star representing the undead flickered, and all the undead were revived collectively. In the next second, the undead army collapsed for the second time. After collapsing twice in a row, Antares was exhausted. Lin Moyu was unharmed. With the power of the second level of the true god, it takes 3 attacks to activate Lin Moyu's comprehensive newborn talent. If you want to really kill him, you need to kill him 6 times in 1 minute. Antares is very clear about how difficult it is. It didn't want to say anything to this monster anymore, and 2 waves of attacks helped Lin Moyu activate his talent. The soul is reborn and full of power. Lin Moyu controlled the soul body, returned to the talent world non-stop, and then rushed in. The talent world is hot, and this is a world full of vitality. 3 flaming flames bring warmth to the world. Lin Moyu came to one of the flames, and after the last observation, Lin Moyu knew what talent this flame represented. It represents the overall growth talent, and it is also the first talent that I have obtained. The reason why he was able to kill all the way so smoothly is due to this talent. I will move you. Lin Moyu made up his mind and looked at the flames. His sight gradually focused, and in the center of the flame, he saw something similar to a seed. This is the source of the flame and the seed of talent. To move the talent, in fact, you only need to get this talent seed to the soul world and you're done. The seeds are so small that it may not seem difficult. The soul itself stretched out its hand to get the talent seed, but as soon as it came into contact with the talent flame, severe and unbearable pain erupted directly on the soul body. Lin Moyu screamed again, his whole body was thumping, and at the same time, countless wounds exploded. Blood, Zhao Zhao Hao, flowed out, and Lin Moyu almost exploded himself. The soul itself withdrew its hand in time. This flame is so terrifying. Flame can burn the soul. This kind of flame is extremely terrifying. It seems to be somewhat similar to his own soul burning technique. Before taking it lightly, Lin Moyu made full preparations for the second time, and was ready to grasp the talent again. The purple flame burned the soul again. Severe pain erupted from the soul, sweeping the whole body. Numerous wounds appeared on his body in an instant, and Lin Moyu completely turned into a blood man. Antares knew that Lin Moyu was starting to get in touch with talent, so he stared at him closely and kept silent. Only Lin Moyu can handle this matter, and no one else can help. Lin Moyu endured the severe pain and kept approaching the talent seed. A small distance has become extremely far away at this moment. Every time you advance, you will be burned by more flames. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth, but gradually he realized that something was wrong. The soul body of the flame is disappearing. Burned out the demon. Lin Moyu suddenly retracted his hand. Gone, really gone. The soul was burned away, but the flame of talent was obviously more vigorous. One's own soul has become the nourishment of talent. Lin Moyu was stunned. How can he take this? Although the soul can be fully restored through a comprehensive new life, it is nothing to him to obtain the talent seed. The key thing now is that he can't touch the talent seed at all. Thinking of Antares' strange smile when he said to try it, Lin Moyu concluded that there was something about this guy that he was hiding from himself. The soul body withdrew from the talent world. Originally closed his eyes and opened them, with the weakness after the trauma of the soul. Tell me, what's the matter you didn't tell me? Antares seemed to have guessed Lin Moyu's experience, and smiled strangely. How does it feel to have your soul burned? Is there an illusion that it is about to be wiped out? Destroy your sister in ashes, tell me quickly. Lin Moyu looked angry. Antares' expression and eyes at the moment can only be described as cheap. Lin Moyu couldn't find the second word anyway. Antares laughed for a while, and then said, Okay, I'll just tell you. This is because your soul is not pure enough, so you cannot stop the burning of the flame of talent. As long as your soul is pure enough and strong enough, then you can naturally get out the talent seeds. Lin Moyu thought about what Antares said, and suddenly realized something was wrong. My soul is already very pure, with almost no impurities. If 093 doesn't work, what about others? Lin Moyu knows the level of his soul, and it is a joke to say that his soul is not pure enough. If he can't do this, then most people in the big world probably can't. Antares said, the guys in the big world naturally have special means. For example, there is something called soul armor that can help the soul resist the talent flame. A mere soul armor is not a precious thing. It's a pity that I don't have anything long, and I don't have such a thing. So, brat, if you want to acquire talent, you can only rely on yourself. It is not what Lin Moyu wants to rely on external things. It is fine to rely on oneself, the key is to know how to rely on. Lin Moyu knew that Antares must have a solution. Tell me, what should I do? Simple, because of the deep space. Antares said casually. Deep space? I'm only level 88, can I go? The limit of deep space is level 90 and above to enter. However, Lin Moyu is only level 88 now, not yet qualified. But at level 90, the door to the talent world will shrink again and become extremely strong. At that time, it will be difficult to get out the talent. And Terry said, I've already thought of it for you. Saying that it spits out, a Dragon Ball. As long as you take it, you can freely enter and exit the deep space. In the deep space, there is a place called the place where the gods are buried. In the Great War that year, many gods and some invaders died there, gradually forming a cemetery. Their remnant souls wander in the cemetery all year round. You have to find the place where the gods are buried, and then destroy the remnant souls. After the remnant soul dies, it will form a soul crystal. Take the 9-color dragon soul crystal to absorb the soul crystal, and the 5-color dragon soul crystal will help you improve your soul quality. Your soul is now at level 95, but if you divide it by the ranks of the Great World, it's still only the peak of the first rank. If you want to move your talent, you need at least the 2nd level to be able to do it. If you want to be on the safe side, it's best to be promoted to the peak of the 2nd level. And Terry said a lot, and Lin Moyu remembered them all. The place where the gods are buried sounds very interesting. The deep space was supposed to go, but it was just earlier. As for strength, Lin Moyu has absolute confidence in his strength. And Terry's once again warned, don't take it lightly after entering the deep space. Although your life-saving ability is very strong, even the super god level can't kill you. But there are several Jedi in deep space that can trap you to death. Of course, I can still fish you out, but the price will be very high. Lin Moyu nodded, I know, I understand. The strongest in the deep space is the super god level. Lin Moyu is not afraid of super gods. But that kind of absolute. It's more terrifying if you can't kill yourself but can trap yourself. If it is trapped in it for tens or hundreds of years, the day lily will be cold. Lin Moyu kept Terry's words in mind. Okay, then you kill me a few times first, part of my soul is burned. Now the soul is missing an arm, and the soul is injured, which has a huge impact on strength. And Terry's laughed and said, why don't you just change the name of your talent, and call it the talent of seeking death? Stop talking nonsense, do it. In the deep space, the atmosphere here is different from any place. Lin Moyu feels the breath of deep space. The elements here are very strong, and the elements are also unusual, containing the breath of law. Although it has not yet reached the point where the laws are manifested, it should be much easier to comprehend the laws here than in other places. The elements are complete, and you can comprehend the laws of various elements in return. So, the monster creatures living here are very likely to have the ability to drive laws. Lin Moyu felt it carefully. He wondered if it was the same everywhere in the deep space. At least the place he is currently in can be called a holy place for cultivation. It can help those god-level professionals at level 94 and 95 to comprehend the law. At the same time, Lin Moyu also regretted that due to the influence of the curse of the Big World Rune, all spells could not bear the foreign laws. So he can only comprehend the laws carried by the spell itself. Otherwise, he can comprehend 1 or 2 laws and add them to the magic law. Let the spell have other laws on the basis of its own laws, and the spell can be further enhanced. Before leaving, Antares talked a lot to her mother-in-law, which deepened Lin Moyu's understanding of the deep space. Deep space is like a large map, which is divided into many small maps. Several of these areas are safe. Even if a god-level powerhouse of level 90 just came over, there is no danger. However, some areas are extremely dangerous. Even if it is a half-step super god, it may be injured and fall. There are many reasons why this happens. One reason for this is that deep space was once a battlefield. In the early days of this era, the gods and powerful humans joined forces to fight against foreign invaders, and many battles were fought in the deep space. The Great War almost broke the laws of the deep space, making the deep space chaotic, and finally formed a Jedi everywhere. Lin Moyu walks among them. No matter how strong his life-saving ability is, he should try his best to avoid entering these desperate places. Call. A gust of wind blew, and the skeleton armor suddenly shone brightly. The wind carries the law of the wind element. It looks gentle, but it has an amazing history of destruction. There are countless thin lines hidden in the wind, cutting like wind blades. The skeleton armor is activated, and the spell linkage is activated accordingly. A group of winds suddenly appeared in the line of sight, which is a monster composed of pure elements. The wind was surrounded by layers of white bones, followed by a flash of white light, and was torn into pieces by the fangs and spears of the bones. Kill level 93 Wind Element Law Spirit, experience plus F1. He doesn't have a lot of experience. Compared with the Dragon King and Demon King of the same level, or the boss of the same level, the experience is 100 times less. But correspondingly, the Law Elves are far easier to kill than them. The vitality is not strong, and the attack power is only slightly stronger because of the Law. Even a level 93 God-level powerhouse can kill it. With such little experience, Lin Moyu can also understand. As the Law Spirit was torn apart, the gust of wind suddenly increased dozens of times, instantly changing from a light wind of level 1 or level 2 to a strong wind of level 12 or above. The Wind Elemental Riot, driving the Law of the Wind Element, rushed towards Lin Moyu surgingly, trying to tear Lin Moyu into pieces. If it is another professional, even a 96-level advanced professional, in this case, they can only stay away from it. Only Lin Moyu has no fear. The skeleton armor is shining, bearing the attack of the Law of the Wind Element. The linkage between spells and spells was activated continuously, and a large number of skeleton prisons appeared in the air in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the bone fangs and bone spears exploded like gorgeous fireworks. Countless wind elemental monsters were torn to pieces. Lin Moyu walked in the wind without moving a finger at all. Everything is completed by the linkage of the bone-type spells. Thinking of what Anteri said, I became a hedgehog. It seems that this is really the case. One hair can move the whole body. If you hit me once, I will pay you back thousands of blows. The mental power is consumed rapidly, and millions of mental power are consumed every time. But Lin Moyu has a huge army of undead as support, and he doesn't care about the consumption of mental power at all. When he finished this section of the road, it was calm. All wind elements have been killed. Lin Moyu gained a lot of experience. The essence of these experiences is soul power, but there are too many impurities in these soul powers, and Lin Moyu looks down on them. He controlled the 9-colored dragon soul crystal to absorb these soul powers, refine them, and then vomit them back. At this time, invisible to the naked eye, there is still a thin line connecting Lin Moyu and the human world in the dark. That is the power of faith from the human race. A few years later, although Lin Moyu has never appeared, it has obviously become the belief of the human race. Especially the younger generation, they regard Lin Moyu as their idol. Nansha people all over the world have become blood slaves and are finally sacrificed by blood. The power of faith that originally came from them has been lost. The power of faith is much less, but the rest is far purer than before. For Lin Moyu, it works even better. The power of faith can stabilize the soul world and slightly improve the level of the soul, but it has little effect and can only be regarded as dispensable. But to become one of the fundamental forces of the human race, the power of faith must have its own unique features. It's just that I haven't found a way to use it yet. Antares knows this too well. After all, it is a dragon, not a human. Lin Moyu moves fast in deep space. In the deep space, there is no need to identify the direction, you just need to walk according to the intensity of the elements. The more dangerous the place, the stronger the elements. Elements are the best waypoints in deep space. The place where Lin Moyu is going to bury the god is the place where the great battle took place. There are many gods buried inside, as well as many god-level professionals of the human race, plus those powerful foreign invaders. The place where they are located must be high-level and rich in elements. How cruel was that battle back then? The low-level gods were just cannon fodder, and the high-level gods were the main fighters. The real strong belong to the half-step super-god and super-god level. Only the super-god level can destroy the deep space. Lin Moyu saw two mountains from a distance. The two mountains were extremely majestic and occupied a large area. From a distance, there are only two mountains, but they are not inferior to a mountain range. There are no clouds in the deep space, and you can directly see the top of the mountain. Both mountains are tens of thousands of meters high. Strangest of all, one of the peaks turned out to be flat. Lin Moyu flew up slowly, came to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters and looked down. It's unnaturally flat. One of the peaks is indeed flat-topped, and it is as smooth as a mirror, which is extremely unusual. Taking a closer look, Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly became serious. These are not two mountains at all, but one mountain. Next to this flat-topped mountain is its peak that has been cut off by people. An ancient picture appeared in front of Lin Moyu. A peerless swordsman swung his sword, and the mountain was cut off from it. The original mountain peak slipped from the fracture and fell to the side. Because it is too huge, it looks like two mountains in the past. The cross-section of this mountain is more than 5 kilometers in diameter. What kind of strength is needed to cut off such a mountain with a single sword? To understand at the level of gods, to be Super God 1, I am afraid that at least 5 or 6 levels of super gods will work. The water god told Lin Moyu at the time that he was once a super god. But he didn't say which stage he was at the super god level. Thinking about it now, it shouldn't be as simple as the first level of super god. Lin Moyu flew to the flat top of the mountain. Standing on it, he could still feel the sword aura and the laws contained in the sword aura. The law is full of sharpness, like the law of the golden element. After so many years, the law still survives, and it is indeed very strong. Lin Moyu walked forward and soon saw a stone tablet. He saw the steel in the air just now, so he came down to check it. The stone tablet is engraved with extremely cursive words. This deity beheaded the Zerg super god third order powerhouse with a single sword, and this monument is in memory. The inscription is, Sword Master of the Human Race. I haven't heard of Jian Zun's name, but from the handwriting, it can be seen that Jian Zun has an unruly personality and a crazy personality. In the Great War that year, it should also belong to an extremely powerful existence. 0 for flowers. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and gently touched the words on the stone tablet, as if he could see the great battle that year. Back then, wild beasts and Zergs attacked the world together, and fought against the gods and humans in the world. At that time, there were countless powerful people in the world. Although they were plotted against, they still stabilized the situation. In the end, the will of the world was revived, and the power of the world came rolling in, pulling out countless geniuses like a seedling. Coupled with Antares' secret shot, Takumi won the final victory. A large number of powerful people fell, the gods died and fell asleep, even the will of the world fell into a deep sleep, and the power of the world was exhausted. It is also because of this that there is a gap in the professionals, and today's human race is so weak. Abyssal demons, dragon clans, and blood clans came one after another to take advantage of it. In fact, they don't even know that with Antares, no one in this world can take it away. 0. Antares is like the last pass, firmly guarding the world. Apart from Lin Moyu, not many people know about this matter. It is estimated that those guys outside the world will not know. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many moths. With Antares around, all they did was useless. No one knows why Antares stays in this world. Antares was silent and refused to say anything. Leaving the steel, Lin Moyu continued to fly forward. As soon as I left the mountain, I saw a huge corpse behind the back of the mountain. The body was more than a kilometer long and had been chopped into 2 pieces. Apart from this wound, there is no wound on the whole body. This should be the third order powerhouse of the Zerg super god that Sword Master beheaded. After more than 1,000 years, the corpse still does not rot, and it still exudes an amazing aura. Super god, really powerful. Lin Moyu could guess that the Sword Master cut off the mountain with one sword, and at the same time cut off the strong Zerg hidden behind the mountain. The sword chi broke it into 2 temporarily, and at the same time the huge sword chi destroyed its vitality, completely killing it here. Lin Moyu was about to leave when he stopped suddenly. His eyes flickered, and his fingers pointed towards the corpse of the strong Zerg. Spell, Resurrection of the Dead. When the spell was activated, Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the law of immortality was contained in the trapped spell. This is the side of the law of immortality that represents life, and it contains a special vitality. It's not an ordinary breath of life, but the trace of vitality contained in death. Accompanied by a slight sound, the super god of the Zerg race, who had been dead for thousands of years, began to be reborn with flesh and blood, and the body was connected, again. The former third-level super god of the Zerg race died for thousands of years, and the flesh and blood were eliminated and the soul was annihilated, leaving only the body. There should no longer be a possibility of resurrection. But under the magical technique of resurrection of the dead, under the magical effect of the law of immortality, life, Lin, it was resurrected strangely. The flesh and blood were reborn quickly, and the wound that had been cut into two by the sword master began to automatically reconnect. Its aura became stronger and stronger, and in the blink of an eye, no wounds could be seen on the surface. With a gigantic body of a kilometer, there are dozens of pairs of huge insect legs, and the insect legs are full of sawtooth, which are extremely sharp. There is an inexplicable law breath all over his body, and Lin Moyu has seen similar laws in Antares. This is the law of the power system. There are no elements. Purely physical attacks can greatly increase power. The moment it completed its rebirth, Lin Moyu knew how long the other party could survive. 10 days. Not too much and not too little. The time that the resurrected can exist in 610 depends on their own soul level. The higher the level of one's soul, the longer the resurrection can exist. Now that my soul level is level 95, the resurrection can last up to 10 days, which is pretty good. When the resurrection of the dead was still in the skill state, the time it could exist was only 1 day. It has increased tenfold, and Lin Moyu is satisfied. The aura of the third-order super-god permeated the air, and the huge aura formed an invisible storm of coercion, permeating wantonly. This is the first time for Lin Moyu to really feel the power of the third-order super-god. Far surpassing the Dragon Emperor, the Demon Emperor's half-step super-god. If the Dragon Emperor was allowed to fight against it, even if the Dragon Emperor used the Dragon Axe and took out the formation beads, he would be defeated in an instant. Infinitely close to a super-god, after all, not a super-god. There is an essential difference between the two. What's more, the 1,000-meter giant worm in front of him has reached the third level of super-god. Owner. A simple awareness passed over. The resurrection of the dead can retain the memory of the resurrected person during his lifetime, but his ideology has been completely changed, and he has completely complied with the jungle language. Lin Moyu's order is the highest order. Even if Lin Moyu wants to let it die, it will not hesitate. Lin Moyu suddenly thought, maybe you can ask him about the battle of the gods. After all, it is a witness, and it is a Zerg. Lin Moyu also wants to know what kind of Zerg exists. Can you speak? Lin Moyu asked. It didn't respond. Obviously, it either couldn't hear it, or it couldn't understand it. Lin Moyu thought about it, and switched to the voice of the soul. The voice of the soul is universal, and there is no need to consider the problem of language barriers. It is a communication at the soul level, which can solve the problem of language barriers between various races. What's your name? Lin Moyu asked with the voice of the soul. Owner. Lin Moyu once again received such a consciousness. The consciousness is very simple, and only 2 words are expressed. Lin Moyu frowned. What else would you do besides calling master? Owner. It's the same simple awareness again. After some communication, Lin Moyu has realized that the other party can't speak. His expression gradually became serious. A strong man of the third level of super god can't communicate. This means that the opponent may only be a fighting tool. Combat tools do not need to be conscious, as long as they know that they can accept orders and act according to the orders. The water god had doubts at the beginning. She suspected that the wild beasts and Zerg that invaded the world were actually just cannon fodder. Lin Moyu also came to a similar conclusion based on what he has seen so far. However, it is not completely certain, and it is also possible that this result was caused by the technique of resurrection of the dead. Let go of the soul world. Lin Moyu gave an order. He wanted to go to the other party's soul world to take a look. Maybe he could see something. Cheng Xiao, who has become a resurrected person, can't communicate normally, but there is no problem in executing simple orders. Lin Moyu entered its soul world smoothly. Compared with its own soul world is much smaller. The entire soul world is extremely monotonous. Except for the soul itself, there is only one magic planet. Its soul body is the same as its appearance. It is a bug. Lin Moyu wants to use his own consciousness to enter the other party's soul and directly obtain a memory. This method is simple and rude, and it will cause great damage to the soul. But it doesn't matter. This is just a bug that has been dead for many years, and it was resurrected for a short time under the influence of the spell. With Lin Moyu's soul level of 95, it is impossible to pry into the soul of a third-order supergod. The other party's soul is much stronger than Lin Moyu's, and it can completely obliterate Lin Moyu's weak soul in turn. But now it's just arisen, Lin Moyu has absolute control over it. Lin Moyu's will enter the worm's soul, searching for its memory. When Lin Moyu entered the soul of the bug, his vision suddenly changed dramatically. He saw a net, a gigantic net zero. This net is densely packed with layers upon layers. The level of complexity is unprecedented. Lin Moyu looked even dazzled. And now I am just an insignificant on this big network. In the very center of the big net, and I suddenly lit up, looking towards Lin Moyu. Bold, dare to spy on our clan, court death. Huge and terrifying energy surged in. Lin Moyu felt the mortal danger and left the big net in an instant. Lin Moyu's reaction was fast enough, but he still received some shocks. The soul felt a burst of severe pain, as if it had been hit hard by a hammer, and the whole person was groggy. Too horrible. Lin Moyu felt like he was surviving after a catastrophe, and the opponent's attack was too powerful. Lin Moyu feels that he is in front of the other party, just like an ant facing a mountain. There is no comparison at all. The other party can pinch himself to death casually. What the hell is this net? And what is that eye? Zerg, what kind of race is it? Doubts keep popping up. At this moment, the resurrected worm crawling beside him suddenly trembled. Those who spy on our clan, die. The sound of the soul resounded, and the worm suddenly exploded and rushed towards Lin Moyu. It exudes a powerful aura of law, and all the insect legs are turned into sharp blades, trying to cut Lin Moyu into pieces. Lin Moyu was not flustered, his consciousness moved slightly, and the breath of the law of immortality rose from Xiaxing's body. Lin Moyu has absolute control over the resurrected. The worm that had just exploded at 3.5 suddenly stopped in mid-air, and then exploded, blasting into pieces of meat all over the sky. The bone armor gleamed, keeping the minced meat out. Lin Moyu fell into deep thought. How could the resurrected be manipulated? And in the last sentence between souls, it is obvious that the consciousness of the other party has come here. Lin Moyu doesn't know where the opponent's body is, and it must be very far away. Consciousness comes here across the limitation of space in an instant. Just this kind of ability is not something that ordinary strong people can do. Is it too strong, or is it because of the special ability of the race? Whether it was the three-dimensional and complex net that he saw, or the sudden control of the resurrected by the other party in the end, Lin Moyu was shocked. There are many races in the big world, and each race has its own characteristics. As long as the race can survive in the big world, none of them is weak. Lin Moyu didn't dare to take it lightly anymore. Even the resurrected ones didn't seem to be absolutely safe. In a dark corner of the big world, a gigantic eye slowly opened. Its eyes are bright, illuminating the dark starry sky. As the eyes opened, the starry sky trembled. A star appeared not far away. It should be said that this star was originally there, but its outside was covered by countless bugs, blocking all light. Now that the worms were awake, they raised their heads to the sky and howled loudly, only to reveal the light of the stars. Those who spy on our clan, die. The sound of the giant eye's soul resounded through the starry sky. On the star, countless Zerg also roared more intensely. The will of the giant eyes is their will. The star rolled and moved, bringing the countless Zerg on it towards the distance. It waited until the stars disappeared into the darkness before the giant eye closed again. At the last moment of closing his eyes, he uttered a voice of the soul again. "Those who spy on our clan, die." Lin Moyu continued to move forward in the deep space, walking towards a place with more intense elements. The picture I saw before is still lingering in my mind. After thinking and analyzing, I finally figured out a little clue. That gigantic net is intertwined with endless nodes. I am just one of the nodes. If you compare this net to the pedigree of the Zerg, then 02 is like the ant family in the human world, with a similar structure. Every node above is a member or a group of members. Then the weak members are at the outermost edge, and the powerful members are at the inside, protecting their king layer by layer. After analyzing the results, Lin Moyu felt terrified. Because just now, he discovered that the resurrected people were on the periphery of this giant net. The strength of the third level of Super God can only be on the periphery. According to his deduction, the closer it is to the center, the stronger it will be. How strong is the Zerg? The peripheral members, the third order Super God, can only be used as cannon fodder. Not even a memory. Especially the huge eye that opened suddenly, and the soul attack rolling in, made me feel extremely dangerous. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he might have lost his soul. While there are all-round freshman talents that can be revived, Lin Moyu is not guaranteed to be useful. The opponent was too strong, to a level that he couldn't understand. Is this the God King? Or something stronger? All information can only be guessed, and no accurate answer can be obtained. In the final analysis, it is because there is too little information. Moreover, the other party's reaction was very intense, and the word spying was used. Explain that Lin Moyu's behavior has an impact on the Zerg. In other words, what I saw was a secret among the Zerg race, a secret that should not be revealed to outsiders. If I could go see it a few more times. Lin Moyu suddenly had a crazy and bold idea. It is then wiped off immediately. It's too dangerous, go again, or you will die and come back. Thinking about it, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. The elements in the space suddenly became denser, enhanced hundreds of times, and you can feel the existence of various elements when you stretch out your hand. Lin Moyu took 2 steps back, and the elements suddenly became thinner again. This kind of thinness is only relatively speaking, compared to the human world, it is still very rich. After walking 2 steps forward, the elements became more intense again. 1 step apart, the richness of the elements differs by hundreds of times. Not only the elements, but also the laws are also strengthened, which can be felt almost clearly. If it was a sacred place to practice and understand the law before, then this is a sacred place. The law here is not far from realization. If one can cultivate here and become a high-level god, it will be much easier than in the human world. It's a pity that the deep space is too dangerous, and comprehension of the law requires full concentration. Although the place is good, it is a pity that there is no safe place to practice. In the deep space, the more elements there are, the greater the danger. The sudden change of elements in this area must also bring danger. Lin Moyu was cautious, his soul power was slowly released, and he was extremely vigilant. 100 meters away, there are hills. The hill is not high, only about 100 meters, and the sun constellations are dotted across the land. But if you look carefully, these hills are a bit weird, and the tops of the hills are all round. There are dozens of hills, almost all of which are exactly the same. The power of the soul flowed out and touched the hill. The small mountain vibrated violently, and the vibration increased to extremely strong in the blink of an eye, instantly like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Lin Moyu flew up instinctively and left the ground. The earth was cracked, cracking bottomless cracks. These hills revived in the shaking, stood up, and turned into rock giants one by one. When they are perfect, they are 100 meters high. Now stand up, each of them is more than 500 meters, standing upright. On them, exudes a strong elemental atmosphere. Each part of their body has different elements. The left arm is the elemental of fire and the right arm is the elemental of water. The body is the element of the earth, and the legs are the element of the wind. Every element carries laws. Possessing laws means that their strength is at least level 96. And judging from the breath on them, they are comparable to high-level gods. In the human race, unless it is a half-step super-god, it is possible to defeat them. But, with the violent shaking of the ground, a larger dragon woke up. It stood up, more than 700 meters tall, obviously taller than others and many people. On it, exudes a half-step super-god breath. They have one eye on their heads, and they have locked onto Lin Moyu firmly. Lin Moyu pointed lightly, and the detection technique flew out. He didn't know whether the detection technique would work in deep space. Anyway, use it habitually first. The detection technique is like a breeze blowing, bringing back information. Elemental Giant. Level 97. Ability: drive various elemental laws to attack. The detection technique can still be used, but corresponding changes have taken place. The attributes disappeared, and only information such as name, level, and ability was obtained. This is not the first time this has happened. Lin Moyu is not surprised. At this level, attributes seem to become less important. Even his summoned objects no longer display attributes. But to say that it is not important is not completely unimportant. Attributes can still measure strength. As Anteri said, if any of the 4 basic attributes exceeds 10 million, one can break through to the super god level 553. Of course, the premise is to reach level 99 first and comprehend the laws to a certain extent. It doesn't mean that just level 90 and a single attribute exceeding 10 million will directly become a super god level. Attributes are just a manifestation of strength, not a manifestation of realm level. Lin Moyu was curious about where the detection technique came from. Legend has it that it was brought out from the primordial secret realm. I believed this before, but now I know it is not so simple at all. Probing, that is, there is no magic planet, and there is no magic star. And with such low requirements, everyone will use it. This technique is by no means simple. Lin Moyu's detection technique seemed to have angered the elemental giants. They roared at Lin Moyu, and at the same time punched Lin Moyu from the sky. In the void, hundreds of giant fists appeared. Each giant fist carried the power of elemental law, surrounding Lin Moyu from all directions. It seemed that Lin Moyu had lost all room to dodge, but Lin Moyu didn't think about dodging at all. It is impossible for this kind of attack to hurt him. The bone armor is shining, and the spell linkage is activated. The elemental giants were bound by the bone prison, and then the bone fangs and bone spears erupted. The 4-star spell is powerful enough to cause damage to elemental giants. However, the elemental giant's defense is not weak, and the damage only stays on the surface. The elemental giant was wounded, arousing even more ferocity, roaring angrily and rushing towards Lin Moyu. The laws of the elements are vertical and horizontal, drawing 10,000 streams of light between the heaven and the earth. It seems that this alone is not enough to deal with them. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers lightly, thick fog appeared instantly, and the sound of dragon chants was deafening. The skeleton dragon flew out of the clouds, carrying a huge coercion. The silver-white undead flame was burning fiercely on his body, and the law of immortality also permeated between the heaven and the earth, colliding with the law of elements. Countless skeletal dragons descended from the sky and fought with the elemental giants. Lin Moyu didn't use other undead, nor did he use the Lich General, and even the number he dispatched was only equal to that of the elemental giants. This is the first actual combat of the skeleton dragon after it became a spell, and it is a good opportunity to test its actual combat ability. The giant skeleton dragon sprayed the dragon's breath, carrying a strong law of immortality, like crushing tofu, easily crushing the law of elements. At level 96 or above, laws become the main means of attack. Among the various magical attacks, if there is no law contained, the power will be much smaller. Affected by the curse of the Great World Rune, Lin Moyu's spells cannot carry the external laws, which has caused a certain impact. Fortunately, the spell itself has laws, and they are extremely powerful laws. Now it seems that the law of immortality is far more than imagined. These elemental laws are nothing compared to the law of immortality. Lin Moyu saw it in his eyes and continued to analyze it. It is true that the law of immortality is strong enough, far surpassing the law of elements. The 8-star technique also has a great bonus to the skeleton dragon. With the combined efforts of the two, the strength of the skeleton dragon far exceeds that of the elemental giants of the same level. And Terry said that the bone dragon has an attack power of 98, and it seems to be true now. The skeleton dragons are all about 100 meters in size, but they beat the elemental giants helplessly. Under the spray of dragon's breath, the elemental giant collapsed instantly. The leader of the elemental giant roared, rushing towards him like a mountain. With a few bangs, it knocked into the sky the giant dragon blocking the road. It is a half-step super god, and its strength far exceeds other elemental giants, and it also surpasses the skeleton dragon. However, the skeleton dragon is affected by talent and will share the damage with other undead. Although it is not the opponent of the leader of the element giant in terms of combat power, it is almost impossible for him to kill the skeleton dragon. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and a large number of undead army appeared. 3 kinds of skeletons and death knights are 1,000 each, plus a lich general. Counting the more than 1,000 bone dragons before, they formed an army of undead. This team is handed over to a lich general to lead. General Lich waved the huge staff in his hand, casting its spells. A gray light flashed, and all the undead core instantly strengthened. Immediately afterwards, the massacre of the elemental giants began. That's right, massacre. With the addition of the Lich General, the battle instantly turned into a one-sided massacre. The tyrannical combat power of the undead army is undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The elemental giants were quickly cleaned up, and Lin Moyu gained a lot of soul power. 9-colored dragon soul crystal became busy. It constantly devoured the external soul power, and then purified and tempered it before spitting it out to the soul itself. Those who killed were all elemental giants at level 97, and their experience increased very quickly. Lin Moyu frowned. It seems that we can't kill randomly. Take control of the experience. It is not a good thing to improve the experience too fast. He had to get out his talents before reaching the god level. Otherwise, once he reaches level 90, the door to the talent world will gradually close, and the entrances and exits that he can't easily tear will disappear. At that time, it will be difficult to figure out talent. The 3 talents are very important. He can grow to the present level. The 3 talents are indispensable. In a blink of an eye, the elemental giants had been slaughtered, leaving only the giant leader still insisting. However, under the siege of the undead army, he couldn't last long. With the Lich General's ultimate strengthening bonus, even the skeleton dragon has a combat power similar to it. At most 10 giant skeleton dragons are enough to fight against it. What's more, it is now a whole army of undead. Under the siege of the undead army, the leader of the elemental giant didn't even have a chance to escape, and was killed in just 2 minutes. Lin Moyu looked at the experience. Just for this battle, the experience has increased by 15%. Now the experience has reached 25%, and if he plays a few more games, he will be able to rise to level 89. It cannot be upgraded like this, and more space needs to be left. If you can fight or not kill on the way, don't kill. Lin Moyu thought about rushing to the place where the gods were buried first to see the situation. There must be a big battle waiting. With the death of the elemental giant, the originally strong elemental aura gradually weakened. The reason why this area is rich in elements is precisely because of this group of elemental giants. Lin Moyu ejected a ball of immortal flame. The flame exploded in the air, turned into countless flames, and landed on the corpse of the elemental giant. The elemental giant who had just been killed was resurrected in the undead flame and became a resurrected person. The elemental aura that had just weakened became stronger again. With Lin Moyu's current soul level, the resurrected can exist for 10 days. And after becoming resurrected, their strength will reach the peak state in life, and they will become even stronger. It's a pity that they can't get the bonus of the full connection talent. Compared with the undead army, their survivability is still much weaker. Let's find the way, find the place where the gods are buried. With Lin Moyu's order, these elemental giants rushed in all directions. They all exist at level 97, with huge bodies and fast speeds. Lin Moyu let them find their way, not willing to fight. And even if he was killed halfway, he wouldn't feel bad. It's not my summoned object, but a resurrected person who can exist for 10 days. Strictly speaking, it's just cannon fodder. Lin Moyu continued in the other direction. Lin Moyu's speed was very fast, and he crossed the land in the blink of an eye. The roar of water flowed from afar, and the water element in the air became more and more intense. Is it a river? Or a great river? Lin Moyu judged from the sound, it should be the sound of rivers and rivers. And the sharply increased water element also proves this. The sound of the water flow became louder and louder, until it was already buzzing in my ears. Lin Moyu realized that something was wrong. The sound of water flow increased too fast, as if not only he was approaching it, but it was also approaching him. Lin Moyu stopped, the sound of the water still getting louder. There is a big river in front of you. The river is at least 30 meters wide and long. Lin Moyu was surprised that this big river has such a length. In sight, it has a head and a tail, about 500 or 600 meters away. It is carrying the sound of surging water, galloping towards itself. A big river that has a head and a tail, and can move at will. This situation is too weird, Lin Moyu has never seen it before. Without making contact with it, Lin Moyu flew up and stopped in midair. The great river flows where Lin Moyu is standing, galloping towards the distance. Nearby, to get Zhao, a deep mark was paired on the ground, and a waterway appeared. Looking down from the air, I can see that this is indeed a big river, and it is also a moving river. Didn't see any monsters in it. The world is really big, full of wonders. Lin Moyu couldn't help sighing, thinking of Antares' words. Antares once said, "You don't have to be surprised to see anything in the deep space. There are thousands of races in the big world, and even miraculous things can happen." Lin Moyu finally understood the meaning of this sentence. What kind of monster is this moving river? At this time, Dajian was about to leave the sight range, and suddenly Lin Moyu saw a sleeping monster and was awakened by Dajian. That monster has an aura of law, obviously not weak. But the big river rolled up the waves and swallowed the monster all at once. Then there was no more, and the monster disappeared. Dajian stayed for half a minute and then moved forward again. It's really weird. At this time, a group of dark clouds floated over, and the speed was extremely fast. The dark clouds came at a strange speed, at least exceeding kilometers per second. In the blink of an eye, it has come to the front, and then exploded. This is not a dark cloud at all, but is composed of countless pitch-black bird monsters. After the explosion, the number is overwhelming and inexhaustible. Lin Moyu doesn't care about these monsters, but now Lin Moyu doesn't want to kill them. If you want to kill them, you can come at any time. The most urgent thing is to find the place where the gods are buried. The undead wings vibrated, the soul force flowed, and Lin Moyu disappeared without a trace in an instant. The group of bird monsters couldn't find Lin Moyu's whereabouts, and they gave up after neighing and circling for a while. They reformed dark clouds and flew towards the distance. The undead wings cut off the soul lock and moved tens of thousands of meters in an instant. It has been less than a day since I came to the deep space, and I have encountered strange things one after another. There is indeed a crisis at every step, and it is not safe at all. The monsters that Lin Moyu encountered can basically kill high-level gods above level 96. If there is no half-step super-god strength, it is really difficult to move an inch here. In the deep space, the denser the elements, the more dangerous it is. When those god-level powerhouses come to the deep space, they all go in the direction where the elements are thinner, and they will be much safer. Lin Moyu stood at an altitude of 1,000 meters, receiving the information sent back by the elemental giant. During these 990 days, the elemental giants who are resurrected have already run a long distance. It also alarmed countless sleeping monsters. Some elemental giants were stopped, besieged, and died again. Some are followed by a lot of monsters, constantly chasing and killing them. There are also some people who are lucky and have not been attacked. Through the information sent back by the elemental giant, Lin Moyu saw many things in the deep space. Layers of fog in the deep space were lifted, and a map was gradually formed in my mind. It also made Lin Moyu aware of the dangers in deep space. An elemental giant passed by an area, and the ground in this area became soft instantly, and then dragged it in, completely losing contact. Another elemental giant passed by a place where a powerful sleeping creature seemed to be awakened. He snorted dissatisfiedly, and then the elemental giant collapsed on the spot. Just snorting, the elemental giant at level 97 died on the spot. The strength of this creature has surpassed half a step of super god, so it should be a super god level existence. Super god level, Lin Moyu is not afraid, but also do not want to provoke. The opponent cannot kill oneself, and it is difficult for oneself to kill the opponent. Lin Moyu wrote down those dangerous places, and suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. How come? Undead wings shook violently, and Lin Moyu disappeared in an instant. Over a distance of more than 100,000 meters, Lin Moyu appeared in midair. After appearing, the undead wings continued to vibrate. The soul force is always flowing, and if something goes wrong, Lin Moyu will leave immediately. Not far away, a tall figure stood on the ground. It has lost the breath of life, but it has not fallen. With huge axes in both hands, it looks like a pine tree standing there. Dragon Emperor. Lin Moyu spit out 2 words lightly. The Dragon Emperor actually died here. It came to the deep space to look for the Dragon Ball, and wanted to get the qualification to enter the big world. With its strength, it is not completely without opportunities. But it died here, and together with the giant dragon axe, it stayed in the deep space forever. Lin Moyu looked at the body of the Dragon Emperor. There was no wound on the body. The Dragon Emperor's strength is not weak, although it has been a while since he died, he has not rotted. Fear can be seen in the eyes before it dies. I don't know if I saw something scary or the fear of death. The soul force spread towards the surroundings, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. Checked the surrounding environment, and did not feel dangerous. Lin Moyu became curious about the cause of the Dragon Emperor's death. No scars, just died like this. And there is no danger here, everything seems very weird. Point your fingers towards the Dragon Emperor, and a ball of flames exploded from your fingertips. Spell, Resurrection of the Dead. Since you can't guess it, then get the answer from the mouth of the Dragon Emperor. Immortal flames rose from the Dragon Emperor's body, and under the influence of the law of immortality, the soul that had dissipated originally reappeared at this moment. The Dragon Emperor's empty eyes reappeared, a Kaj, spirit. After it was revived, it instinctively looked at Lin Moyu, and couldn't help shouting, Master. It retains all the memories of its lifetime, and it knows that Lin Moyu is its worst enemy and the person it hates the most. But under the influence of the law of immortality, this emotion was erased and replaced by deep respect. At this moment, Lin Moyu is the sky, his master, and he must obey. Even if you let yourself die, there will be no hesitation. Lin Moyu nodded. Tell me how you died. Ask someone how you died. These words are more or less strange. The Dragon King searched for his memory. I entered a cemetery where many strong people were buried. Then I met a man with a sword. It chased me, and I ran away when it was strong. But in the end, I still couldn't escape. Lin Moyu asked strangely, the cemetery? The person with the sword? The Dragon Emperor thought for a while. It should not be a human being, but a remnant soul. Lin Moyu was taken aback. You said the person holding the sword is definitely a human race? Sure. Are you sure it's a remnant soul? That's right, it's a remnant soul, a very powerful remnant soul. Excitement arose in Lin Moyu's heart. He never thought that he would find the place of burial in this way. Although I can't be completely sure, but 9 times out of 10 I can't be wrong. There are very few traces of the human race in the deep space, and such a powerful human race only existed in ancient times. The Dragon Emperor is a half-step super god, and he can kill the Dragon Emperor with a remnant soul, which is at least at the super god level, and it is not an ordinary super god. Lin Moyu thought of someone, Jin Zun. Can cut through mountains with one sword, and kill super god 3-cut bugs. Even if he died in battle, leaving only the remnant soul, he must be the strongest among the remnant souls. It is not impossible to kill the Dragon Emperor. Take me. Lin Moyu gave the order. The Dragon Emperor flew towards one direction without hesitation, and Lin Moyu followed behind. At that time, the Dragon Emperor still escaped for a while, but he couldn't escape in the end. Half an hour later, the Dragon Emperor stopped in front of a high mountain. The mountain is cut like a knife, like a sharp arrow piercing the sky. With Lin Moyu's eyesight, the day's eyes can't see the end. The mountain is at least 100,000 meters high. There is a road on the side of the mountain. As long as you follow this road and bypass the mountain, you will arrive at the cemetery mentioned by the Dragon Emperor. Walking along the path, the sky is getting darker and darker, and the breath is getting more and more oppressive. Lin Moyu felt the breath of law. There are all kinds of laws, and they are intertwined and appear chaotic. After bypassing the mountain, Lin Moyu saw the true face of the cemetery. There are tombstones erected here, and each tombstone is shrouded in thick fog, making it impossible to see the words engraved on it. The Dragon Emperor said, "I was inside and met the man with the sword." Lin Moyu nodded, feeling the breath here. The soul breath is very strong, but like the law, it is also chaotic. There are not only the souls of the human race here, but also the souls of other races seem to be entangled together. The place where the gods are buried, the place where the final battle will take place. Lin Moyu whispered in his mouth, and stepped into it. In this era, the most powerful is also the most dangerous period. The final decisive battle will unfold in the abyss space. The gods at that time, as well as the strongest of the human race, did not know that Antares would keep the final bottom line of the immortality of the human race. They don't know that even if they are defeated, the human race will not perish. In their eyes, this battle determines the fate of the human race in this world. If they lose, the human race will also lose hope. Aliens invaded and the human race became extinct, and they had no way out. Under such circumstances, they fought resolutely, bringing hope to future generations of the human race. This battle is held in deep space. With the stability of the deep space, the sky and the earth collapsed. After the Great War, many chaotic areas appeared in deep space. The land of burying gods appeared after the Great War, and it can be called a Jedi. In the land of burying gods, there are remnants of foreign invaders. Although the gods and the powerful human race fell, their wills did not die. They turned into remnant souls, still fighting the alien invaders. Lin Moyu, enter the place of burial of gods to watch. The sky in the land of burial is extremely dark, as if ink has been splashed on it. Occasionally, there will be a flash of light, and the aura of law will be stimulated from time to time, and it can be vaguely seen that someone is fighting. From time to time, the roar of wild animals can be heard. It is the voice of the soul, resounding throughout this land. The two sides in the battle are not living people, but remnants of souls. The Dragon Emperor led the way ahead. Shortly after I entered here, I met that disabled man with a sword. Before he finished speaking, a beam of sword light descended from the sky and shot into the Dragon Emperor's body at an astonishing speed. The Dragon Emperor's voice stopped abruptly. Then it fell to the ground softly, turned into a piece of ashes, and the real ashes disappeared. If the resurrected die again, all traces in this world will be erased, and nothing will be left. Lin Moyu felt nothing about the death of the Dragon Emperor. In Lin Moyu's eyes, it was originally a dead person, but now it is just his own tool. If the Dragon Emperor is not dead and the two sides meet in deep space, Lin Moyu will also kill it. Following the direction of the sword light, Lin Moyu saw a remnant soul. The remnant soul has the appearance of a human being, and is more illusory than a complete soul. And it lacks legs, only the upper body. A sharp sword was beside him. It looked like he was holding the sword, but in fact it was just the sword flying by his side. The sword is a real sword, and it is a sword with an extremely sharp handle. Sword Master? Lin Moyu asked tentatively. He wasn't sure if the remnant soul was conscious. The remnant soul looked at Lin Moyu for more than 10 seconds, and finally said, "It's a human race, don't kill it." After finishing speaking, he turned and left, disappearing in the darkness. Lin Moyu was a little shocked by his words. It made him think of the human knight who was the last to protect himself and leave in the corrosion realm. They are obviously dead, and they have all turned into rotting corpses, but the will to protect the human race has never been extinguished. It's a human race, don't kill it. In just 5 words, it is the last will and the strongest will. Lin Moyu is now completely sure that this is the remnant soul of Sword Master. The aura emanating from his body was exactly the same as the aura on the stone tablet. The sword light lit up again in the sky, and there were faint roars of wild beasts. Lin Moyu saw that Jin Zun was fighting a beast-like remnant soul. This beast is a bit strange, with a head like a desolate beast, with long tentacles. But it has insect feet on its body, which looks like a beast and a worm. The battle between the two sides caused a huge momentum. Although there are only remnant souls left, they still have fighting power. Lin Moyu knows exactly what he wants to do here. Pointing towards the sky, thick fog billowed in the sky, and a silver-white flame suddenly appeared in the black sky. The undead world descended, and the air was opened like a curtain, revealing the eyes of the undead, which were 100,000 meters in size. Spell, Undead Gaze. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the undead army appeared, protecting himself 3 layers from the inside and the outside. At the same time, he connected to the Eye of the Dead. This time, he will control the Eye of the Dead himself. The best way to deal with souls is to use soul attack techniques. The gaze of the undead is enough to instantly kill all existences below level 96, let alone remnant souls. From the perspective of the Eyes of the Dead, Lin Moyu saw half of the place of burial. The unexpectedly large land of burial gods seems to be divided into 2 areas. Another area is shrouded in a thick dead air. Even with the Eyes of the Dead, it cannot be seen. Here, Lin Moyu saw countless remnants of souls, including human warriors and remnants of some gods. In addition, there are the remnants of Zerg and wild beasts. Those who invaded this world back then were wild beasts and Zerg. Even after so many years after the end of the war, the remnants of both sides are still fighting. In the place of burial of gods, even if the remnant soul is killed, it will not really die. These remnants are like monsters from the outside world. They will regenerate after a while after being killed. The war never ends. Now the appearance of Lin Moyu will end this eternal battle. 0 for flowers. Lin Moyu personally manipulated the Eyes of the Dead and looked at the remnants of the Zerg wild beasts. Undead Gaze was launched, and a series of powerful soul attacks fell. Those remnant souls who were targeted and hit suddenly screamed. Undead Gaze is very useful for dealing with relatively weak remnants. Even though they were very strong when they were alive, but now that they are dead, their souls have become incomplete, leaving only remnants. Facing the gaze of the undead, there is not much resistance. In a blink of an eye, several remnant souls were killed. The remnant soul was killed, turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared, leaving only a wisp of essence that flew into Lin Moyu's soul world. The essence of this soul is the purpose of Lin Moyu's trip. The reason why the remnant soul can exist is precisely because of this ray of soul essence. Now that the soul essence is gone, it is impossible for these remnants to regenerate. 0. The soul essence was absorbed by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, and then spit out after refining, which strengthened Lin Moyu's soul quality. Whether it is a professional of the human race, or a strong man of various races in the big world. Once you reach level 90, you will start dealing with spirits. The stronger the soul, the farther the future can go. The soul can be said to be the most mysterious part of all creatures. Generally speaking, the strength of the soul is determined by 3 aspects. 1 is the level of the soul. Under normal circumstances, the level of the soul also determines the strength of the strength. The second is the level of the soul. The level and level are different. The level of the soul determines the upper limit, and the level of the soul is the current position. The soul level is high, but the level is not necessarily high. Relatively speaking, if the soul level is low, the level must be low. And the level also determines the amount of soul power that can be accommodated. Most powerhouses, after cultivating to the limit, have the same soul level and level. Such cases as Lin Moyu's are rare. The third is the quality of the soul, which determines the quality of the soul and the purity of the soul power. Lin Moyu is currently at the peak level of the first rank, and is the strongest among the first ranks. In the big world, a pinnacle soul, coupled with some special equipment on the soul, can already transfer talent. At least one move out without any problem. But Lin Moyu is poor and does not have these things, so he can only improve the quality of his soul. As long as the quality of the soul is raised to the second rank, a talent can be smoothly moved out. If it can be promoted to the peak of the second rank, all three talents can be moved out. Lin Moyu wiped out one remnant soul after another, absorbed their soul essence, and improved his soul quality knife with the help of the 9-color dragon soul crystal. Lin Moyu only attacked the souls of Zerg and wild beasts. As for the remnants of humans or gods, Lin Moyu chooses to let them go. They fought desperately for the whole world. The remnant soul left after death should not be the nourishment for one's own growth. Lin Moyu has a bottom line. He can kill hundreds of millions, but he can't break his bottom line. Because he is a human race. The quality of the soul is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Quality improvement is much more difficult than level improvement. Peak of the first grade, the soul is solidified, surrounded by twilight. Lin Moyu chanted softly. His soul had long been condensed, and there was a faint gleam, which is the sign of the peak of Epine. Now the glimmer of the soul is getting stronger and stronger, and it seems that some kind of magical change has occurred. Second grade soul, bronze helmet and iron armor. The sign of the second grade of soul is that the soul is further solidified, and a layer of copper helmet and iron armor will appear on the soul. Bronze helmet and iron armor are just a description. The real 960 means that the soul becomes stronger and stronger. For example, it can resist the burning of the fire of talent. The second grade of soul is also a necessary condition for becoming a true god. For all super gods, if they want to be promoted to true gods, they must reach the second rank of soul. The soul is fundamental. The remnants of the wild beasts of the Zerg race were wiped out one by one, and the remnants of the strong human race who were fighting with them stopped one after another. They were in a daze and seemed a little dazed. After death, only the deepest will is preserved, and the thought has long since disappeared. Now that there are no enemies, they don't know where to go, and they stand in a daze one by one. Lin Moyu sighed softly. Back then, these strong men paid too much for the human race and the world. The light on the soul became more and more intense, and finally accompanied by a soft cry, the sound of the soul was transmitted mightily. The shimmering light on the soul suddenly changed, the light disappeared, and a layer of copper and iron appeared on the soul. It looked like he was wearing a suit of armor. Bronze helmet and iron armor, the second grade of soul, it's done. Lin Moyu shook his fist. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. It is so simple to raise the soul to the second rank. The second grade is enough to carry a talent. Lin Moyu naturally won't be satisfied with it. Now he has just entered the second rank, and he still needs to raise his soul to the peak of the second rank, so that he can be sure to move out all three talents. The place where the gods are buried has a lot of remnant souls, so it should be enough. And there is another half of the area. Lin Moyu focused on the other half of the invisible area. This area also belongs to the place of burial of gods, but it is shrouded in thick dead air. All of a sudden, there was a surge of dead energy, and there was a sound of long shing. A huge gray dragon flew out of the dead air, and rushed towards the eye of the dead in the air. The dragon was so fast that it slammed into the eyes of the undead. The eyes of the dead suddenly collapsed. Lin Moyu trembled all over, and regained consciousness. Dragon. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback, not understanding why a giant dragon appeared. This giant dragon is not a remnant soul but a real body. It's just that its body is shriveled, and it seems that it has no flesh and blood. But the strength is still strong, and it can directly smash the Eye of the Dead. Super God level dragon. The aura of the giant dragon has surpassed the category of half-step super god, and it exudes a huge coercion. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that the dragon has reached the super god level. What Lin Moyu doesn't understand is why there are dragons here, and they are real dragons. He really wanted to ask Antares, but here, Antares couldn't be contacted. The giant dragon shattered the Eye of the Undead and spewed dragon breath towards the undead army. There is a blazing flame in the dragon's breath, indicating that this is a fire elemental dragon. The scale armor of the fire elemental dragon should be red, but now the scale armor of this giant dragon shows an abnormal grayish-white. The undead army responded instantly. In the sky, hundreds of giant skeleton dragons rushed down, and the Death Knight also activated the rushing skills, hitting the dragon like streams of light. The skeleton god warrior rushed forward with the blazing dragon's breath. Element resistance, passive spells play a powerful role, ignoring elemental attacks. For the law of the fire element in the dragon's breath, the damage is reduced by 90 times. Although it is not as good as Lin Moyu's 8100 times damage reduction, it is also guaranteed that they will not be killed in a flash. After all, there are 1.49 million undead who bear the damage together. How can it be so easy to kill? Almost instantly, the elemental dragon has been surrounded by the undead army. The giant bone dragon pounced on it, biting and gnawing while breathing out its breath. Although the elemental dragon has reached the super god level, but under the status bonus of the Lich General, the skeleton dragon also has half a step of super god strength. Under siege, the elemental dragon will also be hurt. The elemental dragon struggled frantically, and its scales stood up like the sharpest weapons, attacking the undead army. The undead army knows no fear, is not afraid of death, and does not retreat half a step. If it goes on like this, it won't be long before they can be besieged and killed. Super god level elemental dragon, it shouldn't be like this. Lin Moyu looks more and more strange. He has dealt with elemental dragons. The elemental dragon is very active, even if it is surrounded. With super god level strength, it is not difficult to break through. 0. Although the undead army is powerful and can fight the super god level head-on, it is not so easy to kill the super god level. What's more, they are also at the super god level, and the dragon clan is an absolutely powerful clan among them. The elemental dragon in front of him gave him the feeling that he was dull and sluggish, with super god level strength, but he didn't know how to use it. In addition to bumping around, it is not flexible at all. But Lin Moyu found something wrong again, although the undead army caused a lot of damage to the elemental dragon. These injuries seem to recover quickly. The elemental dragon is like an unbeatable Xiaoqiang, fighting endlessly there. I never heard that the Dragon Clan has such a strong resilience. Lin Moyu felt that this resilience was comparable to that of the undead army. After all, he was healed by General Lich, and this elemental dragon relied on himself. Alien, die. The sound of the soul sounded, and Lin Moyu saw the remnant soul of the sword master holding a sharp sword, crossing the battlefield, and instantly killed the elemental dragon. A sword stabbed out, bringing out a strong sword light. The scale armor was broken, and a huge wound was drawn on the elemental dragon. There is no flesh and blood, only bones. Under the scales, except for the skin, there is only bone. This elemental dragon is dead. Lin Moyu felt the dead air coming from the bones. Then it saw the insect's tentacles rising from the wound, and pulled the wound together at once, and the wound recovered instantly. The remnant soul of the sword master cut out several swords in a row, and each sword can cut deep and visible bone wounds. But immediately tentacles protrude from the wound and heal the wound. Under the continuous attack of Sword 3.3, the remnant soul gradually weakened, and the soul power was consumed too violently. Finally, Sword Master's soul power was exhausted and he disappeared from sight. The most indispensable thing in the land of burial gods is soul power, and it only takes a little time for Sword Master to recover. Lin Moyu probably understood it. This giant dragon died a long time ago, and its corpse was taken by the Zerg and became a puppet of the Zerg. Since it's a corpse, it's easy to handle. Lin Moyu popped out a flame from his fingers and landed on the elemental dragon. Spell, Resurrection of the Dead. Since it's a corpse, I'll bring you back to life. See if the Zerg living in the body can continue to manipulate. The elemental dragon that died for an unknown number of years was surrounded by undead flames and burned blazingly. In the flames, the flesh and blood are renewed, and the soul is reorganized. A loud dragon chant resounded through the deep space. Humble reptile, dare to occupy the body of the deity, court death. The resurrection of the dead, the elemental dragon came back to the world after an unknown number of years of death. It carries the memory of its life and knows everything that happened to it. Flesh reborn, it knows what's going on inside its own body. As Lin Moyu guessed, there were Zerg occupying its body. The law of the fire element exploded, but this time it did not move towards the outside world, but erupted within the body. Flames burst out from the giant dragon's body and turned into a real fire dragon. The surface of the body is burning, and every minute and every second inside the body is burning. Lin Moyu knew that it was cleaning its body. The super god level is no longer driving the law, but controlling it. It is not difficult for super gods to use laws to burn themselves and expel foreign objects. A sharp scream came from the corpse. It was the scream of Zerg. The bugs were obviously in great pain under the burning of the super god level law of the fire element. Damn reptile, die. The giant dragon sneered, and with anger, the heat became more intense. Finally, with a shrill cry, everything returned to silence. The flame went out, and Lin Moyu said, "It's done." The 02 elemental dragon turned his head and looked at Lin Moyu. With respect in his eyes, he shouted respectfully, "Rex, the fire elemental dragon, pays his respects to the master." It is a resurrected person, even if it has memories of life, but when facing Lin Moyu, it will only treat it with the most respectful attitude. Lin Moyu said, "Why did you become a puppet of the Zerg?" Rex thought about his memory. Back then, our dragon clan participated in a war. In that war, many members died. I don't know why later, the body was taken over by the puppet insects and became the puppet of the Zerg race. Damn Zerg, dare to invade our great dragon clan, Dragon God will not let them go. Although Rix respects Lin Moyu, he also has the emotions of his life. Like Antares, it has the arrogance of the dragon race and is extremely disdainful of the Zerg race. Lin Moyu said, "If there is a chance, I will help you tell Dragon God about this." Rex looked up at Lin Moyu. "Have you seen Lord Dragon God?" Lin Moyu nodded. "I have met once, maybe we will meet again in the future." "Since I can't see you, but I have a friend who can." Rix asked, "Your friend is also a dragon?" Lin Moyu took out the dragon scale of Antares. "This is what it gave me." Rex looked at the dragon scales of Antares, knelt down suddenly, and prostrated himself on the ground. "The great Lord Antares is actually your friend, Master. You are the same as Lord Antares." Lin Moyu discovered for the first time that the dragons are also so good at flattering. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are reasons for the resurrection of the dead, and there are also some reasons for Antares. "You know Antares?" Rex replied respectfully, "I have had the honor of seeing it." Lin Moyu nodded. "Okay, tell it when I get back, and see how it handles it." Rex nodded his head vigorously. "My lord, you must tell my lord. What the Zerg do is a blasphemy against our great dragon family. If the Lord Dragon God knows about it, he will not let them go." Lin Moyu looked at the place shrouded in black mist in the distance. "Do you know what's going on inside?" Rick shook his head, saying he didn't know. He should have been dead for a long time, before the god burial land appeared. "I don't know what happened after my death. Go in and have a look." Lin Moyu gave the order, and Rex immediately rushed towards the black fog, not caring about safety issues at all. Lin Moyu's words are to take high orders, and the resurrected will only obey unconditionally, and will never have any objections. Lin Moyu released a team of tens of thousands of skeleton godfighters, and followed Rex into the black mist. After they entered the black mist, their connection with Lin Moyu was not severed. Lin Moyu switched to the perspective of the undead, watching the situation inside. The line of sight in the black mist is extremely poor, and you can almost only see things 2 or 3 meters ahead. Walking over step by step, you can vaguely see many tombstones. And the aura emanating from these tombstones is even bigger. Lin Moyu can feel that the owner of every tombstone here is at least a half-step super god. And most of them are the breath of the human race. There is not much breath of the gods. The skeleton came to the edge of the tombstone and saw the inscription on the tombstone. It's not too complicated, just simply stated the identity of the other party. Human race, because of the tomb of the musketeer god. Human race, the tomb of Linglong Moon god. God, the tomb of the whirlwind god. Walking all the way to the deepest part of the cemetery, I saw several larger tombstones, and the aura they emitted was even stronger. Lin Moyu saw the owner of the tombstone. Human race, the tomb of Sword Master. Human race, the tomb of Master Fist. These tombstones are all super god level powerhouses. Back then, the god level and the half-step god level were both called gods. When it reaches the super god level, it is called Zun. Respect is respect, even more honor, and it is also a title. In front of Jin Zun's tomb, a small sword stood floating in the air, a large amount of soul power poured in from all directions, and Jin Zun's remnant soul was recovering. This is the cemetery, the real place of burial of gods, where the gods of the human race are buried. Suddenly, Rex looked to the other side of the cemetery, where there was a thick black fog, and he couldn't see far. I can't see it, but I can feel it. The law is rolling there, the soul power is like a stormy sea, and a big battle is going on. Go and have a look. Lin Moyu has some guesses in his mind, but seeing is believing. Rex came up close and finally saw clearly. A group of remnant souls are fighting. The scale of the remnant soul battle cannot be as large as before, but it is equally fierce and even more tragic. The remnants of the human race and the gods are fighting frantically with the remnants of a large number of Zerg and wild beasts. The number of human races and gods is rare, only a few hundred. The other party has tens of thousands, completely crushing the remnants of the human race and gods in terms of numbers. In addition to the remnant souls of the Zerg and wild beasts, there are also a large number of corpses like Rix, who are obviously dead, but are still used as puppets by the Zerg. Surrounded by humans and gods, they were obviously at a disadvantage but did not retreat half a step, fighting hard. Lin Moyu seemed to have seen the big 260 battle in ancient times, which was also extremely tragic. Under the premise of no hope, the human gods won the final victory abruptly by virtue of their astonishing will. The remnant soul battle here is the epitome of that year. Lin Moyu felt something in his heart, and there was an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. That battle back then was really not easy. It was the same back then. Knowing that they were invincible and being plotted against, the human race joined forces with the gods to awaken the will of the world and fight to the death with the alien race. Even after the fall, the battle is still not over. Although the body dies, the soul is immortal. The remnant soul continued to fight endlessly with the last belief. You are too tired, leave the rest to me. Lin Moyu let out a long sigh, tapped his finger lightly, and the situation changed dramatically. The undead world descends, and the eyes of the undead open in the sky. Lin Moyu entered the Eye of the Dead and began to kill the remnants of the Zerg and wild beasts. The remnant souls of these super god-level powerhouses are so strong that they can even kill half-step super gods. But when encountering the eyes of the undead, it is like encountering a nemesis, and there is no resistance. The remnant soul was slaughtered, and the Zerg manipulated the corpse to fly up, wanting the eyes of the dead. The army of the undead has come to the eyes of the undead first, blocking their offensive. Rix also joined the battle group, exhaled fiery dragon breath, and kept shouting, "Kill you, these humble existences." A large number of undead legions appeared again around Lin Moyu, rushing into the black mist to join the battle group. Now that you have done it, you should simply kill it with thunder. One after another, the remnant souls were killed, and the soul essence became the nourishment of Lin Moyu's soul, improving the quality of the soul. These remnant souls were more powerful and of higher quality before they were alive, and the soul essence left behind after being killed was also more excellent. Lin Moyu could feel that his soul quality was improving at an astonishing speed. In just a few moments, it is better than my own years of hard work. When hearing this method, Lin Moyu once had doubts. Antares said that improving the quality of the soul is far more difficult than improving the level. But this method seems to be very simple. Later, Antares explained to him that this method can only be used for a while, and there will be an upper limit. And remnant souls are not easy to find, especially the kind of powerful remnant souls, not only difficult to find, but also dangerous. The remnant soul that can improve the quality of the soul must be at least higher than its own level. But that kind of remnant soul still has a strong combat power. For example, the Dragon Emperor I saw before was directly obliterated by the remnant soul of Sword Master. If Lin Moyu hadn't possessed the technique of undead gaze to restrain remnant souls, it would not be so easy to deal with remnant souls. But the gaze of the undead also has a limit. If you encounter a particularly powerful remnant soul, you may encounter danger. In the narration of Antares, there are many strong people in the big world. In order to improve their soul quality, they went to some ancient battlefields to find high-level remnant souls. As a result, many of them were killed by remnant souls, and some were even taken away. There were very few successful ones. Lin Moyu came to the land of burial gods to search for the remnants of the Great War, which was also Antares' decision after careful consideration. The main reason is that Lin Moyu's own strength is strong enough. Even if the 9th level super god wants to kill Lin Moyu, it is not an easy task. Furthermore, Lin Moyu has the ability to attack the soul, which can directly cause a devastating blow to the remnant soul. After calculation, Lin Moyu should not be in any danger in the place where the gods are buried. The same is true. A large number of remnant souls were killed, and Lin Moyu's soul quality improved rapidly. The undead flames exploded in the air, and the corpses controlled by the Zerg revived one after another. Those were all former powerhouses, and they were at least at the super god level before they were alive, and they controlled the laws. After they became resurrected, they quickly used laws to kill the Zerg in their bodies. No strong man can tolerate other races in his body. The remnants of the Zerg wild beasts noticed Lin Moyu. They instinctively sensed the danger brought by the gaze of the undead, and rushed towards Lin Moyu one after another. Remnant souls are extremely fast and invisible, and the undead army can't stop them. They easily penetrated the layers of defense of the undead army, and rushed in front of Lin Moyu. The bone armor suddenly burst into brilliant light, blocking these outsiders. At the same time, the technique is linked, and the remnant soul is bound by the bone prison, and then it is violently attacked by the bone fangs and the bone spear. The bone fangs and bone spear carry the law of immortality, which has a certain lethality to remnant souls. It's just that the lethality is limited, which is much worse than the staring of the undead. The undead stared at him, and Lin Moyu's fingers suddenly lit up strangely. All the colors in the world seemed to gather in the light, presenting a color that cannot be described in words. That is the light of the law of chaos, revealed for the first time in the world. Fusion spell, Curse of Time. Curse of Time, it is formed by the fusion of soul burning, soul curse, and soul poison. Drive the law of time based on the respective functions of the 3 skills, curse the target, and speed up the time flow rate of the target itself. The maximum flow rate of time is determined by the soul level. With a soft buzzing sound, the remnants of several Zerg wild beasts in front of Lin Moyu were shrouded in a strange light at the same time. Soul burning, soul cursed, soul poisonous. The 3 spells act on the remnant soul at the same time, and each of the 3 spells is aimed at attacking the soul. Combined together, the power is very impressive. After the 3 spells broke out at the same time, the law of time took effect. For all the cursed remnants, their time began to speed up. Lin Moyu doesn't know how much their time has sped up. The effect of the skill exceeded Lin Moyu's expectations. Less than half a second after the skill was thrown out, several remnant souls that jumped in front of him were annihilated at the same time. One after another soul essence was absorbed by oneself. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered. He probably understood the true function of this skill. Soul burning. Fusion 100% burn the soul of the target. The duration, effect, and range are determined by the level of the soul. Soul poison. Fusion 100% cast soul poison on the target, causing the target to suffer continuous damage. The duration, effect, and range are determined by the soul level. Soul curse. Fusion 100% curse the specified target, reduce all the target's abilities in all directions, and expand all the damage the target receives. The duration, effect, and range are determined by the soul level. Soul burning and soul poison are not one-time damage, but will last for a period of time. This period can be very long as days, months, or even years. It can also be very short as a few seconds. It all depends on Lin Moyu's own strength and the opponent's strength. There is no fixed time. During this period of time, the soul curse will also continue to reduce all attributes of the soul and increase the damage the soul receives. But the 3 spells are in a fixed unit, and the damage caused is not great. The 3 spells pursue long-term total damage, not instant damage. If within this period of time, the target can be healed, even if it keeps hurting, as long as the healing continues, there will be no life-threatening. But because of the intervention of the law of time, the target can complete the duration of the damage caused by the skill in a very short period of time. That is to say, the total damage that originally took a day to inflict may be completed in just a dozen seconds under the effect of the law of time. Not only did the damage become incomparably astonishing, but it was also too late to heal. Lin Moyu finally understood why a single skill made the stars go out during the skill demonstration. The creatures in the star were all cursed, and because of the law of time, all the damage burst out in a short time. On the surface, it took only 10 seconds for the star to go out. But it is not known at all how long the star body has experienced under the action of the law of time. 1,000 years in a flash is not impossible. This technique, very scary. Not only scary, but also difficult to defend against. All, Zhao Lihao, damage is infinitely magnified under the effect of the law of time. And the root cause of this result is his infinite fusion technique. The fundamental law of infinite fusion is the legendary law of chaos. Lin Moyu's eyes were bright, and he finally began to recognize the essence of his spells. After all, the law of chaos is the best. It seems that one of the characteristics of the law of chaos is that it can be merged. The legendary law is indeed the next day. When we have time in the future, we will do more experiments to see if we can integrate other techniques and laws. After wasting a few seconds, Lin Moyu figured out the cause and effect, and recognized the essence of the spell. Then the arm was raised slightly, the soul locked on the remaining remnants, one after another. The light of the time curse kept flickering. All the remnants locked by Lin Moyu were wiped out in an instant. Boom words. The black mist violently churned, and a big guy rushed out of the black mist.